So you guys stack them, or did you double
He actually made like 2,000, I think.
Yeah, he crushed, and then we did it heads up.
We started doing 1K flips, and then
Hello, everybody. What's going on? It's TCH Live. It's Tuesday. And that means it's high stakes here out of TCH Dallas. I am Aaron McAvoy. Hanging out with me tonight is Eric out there in Dallas. What's going on, my friend?
What's going on, Aaron? Thanks for having me in again. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got ourselves some 510 and a quarter as we're going to get things started off with a PLO bomb pot, or rather a flip here momentarily. I'll see if I can get my microphone to stop squirreling around on me. And yeah, we'll get into the action here just in a moment as we get the players all settled in. Looks like maybe a couple of seats going to be vacant just for a little bit, but I'm sure we'll have those filled before you know it. Taking a look here in the chat, we've already got Watbree, we've got Albert, Reyna, Poker Monkey, Frank, Albert, I already said Albert, but Stephen Tixay as well. What's going on, my friend? Welcome to the show, everybody. So.
Yeah, that's a tip. That's a dealer tip.
All right, so 4 cards on the flip here. We'll get everything scanned in. Also, we've got a new graphics package from RF Poker uploaded, so you guys will be able to chime in on what you think of the new package. I can already tell that the font is a little bit larger, which is going to push maybe a few more hands off of the screen on these bomb pots. So that's something to keep in mind. But yeah, we'll keep our eyes on the new graphics package. If you guys have any feedback, please do let us know in the chat, and hopefully you guys enjoy it. Hopefully it looks good. Ooh, we've got an update on our stacks down at the bottom, and what I guess is supposed to be profit and loss in the green, perhaps?
Yeah, we'll see if it shows up red here in a bit.
Whoever it is, then the dealer gets that money.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused about that. I would presume that some of those numbers should be zeros for profit, but maybe I'm just not fully grasping it.
George. Albert's asking if this is a PLO stream. This is a 5, 10, 25 no limit. They were just doing a bomb pot to get us kicked off.
That way we're all good before action starts when you start quarter action here.
All right, so some familiar faces here. We got Wolfgang, we got Ram.
when are we starting the Nick game?
A 3-coin here.
Whenever you guys want. So like it's up to you guys. If you guys want to play,
And folds to him on the button. Looks like he's going to open the A7-0.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, Randy, it's 25 over here. So you got.
I see. Okay, sorry about that.
That's cool.
I'll make it 50.
All right, raise to 50.
You know the old vision.
You're good. You're good. Well, it matches with
The green.
the felt now, right? So you're like, I can't see it.
You really can't see that chip right there.
The audio's coming in pretty nice from the table, so hopefully we'll get some good conversation. We'll be able to listen to our players and what they're talking about tonight as well.
Absolutely. Nice flop here for 3 coins as he's going to go ahead and drill top and bottom pair with backdoor nut flush draw. Do have an up and downer here for JD and bottom pair for Ice. Not particularly inspiring, but we're only going to get a bet of 25 here on the flop, and that is going to keep both of these players into a turn king of spades.
I think they're going to try to replace these felts because the poker tour is over.
Yeah.
No improvement from Ice or JD. 3-coin here really just should be sizing this up now with all of these draws available.
Absolutely. Make
Gonna
them pay.
make this 150 to go now. JD has a heart and a spade in his hand, but he says, you know what, 3 coins betting into 2 players here, probably best not to float and try to bluff too many rivers, but Three Coins is going to take that one down.
For the dealer.
I
I didn't have anything. I didn't want to
Looks like in the
embarrass y'all,
graphics
but
now
I
you
wanted
can
to
see
win
that there is
money.
a change now that somebody has lost a little bit of money. So I guess we'll keep an eye on that. They're updating as they're going. It looks like.
I'm gonna do it all day long.
Yeah, it looks like Cooper probably has to reset those back to 0 as we.
Nice.
When we're heads up,
Yeah, that is indeed going to show profit and loss right there next to the player name. So that's a pretty cool little thing. We won't have to go to the graphic that shows that for everybody in between hands, for everybody to sort of keep up on the running tally. So that's a pretty cool little feature. I think I like that.
I do too so far. Looks pretty cool.
And then AJ, how much are you coming in for, bud? 5. Yeah. Nope.
JTM New York, what's going on? Also joining us here in the chat.
Keep me in line.
All right.
Phony Turgeson, what's up?
For 5K.
Welcome to the stream.
Yep. And he's using weight 2 hands.
How you doing, Raina? Good to see you here.
Cool.
So, we've got just about 100 of you fine folks hanging out with us, as more of you will continue to trickle in. We just getting kicked off here. Hand number 3 coming at you.
First, bud.
As Wolfgang here going to be first to act with the A7-0. He's out of the way.
Full. Raise to 75.
But GTO Lizard, love the name. He's going to come in for an open to 75 with the Jack 10-0. Thought Benji might be lining up a squeeze there, but he is just going to call from the small blind, and that will allow JD to pounce on all of this dead money from the big blind. Makes it 4 1/4 to go now.
Somehow, Aaron, you knew it was coming, right?
Well, it's, you know, anytime you have that sort of action pre-flop, single open, and then call, like, somebody in the blinds has just got a huge incentive to squeeze their hand if they have anything that's moderately playable, right?
Right.
Like, if your hand is super dusty, you can, of course, just call and hope to drill a flop and then just muck if you don't come up with anything. But, yeah, I mean, JD here with the 7-6 suited, not only does he benefit a lot from clearing out the riffraff, but, I mean, his hand is quite playable. He'll have a significant range advantage if anybody does call behind. And, yeah, I mean, here he is getting action from 3 Coin with the best hand. Like, obviously 3 Coin here drawing to the flush. And gonna put in the raise actually right away, and that's gonna blow JD off of his hand. But there was definitely a potential for JD to just bet multiple streets and take that one down.
Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Good hand, good start for Randy there. Or 3 Coin as he goes by. Have you got a chance to meet any of these guys in person, Aaron?
I have. I've definitely met Wolfgang. I've met Ram. I've met JD. I think that may be it. We did just get a player, AJ, in seat 1 here. I'm not sure if I'm familiar with him, but no, I think those are the players that I've met in person.
Well,
We're gonna try it this time.
I've got a prop bet on that.
Randy
So
there,
just wanna
3
make sure
Coin,
I'm
is
still in.
one of the most fun people to be around.
You're
Obviously,
back.
enjoyable to watch him too. But when you get a chance to meet him, you'll see why.
He definitely seems like a character, and
Right.
that is always a good thing at the poker table, in my opinion. And wow, he is
Wow.
in a delicious spot right here, as JD is going to come in for the 3-bet after GTO Lizard flats the open in between. 6-5 of diamonds goes into the muck, given the action, and yeah, here we are back to GTO
375.
Lizard.
How big are you making it here if you're 3 Coin?
So this was actually, sorry, I missed the action. This was an open from GTO Lizard, and 3 Coin just flatted.
Yep.
So he's playing his hand super tricky, and he is going to come in for the raise now. So
There it
given
is.
that orientation, I wouldn't have had a good guess as to what he would raise it to. He might have even, you know, just continued to play it trappy. Who knows? But he is going to raise it up to 1,000. And this is kind of an odd size.
And
Because,
probably
yeah,
throws JD off, right? Throws JD off a little bit.
well, it's just, I mean, he's getting super priced in, right? Like, JD knows that he can just always call and get GTO Lizard to call behind. So he's always getting that extra, the extra pot odds there. And then if he, if he wanted to jam it in, he obviously would have that option as well. But yeah, pocket jacks here going to be playing out of position the whole hand. He is just going to make the call. That does indeed bring GTO Lizard along, and we're going to go 3 ways to a king high flop.
Check. Check.
Yeah, this is going to be a good flop for JD to get away from his hand. GTO Lizard here, not enough of it either to probably get buried for too much here, if any more, after the flop. But let's see how these players approach this situation.
There you go, Fred.
Large. Sorry about that, guys.
I mean, this is just such an odd dynamic. You just rarely see someone flat and open and then put in a 4-bet. So, yeah, I think you should be very weary if you are GTO Lizard here. But he does make the call of 1,000, and he is getting himself very nearly pot committed. One might assume stack to pot ratio well under 1.
Check.
Oh my goodness. 3
Yeah,
coin checks back.
That board is not looking very friendly.
Okay.
I know he didn't love the king, but that was interesting.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I suppose one of those situations where he felt like he could only get called by better if he bets.
Adding on.
But yeah, I'm not too sure there. I think aces is pretty much top of range, and if you're not going for value with that, then you're probably missing out a little bit. Certainly, GTO Lizard happy to see the double check.
Absolutely. And JD happy to see how easy it was for him to just get out of there. Big hands pre-flop.
Whatever Randy wants.
Whatever Randy wants.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a win every hand.
And we're 5 hands in, and 3 coin is already up $4,000.
Your house
So
right now, Randy.
Fold, fold.
looking for a good night here with a lot of chips flying around.
Raise to 1.
That is for sure. Dallas livestream never disappoints in that regard.
I'm going to win a hand, Randy. Maybe not this hand, but I'm going to win a hand.
All right, JD comes in on the button with the
That's the
suited
first I've ever
diaper,
won
the
a
clean
hand.
diaper, perhaps.
3 in a row.
Crazy.
But it is 3 coin hitting this flop with the bottom pair, backdoor clubs.
Check. Check.
JD here has the worst hand he can ever have right here, but no chance to improve, so he's going to continue checking. And
Randy's on
Bet
a heater.
yeah, absolutely. Seems unbeatable at this stage.
Entire orbit.
Doug Buys here in the chat asks, do poker player profiles align with a player's fantasy football team management style? Obviously a dig at me in some respect because we are in a fantasy football league together. I would say that the answer is no, because you, Mr. Doug, are very much a risk taker when it comes to fantasy football, putting trade offers out there to everybody and their mom. And you are not that player on the felt. So, that's my answer. But welcome to the show, Doug. Also, welcome to William in the chat. What's going on, man?
You help
Welcome.
me, I help you. Thank
I
you.
appreciate you, my man. Thank you very much.
You a fantasy football player there, Eric?
I am, and I was just thinking about the little trash talk that you had going on there. It's just poker table, trash talk and fantasy football trash talk are so similar, kind of parallel each other a little bit. It's all good fun, good competition. But I've got a WhatsApp, with the 12 guys in my league, and it's I got 16 weeks now of just constant trash talk. So
Oh yeah,
great time of year.
That is true. Yeah, I'm in 2 leagues, one of which I am the commissioner on this year, and encouraging the trash talking a little bit. We've got a good little thread going as well. But yeah, the other one, everybody's pretty tame. Mostly keep to themselves. But I am excited that football is back. We've already had a very interesting week 1, and we'll get back into that perhaps more in a second as we've got coin 3 coin and AJ here doing battle. 7 of clubs on the turn. Does bring in the backdoor club flush draw here.
Very
for
interesting turn
AJ.
card.
Check your bet. Check.
Unfortunately, we won't see the 9 of clubs on the river. That could be an interesting card, but we won't get that one.
New job, who this?
AJ opts to take his free river card,
Thank you.
which I think is,
I was in Chicago and Michigan.
I mean, you can go both ways on it, but yeah, he's going to end up folding to a bet here on the end.
Oh my God.
And another pot for 3 coin.
What's the clock on the first 30 minutes? How we doing?
Yeah.
I got 25 left.
Is this right? About
I mean, you gotta make it.
Yeah, I think that turn card is just really good for
Probably
him
more organized here, too.
as the out of position or in position player. When check 2 on the turn, I mean, I would like to see a bet there, but I can see some value in just checking it. Since you do have nut no pair, you do have some showdown value. I don't know. It's an interesting spot for sure. I think you can go both ways.
Yeah, hard to get a bluff through on a river.
Yeah, he would have.
Check there on the turn.
Put his bank.
Yeah, if you don't take the betting lead, yeah, it's going to be really challenging. And then if you're only betting when your club comes in, like, how often are you getting paid? I don't know. It's an interesting spot for sure, and everyone will have a different approach.
That's a little wild.
I know I have played with AJ before. I think in tournaments though, not in cash games. So he's definitely a familiar face around the Dallas poker scene.
Could we get a scramble?
Very good. Did you play any of these tournaments that were there at TCH Dallas and Las Colinas?
I did, and unfortunately I didn't make any of the day 2s. I think I had a min cash in the first, the $1 million one. Had a blast. I mean, it was fun. Just didn't get the deep run that I was looking for, but loved seeing the way it ended. You know, obviously, people being able to make that kind of money off of, you know, $1,000 buy-in or a $500 buy-in, or even the satellite guys that got in there and gals. That was pretty exciting to see. So, looking forward to all these tournaments that TCH is going to have going in the future.
Absolutely. We've got multi-way action here. A bunch of Broadway cards represented. Checks to Ram, and he's got a gut shot to the wheel, 1 over card. So he is going to continue into the field to the tune of 450. GTO Lizard making the call, and the other 2 opponents out of the way. 8 of hearts now on the turn. Puts 3 hearts out there.
I'll be around Friday. Probably. If you wish to allow me to have your presence.
Yeah, sure.
Queen of Hearts very much the key card here
So I'm
for this board.
sounds good. Cool. Which was the other
Yeah,
one?
as we go check here on the turn.
There was a
GTO Lizard going to continue checking, give Ram an opportunity to bluff at this if he wants to.
Check. Her name's Taylor. She's one of our hostesses.
Ram does do a little inventory there, looks over to see how many chips GTO has behind, and does opt just to check it down, give it up with the ace high.
Right, I noticed that too. He was checking out the inventory.
Well, usually if I'm up, I'll always
George
just
Worth says, "Put me in, coach."
people offer it, but if I'm really down, then I'll if I'm down
Come
just
on
a
over,
little bit,
George.
I
It looks
usually
like there's a seat
don't
open.
wanna do it. If I'm like stuck like more than 5K, I'll probably be up for it.
Okay.
Oh, looks like we're also doing our V-pips
I'm just kidding.
down there at the bottom as well. So just sort of fully replacing the big graphic that usually popped up on the left,
On the left, right, yeah.
and just posting it sort of down below in between hands. I really like that. I like that a lot. It keeps the table fully visible,
I'm someone who likes
and
free roll profits, you know?
yeah, it never gets in the way of straddles or anything like that. So I really like that.
Exactly.
I do it if I'm playing like really card dead.
Alvin teaches poker here in the chat. What's up, my friend?
What's going on, Alvin?
Welcome in. Wolfgang equals 0. Well, I mean, to be fair, they've done 1 orbit, so.
How about this flop? Wow. This is what we're looking for.
It's a vintage store. I'm gonna check it out when it goes live.
Yeah, this is going to be a spicy one when you buckle your seatbelts, as we've
I'm
got
all for that.
Ram opening with a bet to 250 here. GTO Lizard, who has completely crushed this flop, pair and the nut flush draw. just makes the call. Benji comes along with just a call as well. No one raising this up, and pretty big brick here on the turn 4. Diamonds shouldn't improve anyone pretty much ever.
If you're Ram, what are you charging your opponents here?
To be you for one day.
It's interesting. Multi-way, you usually bet smaller, but when you've got both of them calling you on the flop, I think it's very reasonable to go for a full pot size, something in that ballpark. You know, just sort of put your opponents in maximum pain. If they do have something like a weak 10 or, you know, a flush draw, something like that, but you know, definitely open to interpretation. But yeah, there we go, 1100, nearly full pot. I'd say about 75%, 80%, and I like this size.
Alvin's already poking the bear, saying that the live streams are rigged.
Pseudonym in the chat says the graphics have been tweaked. Yes, they have. And if you're not a fan, yeah, please let us know specifically what it is that you think you would prefer to see. We do appreciate all of y'all's feedback, but we are, yeah, trying out a new graphics package here, courtesy of RF Poker. GTO Lizard here is going to go all in with the pair and the flush draw after not improving on the turn. And Benji now.
Benji spiked up and asked real quickly how much. I mean, he looked like, oh.
Yeah, well, he needs to do some math to find out if he's getting the appropriate price to call, assuming that Ram gets his money in there as well. But he does let it go. Ooh. And there it is on the end. Jack of spades, improving GTO Lizard to the nut flush.
GTO says you should have called. Once Benji tells him he had the king high flush draw.
Pretty spicy spot there.
Thank God the spade didn't.
Yeah, Ram in a very good position to take that one down with those two spades already in the muck, but
absolutely. And he said, let's rip it one time. Max Payne.
Yeah, I like that. I'm usually a one-time guy myself, unless someone that I'm playing with is, you know, a good friend of mine and they really want to run it twice, something like that. But, so, you know, this is what happens, right? You go one time and sometimes you just get scooped.
Right. And I didn't see what the percentages were, you know, at the time. But
yeah, it was pretty dusty, right? Because the 6 of spades we know for sure was gone, so that wasn't one of the remaining 7, which would have, you know, sort of counterfeit the flush with a full house. But there was the 4 of spades taken out of there, so 8 live cards minus the 2 from Benji's hand. So he really only had 6 outs. Pretty thin, 15%.
Okay.
Maybe I shouldn't have shifted there.
So we're 9 hands in, and we got a couple players already in the green there. You know, $3,000–4,000 up right away. So exciting action already, Aaron.
Absolutely right. And that's a pretty good spot there for GTO Lizard as he was chipping down right off the bat there. Went from 5K down to 30-something to start that hand, 3,300 I think. So gets himself a healthy double up and back into Profitsville.
Raise 200. Holy shit. They might have to be okay. Fold eventually, Fold.
And I like the ship there for stacks versus calling off your stack on a draw there with 1 card to come. So.
Call 200.
Yeah, I mean, the bet was 1,100, so you kind of don't have a ton of fold equity unless your opponent is just somehow YOLO bluffing.
Right.
So you're kind of, you're deciding to go for all of it rather than take the price at 1,100. So I don't know, you do kind of have to think about that one from the perspective of, like, if I always get called, then it's basically like my opponent ripped it all in and I called, right? Like, is effectively what you're doing, and then you have to do the math on that spot and see if that's actually where you want to be. And if it's better for you to just call the 1,100 from a statistical and pot odds, you know, sort of standpoint, then you might want to reevaluate that. But I don't know. I would have to go back and look at that with greater
Yeah,
scrutiny.
discounted the 1.1 that Ram put in there, or 1.5, whatever it was.
The other thing, though, is that he does have a player behind to act, so going all in can influence their decision greatly. So, you know, that's another piece of the puzzle for sure. All right, massive multi-way pot developing here as JD squeezes this up to 1,300 with the pocket queens. Ram calling with the ace-7 of clubs after reloading to, wow, looks like 6,200. Ice jams it all in with the pocket sixes from the small blind.
How much did you have? You got 5.
I'm running bad today, that's for sure.
Yeah, JD is like, well, I
Yeah, but I
mean,
mean, it was like a setup spot. If you
this
don't
could
raise
be
it,
just running into the nuts, but pocket queen's too good to fold, so he rips it in.
Can't flip a
Ram
coin.
is out of there.
No, just go. Just go.
Can't
Go
flip
once,
a coin?
it's okay.
I once.
Yeah.
You're in sales.
Usually when they flip a coin, it's like they want to go once, but they don't want to be mean. I have a pair.
One run out here,
me too.
pocket queen's going to be
Vic.
good. That's the sixes for ice, and ice will go down to the
How
thumb.
much?
And Ram's really glad that the action went the way it did, because if he sees that flop with that ace-7 of clubs, he might get stacked again. So dodge bullets there, Ram.
Did you straddle?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he'd already committed the 1,300, right, was, yeah, he was definitely going to have to see the next two cards if he saw the flop.
5, 6. I had like 7.
As we get JD's stack confirmed to be covering ice, and the chips shift over, I'll take a look here into the chat. George says, love the VPIP showing under the names. Absolutely. Spades and clubs are a little hard to differentiate on mobile. Okay. I'm not sure that the
Yeah, I want to buy.
the
I wanna
card,
rebuy in.
like, you know, the suits and everything, like the little sprites or whatever you want to call them. I'm not sure that those changed. I'm not noticing a big difference there. For me, it's the font
Yeah, but this
on
is
the text, or at least certainly the size of the font seems to have
Okay,
changed for me.
There we go. And
And Pseudonym says the shade of the background red. Yeah, it is always awkward having black and red right next to each other. Something about the human eye doesn't really appreciate those two colors right next to each other a lot of times, so I understand that
there you go.
as well. I think there was another thing too when we have all of the players' names sort of at the bottom and it shows profit and loss. If you're in the loss, the red, it's sort of like a red on red even, I think. It's a little bit awkward. So yeah, thank you guys so much for the feedback. This is our first swing with the new graphics package, so we're you know, just checking it out.
Yeah, I can see exactly what you're talking about, the shade of red, you know. It's very different than what we're used to seeing up here, but I like the size. Everything down there at the bottom, not such a big pop-up that you kind of get distracted by. And the VPIP, you know, popping up there, pretty cool.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that there's a better color than red. The red, the nice thing about it is that it's sort of a darker color, right? You don't want something that's just so bright that it kind of takes away too much of the attention from the rest of the game and the players. But yeah, it'll be interesting to sort of tinker around with it now that we have it and can start playing with the settings and stuff too. So, yeah. Oh, George is saying they were too hard to differentiate before, but he thinks it's better now. Oh, okay. Or, oh, they were hard to differentiate before as well. Oh, I got you. Okay, okay. So, still just tough for George to see on his phone. All right, once again, multi-way action. Top pair for JD, AJ on the pocket nines, effective second pair.
175.
Everybody else has whiffed this pretty hard. Though 3-coin does have a gut shot to the wheel, and he's betting.
Call 175. Call.
Very dry board out there. JD happy to just call.
And call.
And closing the action, Wolfgang is going to go ahead and peel one off and see if he can improve to a straight or flush draw on the turn. Instead, he picks up second pair of jacks.
Check.
It'll be hard for AJ to improve. We saw one of the 9s was out in Ram's hand.
325 is the bet.
3 coin still betting. Very small size here, only 325. However, if he does have a hand like Ace King or something, there's no real incentive to push his opponents out with a big bet. However, you would expect to try to get a little bit more value, perhaps, from some of these players that have shown an interest in the pot. Nonetheless, it's 3 1/4, and JD will make the call. And Wolfgang is going to come along as well.
3 players.
Backdoor diamonds coming in here. JD controls the king of diamonds. Very good card for him. As it checks to 3 coin once again, it does indeed look like he is going to blast away at this. And
Half pot, yeah.
he's definitely telling a story like he's got a good top pair sort of holding, although the small bets on flop and turn are maybe a little bit odd. And then also with the backdoor diamonds coming in, 2 opponents, are you just like super happy betting Ace King here one last time? Maybe if you have the Ace of Diamonds or something, but yeah, I think JD here not gonna be too disconcerted about this.
Can I trade this for whites, please? Thank you.
Perhaps trying to decide if he should raise his hand, sort of merge it.
Kind of thinking that his wheels were turning there. Same thing. I definitely don't see him folding here. But
Wow.
man, was I wrong? He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it.
Wow. That is incredible.
And he'll be sick if Wolfgang calls and gets to take down this $3,600 pot.
Yeah. I mean, when JD sort of side folds there, right, it kind of makes you ask yourself, well, shit, if he had something to call with, that it makes it less likely for 3 coin to have something. Wolfgang is going to let it go, and 3 coin gets it through.
Is he going to show it? He sure did.
Well, I missed it. But I was pregnant.
I told you he's fun, man.
I almost raised you.
Wow.
Y'all haven't met Randy. Just
very
go
well
shake his
excited.
hand when you see him. He'll put a big old smile on his face. He's a fun guy, man. Full of stories.
Wow. That was incredible. What a hand right there. Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious to pick the players' brains, right? Like, obviously, JD was very confused by the situation. He's like, small bet, half pot? Like, what on earth? It's just
That would have got my attention.
never a bluff? Question mark? Like, what do I beat?
I'd have to defer to Travis on that one.
And then, yeah, I mean, but you could tell that
Raise 200.
even Wolfgang was perplexed enough to want to call with his second pair.
They both knew something was off, right? They just couldn't pull that trigger.
Yeah.
Craft, huh?
Yeah, those spots are interesting. They snap get the information, though, as he
Yeah.
turns over the bluff, right? So they can put that to work for themselves for the remainder of the session if another opportunity presents itself.
Now 800. Fold.
And boss Randy, absolutely.
Call it.
Welcome to the chat, Dante, and invest there.
Dominated queen here for JD, but neither player connects with this board. JD will continue after 3-betting pre-flop. And GTO Lizard snaps the ace-queen into the muck here. That's a pretty good hand
Thank you very much.
given this board texture and the backdoor diamonds. I'm a little bit surprised that he folds to a single bet there, but
Randy,
not going to go to war with JD.
Randy, you're not supposed to look on the stream, buddy. Does that fold and it looks bad?
Saw in the
you know?
chat a second ago that Rena's got a trip to Alaska coming up, and she's going to go see
JD's lost it.
an old gold mine. That actually sounds really cool.
Oh, that sounds really cool.
Not good.
Yeah,
Alright,
and
50
and some stops at the casinos as well, of course, because that's what we DGens do. We like to gamble and play some cards. So enjoy your trip there, Rena.
Yeah, absolutely. That
Yeah,
is
me and Wolfgang's
very
famous.
cool sounding little vacation. So have a good time. Sounded like there's a cruise involved as well. So
Yeah,
awesome.
I want you to call. I thought if I pulled it, I was like, Wolfgang called for sure.
They're still hating that hand.
I dare
That's what a
say-
good bluff will do, right?
Yeah, I think that hand could generate some conversation for quite a while here this evening.
Yeah.
But see if the players hold on to it or eventually let it go. I mean, the pot wasn't so big, right? Like sometimes you have those hands where it's just like a massive pot, and like players will talk about it for 45 minutes, you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
You had like Jack two soft.
And I got quad sixes. I've had quads in months.
Nice. They're hard to make.
They definitely are.
I had them in one of the flips against you.
You did?
I didn't.
To make a pair.
On Friday night when we were doing 10 card flips, I hit quad 3.
So much fun. When it shows.
Yeah.
So we're looking at the player stacks down there below right now. Quite a bit of money on this table. You know, JD always likes to have the big stack there. He's got 14K in front of him.
Yeah, when it is match the stack, of course. 5K max buy-in to start, and then the ability to add on all the way up to whoever has the biggest stack at the table. And here in Texas, these games will play as big as possible pretty
Amen.
much all night long.
Call 125.
Easy game.
Hit a jack. Hit a jack. What can you say?
3 players.
Fuck the other track.
Three players to a flop. Wolfgang connects with top pair. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush here for 3 coin.
It's putting off the Panama Jack vibes to me tonight with that hat.
I call. Call 175.
He's going to make a call.
And call.
Ice comes along as well with the second pair, and it's an ace now on the turn. Not really a card that anybody had in mind here, one would presume.
Check. Check. Check.
And Ice picking up on the discomfort there from the other two players.
Bet 400.
Bet of 400 here, a little under half pot.
Call. Fold. Good luck, guys.
Wolfgang makes the call, 3 coins out of there. And the 8 of hearts rolls off on the end. Now it'll be curious to see if Ice continues with this line. I mean, betting the turn is very much turning the jack into a bluff, as it is nearly impossible for a worse hand to be calling him at that
49.
stage.
Well, okay.
But he does just check it back,
Yeah.
and Wolfgang will drag the pot.
No,
I
that's
think
good.
he would have had to bet really big to get Wolfgang off that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting to go for it there. I mean, he's got a jack, so he blocks sets and 2 pairs. Also, the check on the turn from Wolfgang into 2 players is a pretty passive play. So, I mean, yes, you would have to go big, but I think that's a pretty reasonable spot to go for it. And, you know, 3/4 pot
They ran that one that says
Raise to
can get a lot of work done.
120.
But yeah, it just opts for the more sort of low variance play.
That marketplace is good.
Nice hand, Reggie.
That was a really tough one. A lot of hard decisions.
Aaron Benji's another interesting player and story there. I've been playing at this location here in Dallas for 3 years since it opened, and played a lot of 1-2 actually with Benji. Saw him move up the ranks. Yeah, pretty cool to see him, sitting here playing with the big boys now. So
Nice. And he seems like a pretty young guy as well. So must have ascended the ladder there pretty quickly.
Pretty dang exciting, really.
Yeah.
absolutely.
No, it was a good time. No, I happened to be out of town during the Poker Atlas tour. So raised to 150 full.
Big hands running into each other here.
Came
JD
back
and the
and
hijack.
They were just getting to the final
It's
table.
at 150. Wolfgang on the button. Suited ace queen. Gonna go for the standard 3x in position.
Another suited ace here.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that in the small blind, this is a pretty good spot to go for a cold 4-bet. But not sure if GTO Lizard is the player that wants to go for that. He's going to go for the in-between play, which is call. And that, to me, is a little bit off the beaten path. It's JD here now with a decision. I think he'd much rather have an ace in hand to go for the cold, or not the cold, to go for the 4-bet. So he'll just complete and take a flop, and everyone connects. Yeah, this is the challenging thing about calling with ace-4. Not only can you get blown off of your hand pre-flop, since there's still the original razor left to act, but you can get yourself in some real dicey situations when you do flop top pair with no kicker, and you're dominated as he is here. We'll see how GTO Lizard navigates this pot. He does still have 30% equity, backdoor diamonds, and of course the king on board could be kicking if the board pairs, helping him to a chop. JD here flopping second pair, multi-way here. Does get to close the action if he wants, but I think he would need a club out there to continue, and he lets it go.
Ooh, here comes an interesting card.
Yeah, very much so. Extra equity here for GTO Lizard now on the turn. Of course, still just light years behind any of Wolfgang's value, though. And with the stack to pot ratio under 2, probably about 1.7, 1.6, something like that.
This was probably a year ago, but we were playing
Interesting to see what size Wolfgang goes for. A lot of times you sort of can think about, oh, well, I should go for a geometric sizing. Let me do a little bit now and a little bit on the end, so half pot or something. But I think this spot makes a lot more sense to put the big bet in now, even if you sort of leave yourself a dusty amount behind that doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. You don't really have to worry too much about that, because the draws and things that exist out there right now can only pay now. Like, they can't pay on the river unless they get there, and then you're paying them. So let's see. What is the size?
Should we just like go and just like pull out the Dorito chip and
I'm on the live stream.
the kid? Yeah.
1.6 here at 2.5, so
Sugar and cream. Yeah, cream and sugar.
The mystery of.
And yeah,
60% pot.
Okay, thank you.
He's like, how am I always like 100, 200, 300 short?
I think I would have liked to see a little bit larger, right? It's just sort of like 60% now, and then he's got something like 40% river jam if he gets called.
And he
I'll give you
jams.
some hundreds.
Ooh. Interesting. GTO Lizard again opting to just go for it.
New button here.
And
There's
Wolfgang
no new
at
button here, right?
very nearly top of range.
Yeah, if you hold it on the bottom for like 5 seconds.
Makes the call.
Yeah.
Oh, but I see.
You can hold it for a while.
Yeah, I thought. I take a
Looks like we're
really
doing
good-
2 rivers. Cards are on their back.
First,
That one's safe for Wolfgang.
second.
as is the next one. Wolfgang gonna scoop this pot up over 10K, nearly 11. GTO Lizard there sort of just getting himself trapped on the hook, really, after seeing the flop and then the turn. Not able to improve there on the end, and gonna go down to just under 2K in the stack. Not that many hands after getting the double up as well.
Right. I had a feeling that was going to go that way. I mean, he had Wolfgang, 3-1 or 2-1 or something like that on chips. I just feel like he's just like, he's not going to stack me if I go for it. So. But they've now seen him, rip it on 2 big flush draws already early in the stream. So something to look out for. See if that changes how guys play against him.
Or 5,000.
Yeah, and I mean, there's also just the fact as well that he cold called the 3-bet from the small blind, and
right.
I mean, I think to the more astute eye, players certainly like JD are going to very much be like, oh, let me file that one away in the old memory banks, because that is a sort of unique play, and not a lot of players are going to go that route, because you're so vulnerable out of position, and you just don't have a good kicker. You kind of just need to smash a flop with like a 2-pair of trips,
right,
a flush draw, something like that, and otherwise
those possible,
those top pair holdings just like that will get you into some serious trouble. So very exciting hand. Wolfgang there, pretty uncomfortable getting all the chips in when he gets check raised for the last little bit, right? Like, oh god, this feels bad. Like, I'm just up against the set and I'm drawing dead. But he fades 2 rivers and racks up a nice, healthy profit on the hand.
Okay. How much are you starting with? 4? Then I'm starting with 4,000.
18. You're waiting for the mid game?
Coco Online 5. Once in my life, I want to play that stream. Well, we would love to have you. And for you or anybody else that is interested in pulling the trigger, getting in here on either this live stream or any other, actually, we've got the links in the chat right there. Just Streamlabs posted 2 spots before Coco Online. Got the form to fill out if you'd like to play on this stream. And I think there's probably some other links posted in the chat, or if not, we will have those in there for our other locations. Plus, you can always go to TexasCardHouse.com and find more information on there about how to get on the live streams.
After they win a few, then they'll be like, oh,
and if we didn't already have enough action so far tonight, Aaron, we've got the knit game now. Knit buttons are out.
Perfect, and a player in the 3rd seat. So we are full ring now.
How about 500?
And that's Mr. Benham.
Yeah, that was classic.
I was like, Danny,
you choose the amount.
I gave you the option to choose.
Raise to 200.
He's like, no, choose.
Welcome to the stream trip. This is indeed from Dallas, Texas.
I gave you the option, Danny.
Call 200.
You could have just said 150, would have taken it.
Kicker problems. Sucks having kicker problems. Yep, absolutely right.
And call. We have 3 cards. Check. I'm so sorry. My fault, Randy.
Trip says, nice, I got to check this place out. I'm here in Dallas. Well, absolutely, man. You certainly do.
Come on
2
out,
locations.
Trip. Yeah.
As well.
I actually didn't even look at
2 locations that are real close together. One in Las Colinas and one here in Dallas off Harry Hines. That's the one you're watching here. Both rooms are great. Very, very different rooms, but, a lot of poker.
What's the delay on this? Is it 30 or?
No limit hold'em and some PLO.
Raise to 12.
A lot of tournaments, so come on, check us out.
Hey, are they on a 15-minute delay or 30-minute delay? Yeah, it's 15.
So I feel like I'm tripping a little bit here. Either I just didn't notice it before, or it somehow just got added in. Was there always a little person, a little man symbol in white next to each player's name?
I just noticed that too. I was thinking you were talking about Tripp's name there, saying you were tripping, but now I see the little man.
I mean, either it's been there the whole time, or it literally like just popped up. Maybe Cooper like toggled a new thing. I don't know, but I'm just now
Let's see
noticing
if we get a female on stream. If it if it's just a gender neutral, or do we have a different look?
I hope that's not.
I know.
I
We don't want to go down that line too far.
No, that's a tough one to talk about, or even deal with these days. But anyways, let's get back to the poker as we got Ram here, just flying with ace high, betting 1.6K and 3 coin here, turning 2 pair. He's going nowhere. In fact, he is raising.
So you guys are going to want to go check that one out.
Unfortunately for him, he's probably not going to get any resistance and just take it down now. But I know we've seen Ram make some wild plays in the past.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anthony.
Checking inventory again.
Major bait.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely just a little bit of posturing.
Well,
Ram can do nothing but fold here with this hand, unless, I mean, I suppose he could try to YOLO it all in, but, I mean, his hand is
16K pot.
no chance to improve, right? It's a zero equity bluff if he goes for it. And
Zero equity bluff, yeah.
Those are pretty tough when you get check raised.
Where are you sitting? Leave the restaurant.
Randy
3 coin
takes the
does.
gentleman route. Yeah, he shows it.
Show it, yeah. Why not? Running hot, man. He's just always got it.
Good fold.
Let me get your knit button as well there.
David Valley saying it just popped up, so it's just something that he just noticed.
I'm gonna tell you what,
Okay,
I'm
yeah,
gonna put 50 in the
interesting.
pot.
I think I prefer not the little man symbol next to everybody's name, but
I do show my
you know.
hand. That's all right. I'll leave 50 in the pot.
Yeah, there's not enough room in that little space for a little,
I will
like
show
a
my hair because I was being
icon or a little emoji or anything.
So I know that on the previous graphics iteration that you could put like a thumbnail or something, right? You could put like a little picture of yourself on there. Certainly here in Austin with the graphics package that we were running, people would do that. They'd have a little avatar or something, maybe just a picture of themselves that you could have next to your name. So perhaps it's a placeholder for that, but definitely a little bit interesting.
I gotta ask that.
Yep, 250. Thank you, my man. I appreciate that. Yes, sir. 250 is the bet. Call 250 full.
I mentioned, of course, Randy showing that last hand. Of course, he had to show it to get his knit button to go away there, but we've had players in the past forget about it.
And call. Yeah, please bet.
Oh, good point. Good point. Yeah, I'd already forgotten about the knit game there. I was too absorbed with the little symbol.
Check.
All right. Checking through to a turn 5 of hearts. That's going to give Ice a pair and the best hand now.
I see it. Thanks for telling us, guys. That makes sense now. The little icon is for the stand-up game, or as this one's being played, it's the knit button game. So if they don't have a little person next to their name, that means they've gotten rid of their knit button. Cool.
That makes so much sense.
We got outsmarted, Aaron. These guys are ahead of us.
Yeah, so my brain definitely didn't put it together because it hasn't been the stand-up game for such a long time that it's a standing person.
Right.
But, I mean, I like it. Yeah, actually, so before it just used to be like a little dot, right?
Right.
Okay, no, that makes a lot of sense. Well, thank you, Guns and Garage Gear, for pointing that out. You are
Bet 1100.
ahead of me.
You should try to get into, but it's going to be almost like impossible.
As the river is the biggest brick of all time, the deuce of diamonds on this board.
I think Ryan and Helmuth and some of those people have an online game, and the swings in that are like crazy. But it's just like a bunch of like.
Now, this would be the hero of hero calls.
What stake do you normally play? What stakes is it?
I think it's like.
Yeah, this is interesting, right? Like Ram checks flop,
Yeah.
calls turn, and is now blasting a big raise in here when like the biggest brick ever peels off. Ice here just so far down at the bottom of his range that it's just really tough to even consider making the call, but with 2 draws missing on the flush end, and then also plenty of 6x hands that have missed as well.
Oh, I forgot we played this
I
game.
mean,
Oh,
yeah, that is that's a spot that could be overbluffed for sure. And Ram not even doing it with any of those hands, right? He's just got ace jack and he's going for it. So
Can I get a Nature Valley peanut butter?
Aaron, help me out with this one. Player WTSD.
Thank you.
went to showdown.
Went to
so,
showdown. Okay.
Yeah, usually just going to be a statistic that gives a relative concept of how aggressive players are playing, right? Because if you're just winning a bunch of pots at showdown, then you're generally playing relatively passively, and if you're winning a lot of them without showdown, then you're kind of pushing people around. But a lot of that is just going to be up to the variance of the cards and how the hands play out, not necessarily the player's style.
Right. Yeah, both AJ and Benji were at 0%, but we've both seen they just haven't been in a lot of hands, haven't had a lot of big premiums or hands they've played, so that could change.
Pre-COVID, he was just like
that poker go.
Speaking of, they're both going to get in a hand together.
This is how. Oh, 150. This is the only way that's possible.
That's the thing, you just gotta network and then find like these like really fun games and then somehow be allowed to play in them.
Somehow.
JD spikes a deuce.
Check. That's another, that's the other side to it.
Are you ever around? Check. We're playing at my house.
On the weekends? When I'm in Dallas, I'm around on the weekends.
Gut shot for Benham does give him a little bit of something to continue with. He will make the call.
When you went to the Lakers game, right?
Benji and AJ here on Super Dust. They're out of the way.
I'll make sure he reaches out.
3 of clubs changes nothing here. JD still way out in front.
Cashman and I are cool. I like that guy.
Yeah, I do too.
He's a good kid.
I don't want to get value from any 9x and 10 jack.
Hey, if he's inviting you, he's inviting me.
Of that nature. And JD will show the deuces, release the nip button, and his little man will go away.
It's always like Harvey was there, Jay was there.
All the TCH.
Yeah,
Okay.
Georgie,
Oh, okay.
Hollow. We had a good table. Kyle.
Oh, okay. Oh, what do you
with
play?
a dollar chip or no?
We were playing
Alright, let me see if I have a dollar.
4,000 max. And I think it's 2.5 or 5.10, 5.10.
Okay.
Maybe 10.25. Honestly,
All right, here we go. Hand number 19.
Wasn't crazy.
3 coin
Okay,
and
yeah.
JD here sitting on the biggest stacks up over 14K. Benham on the shortest stack, 3,500. Still a nice chunk of change and plenty
I mean, 40 to 90.
of big blinds. $50 straddle is on.
We actually have that for 2 takes.
Raise 200. Fold. Fold. That was over. Fold.
So a little bit of technical difficulty for Eric here, so I'm going to fly this thing solo until we get him reconnected. We've got monotone flop here, ace 8-4. Ram here working with the red deuces, does have the butt flush draw. GTO Lizard here with bottom pair and the best hand. He's going to go ahead and bet out 2 1/4. Quick call here from Ram, another ace on the turn. See if GTO Lizard goes for another small bet just to try to control the tempo. Does look like that's the plan. A little bit over half pot, so a little bit on the larger side. Going to charge any of Ram's heart holdings.
That's the last 3 days coming up. Dealers are so forward.
That want to see a river, and Ram does indeed take one off. It's a 3 of clubs here on the end.
Do you have a football team?
Aces and fours will be the best hand, and GTO Lizard will take his showdown with the check back.
Patrick Mahomes is from East Texas and played sports with my son.
Back on. Thanks for taking the reins there, Mr. Aaron.
Oh, absolutely. Welcome back.
Didn't miss anything too crazy?
Nothing too crazy, just Ram trying to put the deuces back to work and not finding a set or a flush on this one. So
Yeah, I didn't know what
GTO Lizard getting one done.
until I watched the quarterback thing, and I was just like, he started talking, I was like, I looked at him, like, what
Yeah,
the?
it's kind of interesting.
Look at the VPIPs here. JD 3-coin all up over 50%.
Like that his entire life?
Wolfgang holding down the low end of the VPIPs at 18%. Of course, only on hand number 20, so still a ways to go to have meaningful statistics, but JD and 3-coin, Ram definitely getting in there and mixing it up.
And I don't know either one of them very well through my kids.
Benham's just been here for a handful
He
of
started
hands.
talking, I was like, I wonder if like all the
this is
years
low
of
for now.
like yelling at football, maybe he just like made his voice sound like that. No, he just always sound like that.
It's East Texas,
Raised to 150.
but everything I know about it, his mom still has a regular job, and she's a very good, it's a good family.
Poker Monkey here making a call back to the Sippy Cup situation. Yeah, that is definitely not something that we want to have happen. As long as no one sets their drink down on the felt and leaves it in a sort of precarious situation. Hopefully we won't have a reenactment of
I was
that.
thinking, I was like, I guess I have it, and like,
That quarterback deal is really cool.
yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
I'm not
I've
only.
not watched all of it. I think
Wolfgang goes for the squeeze with the ace-10, gets it through as ace-jack was in the mix, but opts not to
Yeah, then you
continue.
can go for it.
I don't know. You scare me, Reggie. You're a loose cannon.
I don't think I've mentioned or thrown a shout out to Travis, our dealer here in the box. Travis is one of the guys that's been here since we opened, and really great guy, great dealer. He's done tournament directing, he's worked the floor,
It's also a feature of like the
but
best
he's
show
really
ever created
passionate
for
about
poker,
dealing.
where it was
That's
the
what
one
he's
where they
doing
had
now,
the
I
loose
think
cannon,
full time.
where it was
But
like
great to
7
see him in the
pros,
box
and then
here.
they had one amateur guy.
Folded aces,
Yeah, nothing but fantastic dealers at all the TCH locations that I have played at. Certainly there in Dallas and Las Colinas is no exception. Travis certainly knows how to sling the cards, as do
So he really
his
wanted
peers.
to 70K, and he looks down at aces, and because he doesn't want to get into like, even if he gets against 10s, he's 80-20, you know, so he just
Trip,
folded
that's another
aces
reason to come out and
250
check us out. We have professional dealers that have come and moved to Dallas from casinos and card rooms all across the country. So we've got some of the best of the business dealing at all these TCH locations in Austin, Houston, down in the Rio Grande Valley, and then here in Dallas as well. Aaron can definitely attest to that.
Loose cannon one?
Yeah, for sure. After this hand, I'll go ahead and pull up a flyer here for some of the tournaments that we're about to have coming up around the state of Texas as well. Just had the Poker Atlas Tour finish up here just last weekend. And yeah, heck of a turnout for that. Fantastic tournaments for just about 3 weeks. And yeah, it was a great time. What do we got here? We got open at 250. Ram calls in between, and GTO Lizard goes for a small raise to 750.
We should do it in this game.
Ram goes for the call.
Oh, you should
Let him
do
keep
it
the
for
profit.
me to play on Hustler.
And is going to play this one out of position. Flops a bottom pair. It's no good against the top pair jack kicker for Lizard.
Lindsay's very good at asking for stuff for himself. Huh? He's like, hey, I come to your game. You should free roll me. You should just like,
That's all. I'm
You're
just
inviting
asking
somebody else,
for
but I'll
two
come
things
too. You know,
only.
I'll come too. Yeah. Shameless. Shameless bit. 550. Squeaky wheel
You
gets
miss
the oil.
100% of the shots you don't take.
GTO Lizard continues here, bet a 550. About quarter pot, and Ram here with the backdoor diamond's going to go ahead and peel one off. Toward pairing 10. Not a good card for GTO Lizard. It'd be interesting to see Ram lead here some of the time.
I say, hey, you're free roll somebody, free roll me.
I think if it's a 10 of diamonds, Ram just might well lead at it, but
I do
let's
not
decide
take
to
a
check.
rake. I do not take a rake. It's a private game.
That's good.
Legal.
Did you charge for a seat time, like $10 an hour?
Do not. Free food, free cocktails.
Oh man, that's
GTO Lizard, jack of clubs in hand, goes for the check back, and it's a 6 on the end. Ram gets there, fills up, 6 is full.
and I wish they had mojitos here.
Front door clubs miss as well. Of course, GTO Lizard does have the jack of clubs, which is going to remove
Then I'd have to like
a
bring
number
all,
of the combos that one might expect to actually get to this stage of the
Yeah,
hand.
I
But
mean that would be better than nothing, but it's nowhere near
first
a real
see
one.
what size Ram decides to go
before.
for.
We had to,
31.
you can like pre-mix both the old-fashioned though, but like,
Big sizing once again.
Actually, old fashions are like one drink I don't like.
If you tip
I know, but I'm just saying you can.
if you tip them enough, I bet you they
A small
shake something
overbet
up
here,
for
and
you.
GTO
Like,
Lizard now
pre-mix
has to
kind of
decide
with
if his
alcohol.
hand is a good enough
Yeah.
bluff catcher
He wants them to fucking
to take this one
I
down.
want authentic, you know.
Ram has had a couple of hands where he's
You bring all the stuff to make a mojito.
gone for the
show
bluff.
them.
Not clear if that's
Yeah, if I
information
bring all
that
5
Lizard has, though.
Yeah, of course.
You don't have to do all the tipping anyways if everyone gets
That's what
one.
I'm saying, we
Then
did that
everyone throws on like a 5 or a 10 and there you go.
Oh, so I gotta
It's a
bring
gross spot to
enough
be in,
You
that's
bring
for
all the
sure.
shit, yeah.
Wow.
We literally did this with old-fashioned.
Yeah, I mean, you lose to all the value.
What you give, you'll get back.
You
One of the waitresses was used to be behind the bar. She's like, oh, yeah, I
beat
got
all
this.
of the
Yeah,
missed
yeah.
straight and flush draws, and then
If I had
Yeah.
bottomless,
Like, beat
mojitos,
the
I'd
weaker
take 4 or
aces.
5.
yeah, but they
Mention
like
that
a
when you
weak
bring it,
ace
then you gotta tip them
is
$5 for
only
everything
doing
to
this as a
press
bluff,
them too.
right? And it would have to be
Right.
something
You
just
pay
like
for that alcohol, but then they also, you know, so it's
pretty
fine.
dusty,
Guys that
ace
bring like
5,
a
something like
12
that, right?
pack
And
of,
below.
Cheaper than having
and they end up
4 or 5
tipping
mojitos,
$60
you know, at a bar.
Yeah.
So,
Love My Poker asking in the chat, says, is he bluffing enough? And yeah, that's absolutely a good question, especially given the over pot size bet.
I guess it's a little cheaper at the other place, but not the other place probably.
Yeah. Remember when the new room first opened? and we were
GTO
playing
Lizard
street
does
here
give
at
him
like a
credit
book
for
shop?
enough bluffs.
It's amazing.
Makes
They
the
got both
call.
rooms back.
31.
Takes another big hit here.
The poker atlas tour.
Yeah, I think it's just also just like a matter
Giving
of time.
Ram a
Like,
little bit of
everybody
that
wanted to play the new
money
place,
back
and
that he
just-
took from him early on.
There's always going to equalize. People are going to play like what's closest, most convenient, like has the games they want, you know.
Love My Poker
I know they
continues
want the
with,
new room to be like
would
all,
he
like, small
shove
games,
more
big games over
bluffs?
here, and obviously that didn't work.
I mean, the
Now
shove
it's
is
all
certainly well within the
There's a
range
lot
of
big games over there, obviously.
options, right? I mean, that would be,
Well, it's like the
instead of
smaller
just a
games are
slight
like
overbet, that'd be
over here.
1.5x pot, which I think is probably a better
They
size,
don't have to
all
wait,
things
you know?
considered,
They'll play like 1, 2, or 2.
um,
2 5s.
just to get maximum
We used to
fold
like
equity.
55 at the other place.
When you're
always have-
bluffing
they have,
and,
5,
you know,
10 now.
sort of charged,
That's
put those aces in a real bad spot, especially, I mean, imagine he's got ace queen and you shove for 1.5x pot, right? Like, you're just so far up in range, but it feels so gross to call. So yeah, I definitely think the shove is a very valid size. Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a look at big tournaments coming up here.
I guess I can't always pick up 9-6 suited.
Here at the end of the month, here in September at TCH Dallas, we've got the even bigger one with 8 starting flights, 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. each day between 27th of September all the way to October 1st. 250K guaranteed prize pool. You can see all the information right there and at TexasCardHouse.com.
Yeah, pretty cool tournaments, pretty cool addition to the normal Saturday tournaments. We started out with 20K guarantees, we moved up to 50K guarantees, and now we're doing the even bigger one. It's a 250K guarantee. With that small buy-in, getting a really good value there. I think the last one was $40,000 or $50,000 up top, maybe. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, on a $300 buy-in, that is a nice ROI.
Absolutely right. All right, Ice and Venom here, 2 players with the knit button. Going heads up to a flop, Queen 7-7. Both players with 2 pair. Ice's Jack is kicking, both on the flop and still on the turn.
Can you post me?
Bet 400.
What's it?
Can you post
Yeah.
me? Yeah.
Yeah, both players playing with the knit button, definitely not going to give each other credit for always having a strong hand. 9 of diamonds improves Venom's kicker a little bit, but not enough. Ice going to take this one down if and when we get to showdown.
Do you have like a straight on the floor?
Backdoor diamonds did come in, so perhaps
Two clubs and there's
a
one
little bit of a scare here as Ice does indeed check it over.
Here comes live
So
stream.
Venom, stack to pot ratio at about 2. And Venom is going to hammer this.
No, yeah, that's
Throws 1,000 out there.
how do you get king with a diamond? Like,
3/4 pot, and I'm not exactly sure if he's trying to get called by a worse hand or bluff out a stronger hand. I'm not exactly sure about that size, but Ice is like, nah, bro, we got nip buttons, man. I call.
Nah, bro.
down to 3.
I think that's exactly what he was saying in his
I
head.
could see it, right? He looks like a nah, bro kind of guy.
I don't know what I should do.
I don't know if you saw in the chat a second ago, you know, Randy's got the hat sideways. He's kind of sitting sideways. Somebody's like, it looks like he's sipping on lean tonight. I don't think Randy's sipping on anything crazy. I think he's just a cool cat, but he's definitely got that lean.
Randy never told me to post him.
He's still posted on
Yeah,
stream.
got some style, that's for
rules.
sure.
Yep. So just put it on the 25. Bang.
Are you putting 50? 100.
All right, we got 25, 50.
So some pretty tough sledding here for GTO Lizard so far tonight. Definitely taking the worst of it. Already rebought for an extra 5K, and that has dwindled now. I think he's down around or under the 2K mark at this point.
Raise to 250.
Gonna try to spin that back up, but first we're gonna have a battle between JD and Venom at the very least. Benji here putting the $100 straddle on and waking up with Ace Jack O. Facing a raise and a call in between.
And call 250. We have 3 clicks.
Is just going to complete relatively early position open here from JD, so perhaps not interested in raising and getting 4-bet.
Check. All in. Players all in.
Wow.
2x pot jam here from Venom with the gut shot overcard and backdoor hearts, and JD is like, well,
Be like the worst call I ever made, man. I wanna
that's
gamble with
kind of
you,
weird.
He says, I want to gamble with you, man.
13, 14.
I wonder if that's something that Alvin, the poker coach, taught him there.
I had ace
I
jack.
had king jack.
Yeah, I had ace jack over here.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought it was gonna
he
be
gets to
something
pick
just
up
like
the
that,
800
but
in the middle. He gets rid of his knit button and
You've been so mad. You've been so
potentially
mad.
saves himself a lot of money from the knit game. Not exactly sure what they're paying out. Might just be 100 a player, might be 200.
And I'm looking on the table. I don't see the little men, but I see the 2 buttons still in front of AJ and Benji in the 1 seat and the 9 seat.
Like a lot of bullshit. Any
Yeah,
pair?
it is
No,
down to
any
just
pair?
those 2 players. So the next one between 1 and 9 that wins
I need you to have,
is
like, 8
going
high notes
to
off.
relieve themselves of the burden
Then I'm in.
and stick their friend
You do any
with the
pairs,
tab.
flush trouble, fuck.
AJ here had an option to straddle up front, which I think is always a good idea given the arrangement of the players there, but didn't decide to go for it. Does have to fold first to act, and that'll give Benji a shot uncontested at getting rid of his knit button. Ram here will raise it up from the cutoff at the Ace Jack O. Coin, 3 coin will make the call, and Benji here, very easy call.
5,000, that's correct.
We'll go 3 players to a flop.
Seat 9 calls for 200 with 3 ways to flop.
Top pair here for Benji. Things looking very good for him to get out of the knit game. 3 coin though, gonna take a stab at this with his gut shot. Backdoor diamonds.
Heads up, actually.
Benji calls coin. 3 coin is drawn pretty thin here. Hasn't stopped him previously. This time is no exception. Another bet incoming.
Bet 350. Yeah, by the way, it still doesn't show up in tablet.
Relatively small bet here.
Call 350.
Benji will make the call, and it's another king, no diamond here on the end to scare things. See if 3 coin loads up another barrel.
Check.
Yeah,
Yes.
He does not.
Did I ruin your shot?
no, it's great. Let me get a closer up of you doing that.
One of the guys is commenting on Benji's attire. You'll notice with poker players, you know, some guys wear the same type of outfit every night, and you got guys like Randy who are just all about style and you know, changing up their appearance. Some guys even wear costumes on these streams when they play sometimes. So we had Kyle Z. I know you're familiar with Aaron. Kyle Z that plays on the stream or used to play quite a bit on the stream. Same outfit all the time, you know. It's just kind of his thing, you know.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Benji here does decide to go for it. Bets right around half his stack for a little over pot. Excuse me, a little under pot.
I had it.
He's like, I had it.
Very nice hand.
Benji does indeed show it.
I had a feeling he was going to say it. Randy said, or 3 coin said, I didn't. Like, he said, I had it. He said, I didn't.
All right, 100 ahead is the Nick Game payout. Nice little $900 swing there between winning and losing. So AJ gonna take the damage on that one.
We'll see how often they do that. They usually do that, what, 2 or 3 times a night there, the knit button game.
Man, sometimes as soon as they're done playing around, they instantly load it back up. But
Right back
I would
into it,
say
yeah.
it's a little bit more common to see that at the quarter 50 stake rather than at this one. But I don't know. We'll see.
You'll see down there in the chip stacks, we've got chip stacks ranging all the way from 4,500 all the way up to 14,000, but we've got several people over 10,000, so we could definitely see some 20K, 30K pots.
Just good luck to you, right?
Yeah.
I know that's what Aaron and I are rooting for, some big pots.
Yeah, there's certainly no shortage of action already. GTO Lizard here back in the saddle after adding on up to 6,600.
What do you do with those pictures?
Does make the call on this one, and we're gonna go 4 players to a flop. A bunch of suits represented here.
Whenever I play on this, I usually make a video.
One of the Sargento packs, and then do you have like some peanut butter crackers or something? Yeah, that'd be great. Cashews if you have it.
Graham here flopping flush draw and a gutter. Top pair here for 3 coins. Looks like we've got a little bit of an error in the action tracking, so we'll get that caught up here in just a moment, as 3 coin, of course, did not fold his king.
Congratulations, man.
Thanks. Very special day.
Yeah.
Just special, you think you show up on time, you know?
What?
Yeah, you can't show up on
You think you would show up on
Ace-9 of
time.
clubs
It
was
special.
folded, and it looks like he would have
Oh yeah, I wasn't pretty
turned
much on time. I was
another
like,
big flush draw. I don't know what the river
Oh,
was.
showing up fast.
Brick.
Get here at like 5:15, 5:30.
That's what I was trying to do, but
I got here at 5:15 and there was nobody.
Yeah, so apologies, that
Like,
hand kind of
That's kind of my thing.
went by a little bit quickly. We didn't have the action all on the screen there for you, but yeah, it's a king on the turn, and a lonely little pair of 2s there at the end with the 3 deuce of diamonds. So 3 coin going to take that one down with the top trips.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Usually you win the hand immediately after the game, and then you're like, okay, and then we play it, and then you don't get it. That's typically how it goes.
If anybody's new to the stream and wondering how we're seeing the cards, the old school way of the cameras are no longer in effect. We've got RFID cards that go on top of those little circles you see out there. Those are scanners. Players scan their cards every hand, and That's how we are notified what their cards are.
Travis, I'm gonna try to win this.
Pretty cool technology.
Unlike the rest of them.
150.
I'm gonna really try hard on this one.
I appreciate you, boss.
Yes, sir.
All right, call him the 150.
Wolfgang raising this $50 straddle is on, so 150 to go with the ace-10 of clubs. 3-coin wants to play his button with the 10-9-0, and AJ will come in from the first straddle. JD opts not to close the action with the 9-8-0. Just lets it go. 3 players to a flop. 6-4 deuce 2 tone. Wolfgang here with the betting lead and best hand.
About 125. Fold.
3 coins sticking around here. Oh, actually, it's a check from Wolfgang. I apologize. Check
Right,
from
yeah, he's
Wolfgang
leading
to
out there.
induce.
Check. Check. Check.
Check, check, turn, and now 3-coin here with the worst hand he's pretty much ever going to have. That doesn't block the straights or anything like that. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and bluff it. Those 350 is the bet. To about 800, so under half pot. Pretty small bet.
Very much so, yeah.
Definitely could be just like a 6, right? 6-7, ace-6, something like that. They could be betting here. Maybe even the random ace-5 or so of the world, but Wolfgang is going to look him up with the ace high.
He's going to show 9-10.
Nice call.
The right price to look him up, yeah. Good call there, I like that. These guys are playing so deep.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough to think of Randy going for a bet there, even with ace-6. Just because it's a one-liner to a straight out there, and it's like, what can really call you? But if you do go for those super small sizes, you can potentially still get paid off. So, yeah, definitely could have been some pairs in that betting range. But Wolfgang correctly sniffs it out as a bluff.
See, 3 coins changed his hat attire here.
Raise to 150.
And he's got swag, dude.
He does, man. I hope I'm that cool when I'm that age, because I know I'm not that cool now.
Well, it's something to aspire to, you know?
Right?
Top pair here for GTO Lizard. Whole lot of not much here for his opponents.
Where are you traveling to, JD?
Huh?
You said you were traveling the next 2 weeks?
No. Well, I had to go to LA for work for a couple days.
3-coin though does have
That just happened.
an overcard and
if I'm
backdoor
probably
Broadway
I'll be going to
opportunities,
car,
I suppose. So
So my
does go
well,
ahead
I
and
started
peel
going
one
for
off for the
but
small
I might
size.
Show for the end of it, we might just extend the trip. So, but
You should go to a Colorado Buffalo game and see, what's his name, Sanders? The coach?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What's his
Yeah.
Deion Sanders?
Deion Sanders, yeah.
Yeah, Deion. Thanks a lot.
It's going to be a good game this week, too, because it's Colorado State.
Oh, that's going to be great. Well, I don't know if I'll be there, but
Check, check, turn.
If I would go,
6
I'd
of
probably
clubs
fly
on the
Saturday.
end, and GTO Lizard is going to try to
did you
get
play any poker in LA
a
when you were
bet
there?
out of 3-coin by
No, I didn't.
giving him the opportunity
I
to
was
bluff
real busy with
the
work.
end,
I was
but
only in there for
3-coin
3
happy to
days,
check
and
it down.
I mean, I could have gone in the evenings probably, but like, I didn't have time to play stream or anything.
I was thinking of the hand before that where Wolfgang made that big ace high call there. Do you have an amount that you remember? What's the biggest high card that you've ever called off and won from somebody?
Yeah. And him and his like
I
guess were like out to dinner. They're sitting right next to me at the bar, and like, I don't know. They started.
I mean,
the bartender about
you know, it's
casinos and
always
stuff, so, like, I was like, oh.
very dependent on the way that the hand has played out.
So yeah, we just like.
So I've definitely called with, I think,
Had some drinks. It was a good time.
10 high and 1. Maybe it was jack high, right? Just given the way that the hand played out.
They had a
But
crazy sunset, I think, yesterday.
no, I think, you know, obviously ace high call downs are going to be the most frequent sort of hero calls with just high card. And most of the time that I've gone for the king high hero calls, I have been shown someone turning their ace high into a bluff, and I've lost to the bluff. And that has been pretty annoying. So
you
now actually whenever whenever someone bluffs me now and I have king high, I'm like, remember to raise, don't just call. You know, I'm like, if I think they're up to no good, I'm going to raise you just to get rid of all those dusty ace highs.
It's like you want to give yourself that pat on the back. Like, I knew he was bluffing. Like, I had that part right.
Exactly. And I've had that happen enough times now to where I actually have a little bit of pain there that I can harken back to remind myself that, you know, it's time to hit him with the small raise and see what happens.
Nice turn card there for Wolfgang with the straight, with the backdoor straight flush draw. Shows the 7 of spades.
Straight flush draw. Thanks. It was coming. Jack of spades. Jackpot.
Pseudonym says 354 watching. Hop on over and tickle that like button. Yeah, absolutely. Would appreciate that so much if you guys haven't had an opportunity yet to tickle, smash, roundhouse kick, or in any other way click the like button. We would, of course, appreciate that and help us get this program out to more viewers out there in the YouTubes.
50 to play. 50 to play.
Holds to ice here with the jack-8 suited in the hijack. And he's going to limp it. Benji next to act with a suited connector. Will punish the limper.
Raise to 250. Hold.
JD going to be happy he got out of this one with those 2 red 6s. Doesn't want to light the 250 on fire and does avoid that scenario as Ram here is going to raise this up. Nice chunky squeeze size to 1.2K. Benji with a really nice playable hand. He's in position, but my goodness, this is a large portion of his remaining stack, and if he does call, stack to pot ratio will be about 1.5, perhaps not even that high.
Yep.
And he will pretty much be committed if he makes a pair or any sort of substantial draw. So definitely have to decide now if he is willing to play for all of it with the 10-9. He does make the call, and here we go, 25-65 in the middle.
Second one, can you take one from there, like a third person view? It's that start stop button.
Wow, and ice folded the jack-8 spades there.
Yeah, I mean, certainly no way you get in there after limping for 50 and see it come back to you at 1200, but definitely not the flop that you wanted to see out there after folding Nate. Ram here will continue for a small size, applying maximum pressure to Benji, who is sitting on a gut shot, no backdoor clubs. Benji here is going to make the call. Stack to pot ratio now under 1. And I'm quite certain that Benji did not make this call in order to just check the turn if checked to. So let's see if Ram bets again or if he does slow it down with a check.
I'm already thinking about the action. Had ice still been in the hand, we've got the nut flush draw, we've got a gutter ball, and we got somebody that would have had trips. And if he hits his jack, Benji's dead. So yeah, what a hand. Look at Rom going for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think when he picks up the diamond equity on the turn, he really needs to go for it. Like, he may just have the best hand every once in a while, which he does here. But, you know, it's far better to apply the pressure with an all-in there than to go for a check call if he were willing to play for all the chips. So it just makes all the sense in the world for Ram to put the chips in there. And yeah, Benji has to head for the exit.
Yeah, he can't be putting Benji on much more strong hand there. With just the flat pre and the flat there on the flop.
Wow.
Good hand for Ryan there.
50 to play.
Right, GTO Lizard going to wake up with queens in the straddle when it gets back to him, but first up it's coin, 3 coin with the jiggities, and he's just going to limp it. Could have a spicy one a brewing. Ice limps in there as well.
I see this here. I just want to check.
Oh, check. It is on you. 25 to call? It is.
Wolfgang tries to complete for the 25, but he's going to get raised up. 350 to go from GTO Lizard. And rather than spring a back raise trap here, 3 coin is just going to call and invite the rest of the players along for the ride. Ice is in there. Wolfgang is like, I mean,
why not?
What?
Oh, wow. Good discipline.
Like
they're all saying it too. Wow. We can't believe he folded.
Next time I'm going to make it 50-50.
And he's patting himself on the back. Good fold.
Yeah, 8-6 off doesn't connect with very many boards, that's for sure.
Doesn't flop real well either, yeah.
One of the worst flops that GTO Lizard could see. However, he does have the backdoor diamonds working. At least there's that for him. But both an ace and a king come out. He does still fire out a continuation bet of 300. But ice with the 7-6 of diamonds not going to be going anywhere. And for this small size, let's see how ice opts to play it. Just as a call. Here we go. Heads up now to the turn, 3 of spades.
Brings in a couple more outs there.
Check.
Yeah, any 4, any diamond here for ice, and now check to him. 1700 in the middle. Juicy spot to go ahead and take this down with 7 high.
Yeah, he looked over at him when he checked, like, what's he doing here?
1025.
Yeah, spot you hate to be in.
Yeah, ice going to be very happy to just take that one down right now. And yeah, GTO Lizard here, who has already taken quite a few beats here this evening, thought that he was waking up with a good hand and a great spot to pick up some chips, and then just had it kind of go upside down on him once more.
We got the 50 and the 100 on.
Gamble, gamble.
100 to play.
Oh, these are always such interesting spots. You wake up with a very playable but very marginal hand when there's a bunch of straddles on, and you're like, yay. Right. To open with ace-10 and then have a 3-bet and a 4-bet, and it's just money that disappears. But this time, it's just going to be a single call, and everybody else folds, so not so bad.
Check. Check.
Pair 10s here for Benji is the best hand. Quick check, check on the flop.
Check.
Another check here on the turn. Ben, I'm going to go ahead and probe just to try to pick this one up, get all that high card equity to fold. A little bit tough to actually see high cards that don't interact with the queen and the 10, though, that would be betting. So, yeah, perhaps not a ton of hands that the 6s are actually going to get to fold out.
Right. Nice hand there for Benji.
I mean, certainly there's just some like 8-7 suited stuff that didn't connect with that 8-7 hearts, whatever, but you're not really too worried about those hands, I think, anyways. There's such a small portion. But I mean, it makes some sense. You know, there's a couple of flush draws out there. You know, just try to clear out any of the equity that you can with a small bet.
We're on hand number 32 here. We've got 390 people watching on the YouTube stream. Again, go to our channel, TCH Live Poker on YouTube, and subscribe, like it. We've got 70 likes so far. I'd like to see that number get up in the hundreds, 150. With that many people watching, tell us what you think. 3-6-9 flop here, or pre-flop here. 3s, 6s, and 9s.
Yeah, pretty odd dynamic here. Open to 150, then a min click from out of position there by 3 coin. JD sort of squints at it a little bit, but it's like, you call? Everybody whiffs, and of course there's another ace and a king out there to scare everyone.
I was just seeing what.
And how about one more overcard?
Nobody loving this.
3 coin, though, I think doing the right thing here when checked to go ahead and put a small feeler bet out there, and yeah, he's going to get all of the better hands to fold.
Thank you very much.
Things definitely going correctly here for 3 coin tonight, up over 13K, and a big chunk of that is profit.
Yeah, right out the gate, it started off hot for him. He was up, what, 4 or 5K, Aaron, when the first 4 hands?
Yeah, it was. I think it was 4K in the first few hands. Yeah, feels good. We always like to get off on the right foot, you know. Just you've already got cheddar, and you know you can lose a pot or two, and you look down, and you still got a lot more chips than you started with. It feels good.
You sure did. Thank you. Full. It is 200.
I know normally for me, Aaron, in cash games, if I double up in literally the first 1 or 2 hands, if I just get lucky with a double up, it's probably not going to be a good next couple hours. I'm not a hit and run guy, so I'm here to play and have fun and play cards, but I just haven't had a lot of great luck if I get a quick double up when I sit down. So I prefer to have a slow win versus just right out the gate. But
interesting. Okay. It's funny how our psyche will hold on to these sorts of things, right? It's like I've doubled up before and then I lose it, and then some. You know, it's like and that
the
really
overthinking poker player, right?
Yeah, I'll tell you, man. You give me as many double ups to start a session as you can give
100%,
me,
100%. Yeah.
All right, Benham here with the first pocket king sighting, I think, of the evening.
Call 150. Full. Thank you.
Wolfgang just going to call with the 9s here, and now Benji from the straddle. Seeing the open and the call in between, going to go ahead and squeeze this up.
Total of 750. 750.
And Benji playing one of the shortest, if not the shortest stack here. No, Benham playing even shorter, and yeah, so these two players very capable of getting all the chips in the middle.
All in.
Benham here not taking much time before announcing all in. Certainly always good to you know, to act promptly, but I do think whenever you're 4-betting all in, that it makes a little bit of sense to tank it out a little, just in case, you know, if your opponents are paying attention, you want to let them know that it feels like you're a little bit uncomfortable before you do this, you know. Benham, of course, not uncomfortable at all.
Yeah,
At all.
Play, but Benji very much so.
Yeah, this is a hand that plays out on tables of all stakes. The big pair versus the ace queen, or even the ace king, and just looking to dodge the ace if you're Benham, but he's still comfortable getting all his chips in.
Yeah, and Benji here doing a little bit of math, right? He's got to put 2,700 into a pot that's going to go up to 7K. So I mean, he's getting a sort of decent price, right? Like if you give your opponent jacks and 10s and maybe even 9s some of the time, like maybe even 8s, right? Like if you can get it down that far into the paired range, then your hand isn't performing too poorly given the pot odds, but he is up against the kings and needs to improve in a big way.
And you heard him say, he said, I haven't played with you much, so he's hoping maybe you had a small pair, but going twice.
First board.
Pair of queens, gonna be second best on the first one. Benji needs to find an ace or find some other way to best the kings of Benham here on the second run out.
I was hoping you had jacks or 10s or something.
Ace queen.
What?
Ace queen.
Okay, so we're good now?
All right, here comes the second run out.
Ooh,
And there's
right out
a
of the gate.
king.
That's hard to beat.
Pretty dire straits here for Benji. Gonna need running Broadway cards.
Sweating it like the final table, you know, they're gonna run it out slow. Oh shit! Oh.
Ace is too late to the party, and that is gonna do it. Benji here gonna give a double up over to Benham.
3405.
Pocket deuces. Scoop you. Seven do scoop you too.
Nice hand there for Benham as he's gonna chip up to 7K.
Yeah, Benji definitely struggled with making that call, you know, and then after he saw the bad news, he said, you know, I thought, hoping you had 10s or jacks. It's a tough spot to be in when you got the ace queen.
No, it was not queen 10. I'll say that.
A nice
Yeah.
hand for Benham there.
Yeah, and it's tough. I mean, 2,700 into 7K, a little over 7K. You're definitely not getting the right odds if your opponent is playing a pretty linear range, pretty snug. There was another player in there as well pre-flop, so you know he's jamming into two players, so you know you got to give him a little bit of credit for a stronger hand. Probably not as many 8s, if ever any, ripping that in. So yeah, once you kind of snug up your opponent's jamming range, you're really just flipping with jacks, maybe some 10s, and then like dominated in a really bad way. Have, you know, 30% equity at best against the rest of your opponent's range, so not really getting the right price. But yeah, like you said, he's never played with them before, or hasn't really played with them much before, and yeah, just decided to YOLO it. Didn't work out that time.
We're in for another big hand, Aaron. Here we go.
Raise to 600. Fold.
Travis, I wanted to win it for you, but that's a little stout.
I will tell you, I'm notoriously bad at leaving it on the button. Like, it's just, like even during regular gameplay.
I can see that.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. Not very good at giving the button hands.
I understand.
Yeah, Ram here, who has
But I appreciate the effort, my friend. I think.
Been mostly on the downswing here tonight. Definitely going to look at this as an opportunity to get some chips. GTO Lizard here, of course, has been getting kicked around a little bit this evening and hoping to get some chips for himself. 5.7K the effective stack here. Ram going to need to choose a size that can keep his opponent's worst hands in and get value from those other hands that may continue that are behind. It's a raise to 2.2K here over the raise to 600. So
do you like that sizing there that Ram chose, the 2.2?
It's a little bit on the large size, so I don't hate it, but he could definitely go a little bit smaller. I know he's out of position, and it's not a full 4x raise, which is sort of what you would sort of think of as, you know, 3.5 to 4x as your standard out of position 4-bet sizings. But you really have to pay attention to stack size here, right? And GTO Lizard just doesn't have that many chips, so you know, GTO Lizard makes the call here, and the stack to pot ratio is already under 1. So it's just really kind of challenging to play the flop now, right? Like, is he just going to jam all in and, you know, just go for one street of value and allow his opponent to basically play perfectly? Which is the sort of the challenge of these SPR1 sort of spots when you're out of position. And that is what he's going to do. He's going to rip it in. And I don't think he has any other options. But had he gone a little bit smaller, it's possible that he could have gone for a small bet on the flop, tried to get a little bit, you know, eke a little bit more value out of something like an ace-king that just needs to see one more card for a small price. Certainly not going to price out 9s or 8s or something if you go small, whereas the jam, they may actually just be like, ooh, okay, I guess you just have it, or at the very, like, best case scenario, you still have 2 overs and side folds. So,
yeah,
you know, it's tough to navigate for sure.
Yeah, and as somebody who plays much lower stakes than what these guys are playing, I like seeing just the flat call there if you're going to play that ace-king and not jamming it, not getting married to the ace-king, and you can get away if you miss the flop. You've got, you know, an ace and a king, so you take away the opportunity for those guys to have aces and kings. And
Raised to 150.
I like the way he played. He didn't have to lose his whole stack there.
Yeah, definitely ace-king suited. Certainly going to be strong enough to shove all in. But yeah, I think ace-king off makes a lot of sense to just call and reevaluate things on the flop. Definitely gets to preserve that last 4K. And right back in the saddle. Ace-queen off this time.
Probably with like a little under 4.
I saw that exact same hand. A guy played out of the rack last night at a 1-2 game. He had the ace-king, got 4-bet, just flatted, missed the flop. He was first stacked and just ripped his whole stack in and got snapped off. You know, he missed his ace-king. And yeah, just the way he played out, he got married to his ace-king, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, saved himself a trip to the cage, you know.
Well, they actually ran it twice, Aaron, and a straight flush hit on the bottom board. So the guy got at least a quarter of his chips back.
Oh, okay. All right.
That was pretty gross. Yeah,
he lightened the load.
The queens hit the flush on the turn, and you know, the guy was basically drawn dead, and there was a straight flush on the river to give him at least a quarter of the pot back.
Wow.
Wild game we play.
Raised to 200.
All right, pocket 8s against the 9-10 here. Middle set for Benham. Hot off of a double up. Ram here, gut shot, backdoor hearts. In position. Definitely a couple of options at his disposal here. He's going to opt for the call. 6 of spades now on the turn, changes nothing.
Few extra outs for Ram now with the 7.
1100.
But nice sizing there. I think he's trying to charge him for those draws.
Yeah, unblocking the top pair probably going to be front and foremost in his mind as well, right? You love flopping bottom or middle set because it just gives so many more opportunities for your opponent to have some of those top pair or second pair holdings. He's going to fill up here on the end, eats full, and goes for what? Goes for all of it?
Goes for all of it, yeah. I guess he's just praying he's got a big queen, but I don't think Ram's playing that if he's got a big queen the way he did. But either way, takes down a 1.6K pot. That was interesting.
Yeah. I like his commitment, though, to just going after it. I would be curious to see if he would do that with missed hearts or something.
Right now,
maybe even a 9-10 of his own, right? Just bet, jam, all in.
See what happens in the
For like 2x pot jam, something like that. They're on the end.
Yeah, and against a player like Ram, I mean, do you ever check there and try to induce?
Oh, I think that's certainly a possibility. However, if you think that they have a queen, like a bluff-catching queen, you definitely need to bet rather than check, right? Because then they can just snap check back. You know, in their mind, it's like, oh, you've either got busted hearts and you're just like never calling anything, or you could check raise me if I reopen the pot. So like, I'm just going to check back all my queens, right? So you don't want them to be able to do that. But yeah, the 2x pot jam on the end is certainly a big play. I mean, he's super nutted, so it makes sense to polarize. But yeah, I don't know, just a fun hand for sure. Doesn't get paid though, of course. Ram there, not connecting in any way.
Actually, I haven't been playing like as much, but I've been kind of busy.
All right, so as we get hand number 39 all cooked up and ready for you guys, let's go ahead and pull up our page here for the Fall Classic coming down to Texas Card House in spring. So if you're in, around, or willing and able to go travel down to the Houston area, be sure to keep the October 4th through the 22nd dates on your calendar. Over $1.5 million in guarantees for the Fall Classic tournament. Again, happening down at the Spring Texas Card House location near Houston. All information can be found, of course, at texascardhouse.com. Be sure to check out the schedule when it comes out.
I don't know, I haven't been feeling too
probably a little bit later this
can't
month.
blame it.
Yeah, that's exciting. We were told that room is going from about 16 tables to 30 tables. So big growth down there in the Spring TCH location. It's right off I-45, just north of Houston.
I gotta retire it. Thanks for the gift, but
Just like all of the TCH locations, we're experiencing a lot of growth, and it's because the poker community is growing and the players that are coming in. So let's keep it up, keep this thing growing in Texas.
Since you started playing with that, like,
That would be pretty bad.
I love this from Alvin.
Obviously, at some point,
all of the people sort of chatting back and forth about the TCH Live loyalty points rules. It's got Alvin thinking that people are dying.
I'm not superstitious.
GG, Alvin.
Yeah, I've
nice
never done
guns,
this,
man.
I don't even know the whole points thing they're doing in the chat here, the gambling. I've never done it, so.
Oh, man, you got to get in on it.
Yeah, I never did, man.
Sweet action, bro.
I'm showing my
but
age.
it is
I'm not very tech savvy, I guess.
It's just a fun little side game, fun little mini game to keep our chatters entertained, and of course anybody that has not had an opportunity to participate in the fun, you accumulate TCH Live loyalty points just by participating in the chat, and then once you have 10 or more of them, you can gamble them to try to just play around.
The boy's the opposite. He doesn't like getting big chips. He wants the small ones.
I don't care about making change. I'll do that.
Do you ever get the feeling though, like beginning of the day, or like when you start playing, that you're either gonna run well or run bad or anything like that?
highly against it.
I don't ever get a feeling.
I feel pressure. You just pressure.
I don't know.
No pressure.
Well, I think maybe just before I even got here and so far today, it's
Dante here in the chat.
I
Hey,
don't
what's
have
up,
the best
man?
feeling today.
Math
So
checks out.
you probably want to play a lot of pots with me today because I'm probably not going to run
eBay
good.
wants you to try it. It's a bang.
It's hard to play a lot of pots with you.
grab one.
What?
It's hard to play a lot of pots with you.
Can I grab it depends when I'm getting these cards, yeah. But if I'm getting anything suited,
I'll take
it's
some.
pretty
Try
easy.
it. Try it. What is this?
If I'm getting anything suited, it's pretty easy.
Full fold.
When I'm getting Queen 6 offsuit, it's a little bit hard. It's going to be.
I played one and I'm happy.
Try to get me.
Alright, thank you.
Happy with the hand he plays?
Alright, the favorite gets out.
He's happy with the hand he plays, man. He played 2, I think.
Raise to
Yeah,
600.
2. You won both.
Some fun banter here between the players. We've got Wolfgang
shit,
here
yeah,
raising
almost
it up
got
with the ace
stacked
nine
earlier
of
today
diamonds.
with
He'll get this one through.
the king high flush and he had
Oh yeah. Or saved you.
That's what I'm saying is I just have a bad feeling today.
Oh, no, I lost one thing.
Well, you lost the minimum.
Yeah.
I was thinking about just flatting too, but I was like, I didn't have.
That's an interesting sentiment to share with your table mates. I'm not sure I would.
have this feeling.
Not sure I would share that.
10.
Right? Like if you've got some bad juju, like even if that's like true inside, you're like, oh man, feels like I'm gonna get waxed today.
Right.
Right? Like you share that with them, and they're like, he's already got the mindset of getting waxed. So then you like maybe you're in a spot where you're kind of on the line of like, well, do I just like go for the big YOLO bluff here, or do I just fold? And you're like, well, this guy's maybe a little squeamish today. Let's hit him with it. See what happens.
It's an animal instinct, you know. I mean, you go after the weak. If somebody's running bad, it's in your mind. You're like, this guy's running so bad. I'm gonna go after it. You know, it's just
Also, so because sometimes further away I can't see the cards.
Yeah, no, I'd happily take 4 through 6 favorite seats.
I love it. 5 seeds.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I guess on not when it's live stream, but when my game is not live stream, I always sit in C5.
You 5 seed.
Oh well, my case I do it literally every single time because it's my game, so I pick. Yeah, that's it.
How about a straight there on the flop and a nut
flush?
flush?
Draw cards just like here.
Ace high flush. Wow, what a flop.
Yeah, this is definitely pretty spicy. AJ here, of course, not going to love the fact that those are all spades out there, but gotta love the fact that he has a straight from the get-go. Wolfgang, check to him. He's going to bet on the button for 275.
Many sessions in a row. It feels like
AJ's just like, why can't I have the 8-7 of spades here?
You're getting all of it because you're always sitting in the same
I see what you were thinking. It's like it
Oh, speaking of,
well, this is going to save him
It is.
for sure. Yeah, Wolfgang going to hate that.
Yeah.
That card now. I mean, he still has the effective nuts. I mean, the 8 of spades, of course, definitely lurking around out there, but
no matter where you sit, but it's like whatever.
Now it's just like super hard to get value from anything.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to see a straight flush on the board here.
Yeah.
I mean, Wolfgang could just check this back, right? Like, either he's just like completely got it locked up, or his opponent has him dead to rights. This is a spot for sure where I would be very tempted to check it back if I'm Wolfgang. And then reevaluate on the river. Either if AJ bets into, you can think about what you want to do with it as far as raising, or if he goes for a big polarizing size or something, right? Like you could just decide to call. But give your opponent one more street and an opportunity to put some chips in there themselves. You know, you could definitely just have like 2 red aces there, right? And you're gonna like bet the flop and be like, oh, this kind of sucks, but like maybe I just win. You get called and that card peels off, like you're for sure checking, right? So, yeah, Alvin here in the chat definitely concurring with my thought process there.
And I do like that Wolfgang didn't show his hand there. I heard him talking just now. He said, yeah, I turned better, you know, like didn't show the guy that he had outflopped him by far.
$100 clip, George.
What's that? $100 PLO flip.
The 8 of spades, if we saw a river, would have been a really gross river because he would have the bigger straight flush there to the jack.
Making videos right when you started playing, or
We saw 6 o'clock. Oh, every 2 hours.
No.
If you need
It was probably like 6 to 12 months where I was just like.
I agree, Alvin.
Started playing. I noticed like I would play once a week,
we started at 5.
and then I was video editing.
6 hours.
But then I would go on the weekends and play like Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And then
It's
after
been a few weeks, Aaron, but I know I got to do the stream one of the nights that both Derek and you were out on vacation, and Alvin got to do the stream with me. Got to meet and talk to him.
I just combined them.
Oh,
Really
very
cool guy.
cool.
Yeah, tons of knowledge.
from Chicago, and then
You guys are looking for a poker coach. Alvin teaches poker. He's a good one out there. He coaches a lot of really good players.
Heck yeah. Yeah, and just really fun guy. Definitely have enjoyed hanging out with Alvin, and not so much playing against him, of course. He's a very knowledgeable opponent for sure. All right, looks like, yeah, we are here at the halfway point, so we're going to do a $100 PLO flip real quick, get somebody stacked up a quick 8 hundos, and then we'll continue back with a 2-card game. Taking a look there at the stacks, Wolfgang up over 15,000. Ram, JD, 3-coin all close behind. And GTO Lizard sitting on the shortest stack here, still Scott in the chat joining us, watching from beautiful Minnesota. Welcome to the stream.
Yes, they do.
and I was almost saying this was a flip. It's such a bad.
Yeah, oh yeah, one of our
I used to play a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Oh well, this
Alright.
is
From 8. I got a pair.
I got a taste of it myself.
8.
he's got all the 8s.
With that, we had a dealer change. This is Andre, another great dealer of ours.
Let's see some more spades out there. Hopefully I have a higher one.
Nice little bit of suspense as we wait for the turn card.
I got a gunner and ace.
Queen of clubs as
For the ace jack, if it's out there.
8.
Ooh, there's a 10.
You got boat outs.
He's got boat outs.
Wait, what's the best hand right now?
There's the jack 10, the king 10. I see a boat.
and full house.
Oh, King 10.
There we go.
King 10 it is.
Top 2, straight flush, turn to straight, river to boat.
I'm so bad at this.
I'm sure AJ appreciates that that win there after losing that last one, flopping a straight and being crushed.
Absolutely, and also paying out the knit game earlier, so this is all of that back. So he basically just got the knit game undone. Sort of
Right, they're
control
clapping for,
delete.
JD's clapping for him.
I thought I was for sure gonna be good.
I've seen on these streams, you know, when you guys are commentating, I'm watching these guys that 1 or 2 of these, it really can just turn their night and their luck around. So good for AJ. Maybe it'll get his night going the right direction.
Yeah, 1 second. We'll wait till Ben comes back from the bathroom.
So,
So funny.
Definitely been a fun stream so far, Aaron. This has been a good one. A lot of fun hands.
I never. I
Absolutely.
played fire like 4 times.
Yeah, and the players, you know, a lot of energy here at the table. Everybody chatting it up and
Every time I
having a
come
good
here,
time. Happy to get those
And
straddles
he said
out
that
there
he said that
and
he
play
was
the knit game. So
dominating.
yeah, good energy.
I don't know.
And you can hear in the background, we've got a pretty full room. There's a $100 bounty chip tournament going on right now. There's cash games going on. Obviously, we got this big game on the stream, but a lot of action here at TCH Dallas
Wait for Ben to
tonight.
come back from the bathroom. So when he comes back,
yeah.
we'll start. Probably next
Yeah, if you're home and bored, come play some cards, and you can still watch the stream on your phone.
So win the hand, you gotta play the hand, Benji.
raised 150.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
That has been going well for me so far. But
Hey, don't give up.
oh yeah, definitely not good.
Never back down.
Wolfgang throwing the cliches out there.
Don't get fed.
Don't give up, never back down.
Holding cards don't win chips.
Yeah, exactly. Make that a hat.
Open mouth.
Cameron, welcome to the chat from the UK.
Instagram
Thanks for joining us.
That's okay. I'm gonna use that.
Ram getting a little bit out of line, opening the 10-3 of hearts. A couple of callers in between, and AJ punishes the limpers with a big squeeze up to 800. Wouldn't have even hated a little bit larger size, but so far getting the job done. And yeah, once it gets back over to ice, he can't continue, and AJ going to take down all this dead money.
That game starts next hand. This one doesn't count. But now look at you.
He won the
Look at
first
you.
hand.
First hand of the day.
Two in a row.
JD with some encouragement.
It's like it's like they're celebrating him, but he's kind of needling him at the same time.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Well, because the Nick game's going to start as soon as Benham gets back, so he's like, haha, you just won your hand.
Yeah.
You need to break, now's the time.
This turtle needs to get back in his shell. When I'm betting again, y'all better take notes.
Randy throwing a little bit of shade out there.
I'm proud of you. Yeah.
Let's see how long that lasts. Trying some new and different stuff, Sarvik.
Yeah, I feel like I always want to know a little bit more about Randy. You can tell he's got a strong Southern accent, so he's definitely, if not a Texan, he's from the South somewhere. And sometimes us Southerners aren't known to have as good of swag and style as he's got. He's a unique man.
The long-lost cousin of 2 Chains.
AJ here, back-to-back hands. He's going to wake up with the ace-king and limp it. Limpin' is pimpin', I guess, hoping that JD would go ahead and attack that. He's not at all punished by this flop, as he just
not at all. Just
smashes
with the board.
Top. We do check all the way through, but yeah, literally no possibility for improvement out of JD in 3 coins. So that's going to be the end of that.
Yeah, 4 watch is expensive.
AJ is on a heater.
3 in a row.
3 in a row.
3 coins got beat 3 times in a row.
But he just used it up before we're starting.
I know.
I don't have whites. I don't have whites available.
Attaboy, AJ. Tip your dealers, everybody. Working hard in there. Andre is a great dealer here.
Is this correct or here?
It's over.
It's over.
You got a bunch.
Oh, sorry.
And Aaron, I love being at a table where people are having a good time, having fun, and guys are winning big pots, and gals are winning big pots, and seeing people just throw a green bird or a black bird at some of the bigger games at these dealers, man, it's so cool to see these dealers get rewarded for the hard work they put in.
150?
Oh, absolutely.
100 in the Peaks game is too much, I think.
You guys want to do 150? No?
Either way.
JD trying to increase the price.
Yes. 3, 6, 1200.
Yeah, sure. Now that I want 3 in a row, of course.
How could you lose the neck game now?
All right, the knit button game is on. To the tune of $150, it sounds like.
He's running so good today. Yeah.
Yeah, I think JD got that through.
I'd love to take the game over right now.
It definitely makes it that much more important to win a hand. Right? I mean, with the $50 straddle on, which has been pretty consistent at this stage, you're talking about $100 only being 2 blinds.
Right.
It's kind of low, right? 3, maybe even 4 to 5 blinds makes it a lot more action-inducing. So I think taking it up to 3 blinds, 150 ahead is a good move there from JD.
On some of these lower stacks that are 4K, 3.9K, you know, having a payout 150 times 8, that's not going to be fun.
No, that's definitely true, and yeah, I mean GTO Lizard, who's already had to add on a couple of times, that definitely may come into effect for him. But you know, I think you know the standard here. You come to play 5, 10, 25. You know the 50 is going to come on, and right, you know, the game's going to be played and everything. So I think these guys are pretty well aware of you know, the sort of situations that they're going to be in. King Queen here does go by the wayside, and we've got heads up between 8, 7 suited and Ace Queen. Ram here going to outflop AJ.
Don't tell AJ you can't win them all, though. He's gonna keep trying to see if his heater continues.
No, I've
Under quarter pot here on the flop from AJ.
Is he playing
I'm
today?
happy to call for that price. AJ now picking up a Broadway straight draw. And is going to continue barreling, goes with a modest size up there, and does take it down. Nice
And
play
JD says
there,
we should have
AJ.
waited. We should have waited one more hand. Man, good for AJ. Love seeing it, man. It's a good point. He pretty much did have to fold for 2 hours straight. So poker is a game of patience. It'll test your patience. If you're not a patient player, it'll be rough.
Definitely true. Yeah, we all go through those spats of card dead and constantly looking down at, you know, playable hands, but it's already been, you know, opened and 3-bet in front of you and you're out of position, so you just have to let it go. Yeah, we've all been there, and yeah, just kind of have to suffer through it and wait for your time back in driver's seat. I played a very interesting 10-game mixed tournament just the other day. Was fortunate enough to take it down. But
10 different games.
10 different games.
Wow.
Yeah. Standard horse, and then no limit PLO. Deuce to 7 single draw, no limit, deuce to 7 triple draw, and deuce, and it was so much fun. And there, it's very cool because you're constantly changing the game, and so like maybe you're card dead in one game, and then you switch to the next one, and so like your card dead has to follow you through the games for it to just like stick around because you're constantly changing between high and low games. So it was really pretty cool in that respect.
Right? Casino. Thank goodness the pit guy
Big
did
flop
well.
for Ram here.
And I tipped them all. Man, I'm so sorry. I wasn't even upset.
Yeah, this is one of those boards though where you just can't get anybody to call you unless they just somehow have like a pocket pair.
Yeah, they're plastic
Maybe
poker. They're trying to like do
deuce.
but they finally just like crumple.
Yeah.
They're like
KJ leads out for 50. It was a limp pot, so
I've seen somebody try.
questioning sort of whether or not he's going for value with queen high or bluffing, presumably bluffing, but is going to get raised now on the turn after betting a second time.
And after cards were there, and they were sweating.
Yeah.
And one guy, he's with a pocket king, and he threw it out, and it flew off the table. It's the king is dead. They were arguing technicality because he sweat so, and he's like, kings, and he shouted and he jumped and then threw away king, hands dead. Hands dead because he tossed off the table. And then they had to vote, and the vote was, because earlier somebody similar thing.
Did they give on the pot or no?
They didn't. They just.
Wow.
I've seen what they're talking about. You probably have too, Aaron, where a player gets excited, throws his cards down, and one flies off the table.
I have no idea.
In most places, that's a dead hand.
Does the card fall
Wow.
off the
You
table?
have RFID though, that's the thing.
I have not seen that actually. I've seen some really weird stuff, man, but I don't think I've seen that one. The weirdest one that I saw, well, maybe not the weirdest, but the one that definitely sticks out in my mind the most when I think about like a hand that just was like, how the hell did that happen? I was playing in a MSPT main up in Colorado, so this is like a $1,700 buy-in tournament. And it's pretty early in the tournament, and these two guys get into this massive like dick measuring contest in this hand, and it's like a total maniac who has shown that he will just blast with everything, and then it's like a more conservative old man, and it's like a 4-bet pot pre-flop, and then like bet flop, a bet turn. You know, they're just like getting infinite chips in here. Like again, it's early in the tournament, so everyone's got like 300 blinds or something. Somehow they get all the chips in, on the river with the old man like going all in and the other guy just sort of, or the other guy going all in and the old man calling, something like that. And the guy, the maniac, doesn't want to show his hand because it's super bad, right? And so he's like trying to just like wait until the old man turns his hand over or whatever, but the old guy's just sitting there, so he's like, I can't win. The old guy still doesn't turn over his hand, so he reluctantly turns over his hand. And he's got like third pair of eights. And the old guy says to him, you're right, you can't. And we, like everybody at the table knows this guy has like pocket aces over there. And he mucks his hand. And in his mind, he knows that he's beat that hand and is winning the pot and everything. And just like, for whatever reason, just wires get crossed or whatever, and he just mucks his hand thinking that he's won. Everybody at the table is just like staring at him. Like, wait, what? This dude has a pair of 7. Like, we all know you beat this. And the dealer gives him like a solid 5 seconds to pick his hand back up, and then just grabs it and pulls it into the muck and pushes the pot to the guy that showed his hand. And the old guy's like, what are you doing? We're like, bro, you didn't show your hand. You mucked.
Yeah.
Like, what? And it was the craziest thing I've ever seen. Everybody knew that the old guy won. And he mucked
not
his hand.
probably not an angle from the other player. Just didn't want to show his hand, and But you always table your hand. That's poker 101.
Yeah. No, it was really wild. But we all knew that we couldn't say anything to the guy, right? Like, because if anybody's like, hey, dude, show your hand or what, right? Like, then we're helping him. It's two players to a hand, right? So you can't. Nobody said anything correctly.
Yep.
But as soon as the dealer put it into the muck, we were all like, what the fuck just happened? And of course, the guy was pissed. He was outraged. But there was, I mean, he never showed his hand to the camera. He never did anything. Like, that was it.
We did just miss a little decent chunky hand there that AJ won again. He was 10-9 suited against queens and got a flush there. Took a $2,100 pot from Benham there while we were doing our good storytelling, but those are good stories. There's always weird things happening at tables. I literally, Aaron, played with a guy last night that said that he got excited with a royal flush and slammed his cards down, and they flew off the table. And the casino would not give it to him. And he said at the time he was in his 20s, and it took all of security to hold him down. Because back then, a couple grand was a ton of money to him, and it was a royal flush of all things. But
oh, my God, that is a heartbreaker.
Try to contain your excitement, folks. Just table your hand. Don't throw your cards at the dealer either when you're mad.
Yeah.
I've seen it all, man.
Yeah, wild. All right, well, we are multi-way here. 5 players to this flop. JD connecting with the top pair. No kicker has the best hand.
Oh, no, go ahead. Let me clear this up.
GTO Lizard here with a full-blown nothing burger is going to go ahead and bet at this. 325 to go.
Oh, no, you're right. That is 325? 2 players?
Perhaps a little bit of desperation here, just trying to get one through, but with 4 opponents, it's going to be pretty tough, especially when you can barely improve to a hand like this, where now you've got a bad gut shot.
Yeah, you got the worst gut shot, yeah.
So GTO Lizard has got heart. He is not slowing down.
600 of me? 600?
Small bet here, though, on the turn. Definitely a little bit of an interesting bet size here. And JD, I think, going to be pretty pleased with just having to call 600 here and not a much larger bet. Ace of diamonds on the end. Front door clubs bricks out. A lonely 10 has also bricked out, so definitely some draws that did not get there. And stack pot ratio bang on 1.
He's jamming here. I feel it. Come on, do it. No, I'm not jamming. He's betting big.
That is 1,400.
Well, pretty small size, but JD lets it go, and 8-5-0, good enough.
I think that's the perfect card there, an ace on the river. Knows he can get a weak queen to fold.
Thank you.
Nice hand.
GTO Lizard.
Max value with 8-5.
Why they call him the GTO Lizard?
Yeah. I mean, certainly not a bad card if he's going to continue with his story, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, what does he bet? 1,400 with? I don't know.
That's interesting.
Frank in the clubs or something.
Oh yeah, for sure. Frank in the chat saying at a charity event he was dealt 3 of hearts, 3 of hearts.
Oh, nice.
I hope you reported it right away and didn't play the hand all the way through.
You're rewarded by the poker gods.
Three of them in, 4 players.
All right, 4 players, 2 of flop.
What's your lead? Checks. 225.
This doesn't make a lot of sense for these 2 hands to be involved in this pot, but yet here we are, I guess, courtesy of the Nick game. 3 coin barreling away with what is a 0 equity bluff most of the time, and just actually somehow the best hand with 8 high. Benham holding on with his gut shot. Both players completely bricked this out. Of course, 3 coin was drawing to a pair, and he's still gonna barrel.
He is.
1250. Let's go.
Very nice, very nice.
3 coin bets once again, and yeah, 5-6 that I guess had he checked was going to bluff. Decides that the jig is up, and 3 coin takes
3
it
coin
down.
hated to show it. 3 coin, third person.
I'm adding a fork. Adding fork.
Adding 4 cake from Judy.
See, 1,
Wow.
2, 3, 4.
These guys are definitely mixing it up.
They are.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
I'm telling you, this is one of the most fun streams that I've been involved in.
Thank you, 3 coin.
Probably one of the better ones that I think we've had in the last
I don't think we've ever
few weeks.
A
lot of
These
action.
guys are getting after it. I love these plays too by Brandy. Like, he just kind of picks these spots and is like, this is what's happening. And for the most part, it has been successful, right? Like, he's gotten most of his bluffs through. He's gotten paid in a couple of big spots. I honestly don't think anyone's correctly called him when he's been bluffing, right? He's gotten
I don't
JD
either.
to
No,
fold
yeah.
a couple times.
100 to go.
The best hand.
3 coin, I'm assuming you
And
want
I think
to
I've only played with him once because he's playing higher stakes. I played 2-5 with him once, but on that table, on this table, every time I've seen him play, he wins with grace, he loses with grace. He's just got a smile on his face, and that's the kind of player I try to be myself, and I struggle with at times. You know, we all get tilted, but he just is just such a cool cat.
Yeah, always tricky to keep the emotions in check, especially when large sums of money are involved.
100%.
And of course, none of us like to lose, so certainly always a challenge.
You notice there on the back of his chair, he's got another hat. Let's see if he goes to the hat number 3 before the night's over. Yeah, he's got flair, baby.
Ace high here still good for Benji. He does stick around and drills top pair here now on the turn. All things considered, yeah, this is a good card for Ice to continue barreling, and he will do so. Can still improve if he hits a 10 on the end.
I think my 8-5 hand would make it very nice.
But it's forced.
Yeah, it would. You should just clip that, start a channel, and throw it up there.
Checks.
Just so you have some content in case in the future you want,
I've seen this exact board several times. I've never seen somebody have the wheel and somebody have Broadway. I've heard it happen, but I've never seen it in person.
I was open shipping it every time.
I can imagine one person says they
I was in the game for 20
got the nuts and they don't.
I was like, if I
Oh, he is
recorded
going
this,
for big value.
it would make a great YouTube video.
Yeah, you'd be a legend.
I know.
I mean, you're a legend, but everyone would know that.
Yeah, 2/3 pot. I mean, this is a
28.
full value bet. Ice here, of course, can't call, but Benji hoping to get paid by a sticky king that didn't give him credit for an ace, and I like the instinct there
One
because
time I cracked kings.
yeah, I think King Jack does actually have a pretty tough time getting away from it. So nice attempt.
I just remember recording it.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt during the hand there, but Aaron, have you seen a Broadway over a wheel before in a hand?
One time I was playing the 1-2.
Ooh, I mean,
I was just open shipping it.
I guess I haven't really thought about it as
a
particularly unique situation, but you know, it definitely is. I just don't know. I don't know if I've seen that.
I've seen that same board or a board just like that before, and I know somebody told me that they saw a guy say, "I got the nuts," and the guy looks at him and says, "You got the wheel, I got Broadway."
YouTube video.
But I just haven't seen it play out before. But
I don't think there's too many other people that have a similar YouTube video.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely be a pretty cooler situation.
Yeah.
Both players definitely going to feel like they've got the goods.
How many of those? Oh, I lost like 25 in a row. That's why I kept doing it.
Oh, wow.
One time, Kings was trying to slow roll me, and I picked, and I ran, and I got it in. And I run a runner to straight. And he was so mad because he was trying to slow roll me. And he flopped top set, and I run a runner to straight.
All right, a couple of King Jacks in the mix here. Wolfgang sneaking in with the 7-6 suited.
Give me water.
Or offsuit, I should say.
That's 150.
One over, gut shot, backdoor hearts here.
I should just make a whole
Definitely
channel
a spot
of
you
0
could
equity
continue.
bluffs.
And you will.
It's called Ducks.
Like when Danny saw my thing when I was bluffing with 2-4 against, I think his name was Jeff. When he had top 2, he sent a screenshot.
But you did it against the boy.
Oh, I did do it against the boy.
Yeah, very.
Wolfgang sort of begrudgingly releases his 7 high. Would have picked up a straight draw.
I did not expect him to fold king queen there.
JD here.
But Danny sent a picture.
Not many
and
options
like,
other than continue blasting for a big size. 550 goes to
You got it with the
2/3
straight against Dylan.
sizing and does get it through.
Triple barrel. My game.
Oh yeah, I did.
And I was back the first time I ever played with you.
Thanks, DJ.
Yeah. And you're like, what the hell?
Like, it's interesting.
Yeah, I remember
3
y'all
knit
thought
buttons
it was
left.
until that hand, and you're like, wait, what the fuck?
Amazing how much someone's image can change really quickly.
Yeah. And they were like,
Looking at
calling
the
it, I was
RFI,
like,
the race
"Yo,
first
shit."
in,
And I
Ice
was like,
and 3-coin have
alright.
been playing the vast majority
You
of their
gotta show them
hands
who you really
as
are.
calls.
Yo, lizard, not wizard, lizard.
Oh, did you see the YouTube comment?
Oh, about
Or
my
3 bets,
GTO?
perhaps, although we really haven't seen
not
a
that.
ton
It
of
was
3
about,
betting.
like, did you see
from
another
that
live
end of the
stream? There's
table.
this one guy that wrote a comment that was...
About me, right?
What?
Is it not about me?
No, it wasn't about you.
Whoops, I didn't mean to expose earlier.
But it was like such an insanely dumb but funny comment
Raise 150.
at the same time.
What was it?
Raise 3 point.
It was something really dumb. I'll tell you later.
Call.
Yeah, you love these suited one gappers if you can get in for a good price.
Maybe that was a different stream.
No, it was a one.
AJ actually going to go ahead and complete here with the King 4-0 and just sort of see what happens as well. So massively multi-way. We've got gut shots and straight draws and all sorts of things galore, but best hand here as of right now going to be Benji with the top pair of 8s.
How's life, man?
Pretty good.
3 players.
Easy to ignore. What about you? So you have a date, right?
Yeah, I had to go on a work trip last like a week or two to LA for a few days.
325.
Nice turn card here for 3 coin. Picks up top pair to go with the up and down straight draw, and he's going to go ahead and just lead straight out.
The trip was because things weren't working, so we got a bunch of stuff to like, follow back.
Is it like?
And now really tough for Benji to continue. Yes, his opponent can have some just like funky spade draws or something like that that are taking this opportunity to try to take it down. But yeah, kind of tricky as his hand certainly going to be tough to improve. Board pairs the 5 on the end, spades miss, and Benji also chops with every other 8. So this small little bet comes out on the end, and he might get enticed into a call.
I compromised going in like 3 or 4
I think you're right. He's thinking exactly that. Yep.
We reorged like 2 months ago.
Yeah, price just a little too good. And 3 coin here will continue the hot streak. Wins another nearly 3K pot. Chips up to $15.8 thousand.
But then his boss is back here, so like it's like 10 feet away from me. So I talk to him more than I do my actual boss. But anyway, since then I've been
Did notice Randy just had a $100 bill on the table. He was paying for time. I'm going to put up the promo we currently have going on, Aaron. Here at TCH Dallas and Las Colinas. September 9th through the 30th, we have the 9 for $99. You buy 9 hours for $99. It's normally $13 an hour to play here, and it's going to be $11 if you choose to do the 9 for $99. You can buy one of those per day, and you can do that at either club. So, one time at TCH Dallas and one time at TCH Las Colinas, and it actually applies to both clubs. So really good special for the rest of the month. So if you're somebody who normally plays and buys an hour at a time for $13, this is a chance for you to save $2 an hour while you're playing.
Yeah, pretty great deal too here through the end of the month, right? So, I mean, yeah, if you're a regular grinder or find yourself in the card room on a regular basis, I mean, every time you go into play, just load up. Take advantage of that for sure while it's hot. Heads up here. Ace, 8 of diamonds, Jack, 9 of clubs.
George, your start.
Ice flopping best.
Check. 200.
And when you call with the Jack 9 of clubs, you, or I guess when you raise with it, anyway, you make it to the board. That is not the one you're thinking of, but Ice checks it over. Benham is happy to take a stab at it, and Ice will go for the check call and check the turn. See if Benham has the gusto for the 0 equity bluff. He does. Fires out a full 1,000 over pot size bet.
Both guys with the knit button. I'll see if he sniffs that out. That just doesn't make much sense there.
Not very often.
It is an uncomfortable bet. I mean, Benham's doing a good job making his opponent be in an uncomfortable situation.
Never played turn in my life.
It's like a crapshoot.
Board pairing queen, no heart comes in. Queen, not really a scare card for ace. I mean, he's got a super, for ice, he's got a super bluff catcher. And Benham just shuts it down.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard him mutter under his breath. He said, "I'm not even going to try." He just said, "I give up. Screw this knit button thing."
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, he needed a good like texture changing card to be able to go for that. And he's just like never betting multiple streets, especially not an overbet with a queen on the turn, right? So
a big heart to come out or something, yeah.
Give it back to him.
So it's down to Wolfgang and Benham with the knit buttons here.
The 3 coins all together.
I'm going to step out real quick and get a vanilla latte from the bartenders here. Aaron, I'll let you have it, but I wanted to mention, too, that the location here in Dallas does still have the complimentary beer. So if you come in to play cards, we have obviously sodas and coffees, but you can drink complimentary beer. I think they've got Dos Equis and I forgot what the other one is, but they've got complimentary beers. So when you come in, the beer's on the house.
Yeah, pretty cool. Definitely solid incentive to come on down to TCH Dallas to play. And of course, Texas Card House Las Colinas also all sorts of fantastic opportunities for beverages and delicious food as well. So hop on over there and check out the menu and the bar if you haven't had a chance to do so yet. Wolfgang here raising it up, the ace king of diamonds. Ice here contemplating his options on the button. And he does not have a knit button, but feels like he wants to get in the mix here with this king 7.
You did. Chris is like this. Chris is like this.
Benji now waking up with...
My bad.
You know what I'm talking about?
My bad. This is a different.
Randy, he didn't know the hand
a
signal.
primo here.
You got to teach cash. I know. I just tried to show him.
You know what?
He went like this. What is this?
I'll tell you what he does. He knows how to call me on the river and beat me. That's what he does.
I believe it.
Consistently.
You have a re-raise?
Squeeze here from Benji.
1750.
1750 it looks like. And Wolfgang 14K in his stack, and Benji with only 2.6K left behind. I can definitely see a lot more chips getting in the middle here. But in between, we've actually got Benham waking up with aces. We hadn't had his card scanned into the graphics yet. Benham with the knit button and waking up with aces. This is a dream spot. This is absolutely the most incredible thing that you could ever hope for. Now it's back over to Wolfgang. He really just has to worry about the deep stack of ice over there, and he just called the initial raise, so you really wouldn't have to worry too much about him. I think this is just an all-in from Wolfgang all the time.
39.
This is going to be a massive pot.
Any beverages, snacks, water, coffee, beer, soda?
There it is, the ship all in from Wolfgang. Ice here, seemingly contemplating his decision, but he'll let it go after one more peek. And Benji here has committed far too much of his stack to consider folding, I think. In addition to the fact that he might just be up against 2 ace kings, and that's not a bad spot to be in with pocket jacks, so he will commit his stack. We've got $23,230 in the middle. And Benham is like, bro, JD, check this shit out. I got aces, bro. And what an incredible spot here for Benham. Of course, still going to lose this hand 3 times out of 10. Wolfgang real far behind. Going to need to find some goofy flush or straight, maybe trip kings to get bailed out. And Benji, of course, just hoping that he can peel off the beautiful jack of spades or jack of hearts.
I'm gonna go twice.
Approval from the floor here.
And then that's a side pot, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm gonna go twice.
Oh, train wreck.
Okay, twice.
Twice it is.
First board for the Nick game, by the way.
Of course, this guy wakes up.
All right, looks like they're running it twice. Are they running it twice for everything?
Everybody's doing twice, right?
Okay, running it twice for everything. First board only counts towards the Nick game.
Give me one jack.
Oh my goodness, 2 diamonds out there
Now we have a sweat.
for
Best thing you could have.
Wolfgang.
Hey, that's a better one.
Needs to find one more here on the end. And he will not. That's going to be 10s full of aces for Benham on the first run out. So he's guaranteed half of the pot he's in for. Pocket Jack's good on the side pot for the other half. And now let's take another run out. 2 more diamonds. Are you kidding me? Not a lot of diamonds really left in the deck, but he's got a shot at it. And it's a red card, but no. 3 of hearts, aces. Gonna hold for the whole thing. Pocket Jack's gonna hold for the whole side
I'm
pot.
using up all my odds on the flop.
So that is gonna be one hell of a nice pot for Benham. Also getting rid of his nit button. So Wolfgang is gonna have to pay this off to both players and then pay out the nit button game, or the nit game. Oh, brutal.
So Aaron, as I was walking away to get my vanilla latte here, all I saw was the first hand dealt to Wolfgang. I see the ace, king of diamonds, and I'm coming back just now into the booth, and this is what I see. It was aces versus ace king versus jacks.
Yes. So Benham is in the straddle, and he's got a nit button, right? And so it's Wolfgang and him with nit buttons. And so it just looks like the perfect jam squeeze spot. But he's just got aces. And Wolfgang reshoves. Of course, the king 7 of hearts that homie on the button was trying to come in with, he gets out of there. But Benji's like, yeah, I gotta get in there. He'd already committed so much of his stack, and yeah, he does double up his little bit, and of course is going to add 150 from the nit game. So he'll have 1,000 there, and is going to get a little bit of extra from JD.
Did they get it all in pre or on that flop there?
All in pre.
Wow. So and Benji called with the jacks there.
Yeah, he'd already squeezed to like over half of his over half of his stack. And so the rest was just sort of a formality.
I hate that I was out of the room when that happened, but that's all right, man. What a crazy cooler hand. I got to see at least the bottom run out. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, the craziest thing is that they run it twice and Wolfgang gets a flush draw on both boards.
On both boards.
Yep.
So, like, maximum sweat equity, for sure.
I mean,
actually, I thought that too.
It's like an appeal bomb pot when you have
I lose it so much because
a flush draw on both boards. I swear it never hits.
Well, it is tough. A lot of your outs are already missing.
Good hand there.
Yes, sir. But you'll never see me like with like 8-5 off and all that stuff.
Hey, yo. Hey, chill
Well
out.
done, by the way, Coach Alvin.
Not that rich, huh? Not that rich, yeah.
8-5 off.
No, I just wouldn't be able to drive myself home. I would just have to get a hotel close by because I'd probably crash. If I punted with 8-5 off, I would be so mad at myself.
And Chuck, 4 players.
He'd be Googling bridges and shit.
I probably wouldn't make it home, yeah. I'm only mad when I lose at poker when I like do something stupid, you know? I could lose a 50K pot, like aces, kings into aces, and I wouldn't be mad. It's if I punt, that's when I get mad.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Not that I've lost a 50K pot, I'm sure I would have, but you know what I mean.
That is funny, and it's always interesting, right? Like, some people have that mentality. They're like, as long as I played it as well as I could have, I'm not upset. And then other people, it's like, you know, you lose the aces versus kings, and that's the thing that tilts you. It's like, why the hell did I have to get kings? Or why did my aces get cracked, or whatever, right? And that's what.
You all just forgive yourself, Wolfgang. It's all good, you know?
So it's the human mind.
Just think of the money it'll make you
Psyche
infuse.
is a very interesting thing.
Is he saying I should pump more?
Yeah.
All right, well, after that massive hand, now we've got a battle of the second pair versus
justify my
busted
punch.
flush draw.
If I can at least make a video out of
And
it.
Ram
But I
checks
don't, so I can't really justify
all 3
any
streets.
punch.
Ice betting, flop, checking turn now.
I just
Oh,
love
no,
the
not
sport.
busted
He
flush
got the
draw.
flush,
Completed
yeah.
flush. Excuse me.
Completed, yeah. Paired board, though. Yep.
Nothing like a 0 equity bluff.
All right, I was cleaning my glasses there
It's gonna
and
be able to prove to yourself.
saw a heart instead of diamond there on the end
I
for
still
some
got
reason.
it.
Nice.
got it.
I take that one down. Does not get paid off by the pair of eights.
Are you wearing prescription glasses or readers or?
Not into
Yeah, just my regular prescription glasses, yeah.
I have contacts
Oh,
in.
Benny, you know
I'm
when I was at
nearsighted,
the
so everything up
7-2
close I'm
against
good
you,
with.
It just kept
the
getting
far
worse and
stuff.
worse for me because 2 people left the
Okay,
table
yeah.
in the middle of that hand.
I have astigmatism, so
my-
it's,
the bounty
I
just
see
went
pretty
down.
decent up close,
Like,
but
oh
things
my
get pretty
God.
blurry
I
if
think
I
that
don't
one,
have
the
my
pile was
glasses
pretty
on.
big, so
So I was like,
for,
I just have to try to
distance.
win this.
But yeah, you just, especially looking at a screen, you know, you start to catch the light rays
even
bouncing
once
off
consider
of
even
whatever's on
folding?
your glasses. So
very, very
pop
brief.
those off, wipe it down every once in a while.
But I mean,
I have you out.
King Queen or something?
Yeah, I have you out. Yeah. I
and
was
that one
dominated.
mainly
Quick
deciding
shout
on
out to
turn.
everybody
Yeah.
tuned in here.
I have you
We
out, yeah.
approach the 9 o'clock
Like, pretty
hour.
much the-
Still got another
came
3
out.
hours plus
Yeah, only
coming at you
received
here
like
this
8
evening.
points.
So plenty of live poker action
Unfortunate.
on TCH Live. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you haven't already, please do consider hitting the like button. We would appreciate it. And of course, subscribe to the channel, become part of the TCH Live team. Click that notification bell, let yourself know every time we go live, which is many times throughout the week. We've got live cash game streaming out of Austin 2 days a week, out of Dallas, and also the final table live stream on Saturdays out of Dallas.
That's why I really wanted to win the top one.
I'll see how I do.
I
but
care less about the bottom one. Yeah, obviously it's 1,200 difference.
Extra 1,200.
Top pair here for AJ. Bet a 400 and 3 coin. Gonna peel or raise? Min click raise here from 3 coin. Because if you don't have an ace, you're probably going to snap fold anything, including king high, which would be great for me. So see if we can just get this through. Of course, AJ not going anywhere with the top pair. 3 coin does not pick up any additional equity, but is reaching for chips. And it's another little tickle bet. This is the sort of line that got JD so confused that he folded the top pair and the flush blocker earlier in the night, but see if AJ falls victim to the same line or is able to hold on. I'll definitely give credit to Randy here. Like the line is just so strange and unorthodox that you're just like confused when you're in the hand. You're like, what is this? Like what hand actually wants to do this?
What is this, man?
I mean, because this pot is now $5,000 and
Right.
like
and he's rubbing his face, like very unorthodox. Let's see what he's gonna do here. What you got up your sleeve, wild man? He's got no quit, Aaron. That's what he's got.
no quit whatsoever. That's 1,500 into 5K.
Don't buy your story,
Did you hear him? He said, "I don't buy your story, man." This is good poker, though.
Yeah. I mean, front door hearts, bricks out. Like 5-6 already got there on the turn, but this bet is just so small. Like, I mean, I'm just snapping this. I know we can see the cards, and it feels like ooh, you're saying that because you just know you win. But I mean,
And he does.
Yeah,
He
I
makes
think
the right
you
call.
just have to with your hand as strong as top pair.
Yeah. That's a great case of go with your gut. He said, "I don't buy your story," and
Good hand, sir.
put the money in. Good hand there, AJ.
Yeah.
But we got to applaud 3 coin for trying.
Yeah, and I mean, I think if he just goes for maybe a larger size on either the turn or the river, like he might just get that through. The min
Yeah, that
click
800 was so
raise-
confusing.
Yeah, min click raise on the flop was already weird, but like if you just size up after that, it doesn't matter how confused your opponent is about that first small bet. It could just you know, send him out the door because it's just
you gotta make,
too
you gotta put
expensive.
another quarter.
Yeah, I don't know, but definitely hats off to him for the guts. And yeah, maybe the yellow smiley face hat will come into the mix now that he's finally gotten a bluff caught. You know, maybe it's time to put on.
And I was wrong. There's a fourth hat next to it too. There's another hat. He's got 4 hats on. More jewelry than he knows what to do with. Got some cool tattoos. And all heart.
Yeah, double.
Jedi Master Ted asking in the chat says, "Where's the new Austin store at?" I guess you mean the TCH Club. It's just going to be north, just a little bit north across basically the Anderson Mill road. Just you know, in very nearly the same shopping center, just across Anderson Mill here in Austin. So. Don't know exactly when the new place is going to be up and running, but I mean, I know they're doing work on it and getting it ready, so hopefully soon. AJ here flopping a gut shot straight flush draw. Bottom pair here for both 3-coin and GTO Lizard. Ooh, wow, what a card there on the turn. AJ makes his flush. 3-coin makes 2 pair. Almost called him 2-coin with 3 pair. A little dyslexia in my brain there.
I was trying to get
now, if he somehow gets a 10 on the river, he is getting paid on that one because you're not going to see the runner boat when you've got that flush. But let's see what happens here.
Well, AJ not going to raise, right? Just calls. And yeah, by not raising there, I mean, he's definitely putting himself in a little bit of danger of having another club roll off, either killing his action or giving his opponent a better hand. But as it stands, it's going to induce another bet here from 3-coin, and AJ just going to call there. Says, I probably don't get called by worse if I raise, I suppose, so he just calls in position. But nice little pot there for AJ.
And I mentioned I hadn't been down to that Austin TCH down there, so it's not a building expansion. It's a whole new building on the other side of the highway.
Yeah, so yeah, we've been in this location for years now. Gosh, it's, I mean, probably, what, 5-6 years, something like that. And yeah, going to expand into a whole new space.
Awesome.
It's actually the old, I think it's the old aquarium, not Salvation Army there, Jedi Master Ted. At least that's what I've been led to believe.
Same one.
Quarter play.
Ooh, hat change incoming.
I was going to go out there and ask him to change hats, but look at that. He's already on it.
And wow, fresh off of that $2,500 pot win with the flush, AJ is back in the saddle with aces.
Any water, coffee, beer, soda, snack?
Cocktail season's here, guys. If anybody wants one. Let's go.
Very good discipline fold there for Benji.
Yeah, I think AJ got a little bit overzealous there. That was an open to 75 because the $50 straddle wasn't on, and AJ took it up to 475. I mean, which is just a very large raise. So, I mean, maybe had he kept it a little bit smaller, he may have induced the king-queen to come along. It's still doubtful as it's early position open. And being out of position, king-queen off is not a good look, but still I think the raise was just perhaps.
Justin probably saw you wearing it.
Wanted to thin the herd, but just made it a little too much.
That's not his brand?
Yeah.
My son was telling me that Justin had worn it.
What's up?
This is a stroke.
What's everyone doing here?
Wolfgang, my kids champion my ridiculous.
I have the same question.
The other place lose power or something?
What happened was they had 2 tables of 10 and quarters, 200.
Yeah, I don't really know the buildings over there, but I heard it was the old aquarium building, or the old aquarium.
That's so weird.
Whatever spot that's being converted. But again, I haven't been in there. I don't know what it looks like or any of that. Looks like rain is going to take off. Well, take care. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time, and best of luck. Enjoy your cruise and your expedition up to Alaska and around there.
No, it must be a table.
Come back with good stories, good pictures, and a lot of money from those casinos, Reno. Safe travels.
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying that room. At first, I didn't know how I was going to.
And Doug is correct. AJ's done a good job spinning it up here after folding for 2 hours.
Different owners, same.
Yeah, absolutely right. He did have that slow start, and then has really just taken off here as of late, taking full position here on the table for a big stack.
I know, but no, I need chips overall. So I'm like,
Heads up.
Small open here. Oh no, that was Venom opening from across the way. Thought it was ice, but Venom raising with the ace-9, flopping top pair, but gut shot here for Benji.
The biggest pair I seen. Pocket 6.
Oh, you're very patient. Good for you.
I don't know.
500.
No big A's. No big K's.
Check raise here from Benji. Don't see check raises on ace-high boards all too often. Definitely tough to bet into your opponent's strong range, but should be doing it some of the time to stay balanced. Does not pick up any additional equity here on the turn. Still just drawing to a 6. Of course, can still represent hearts if those come in on the river. So a lot of times we'll see check raise range continue here for something between 60% and full pot, perhaps even an overbet from time to time. Ooh, pump fake.
He's going back to it. I thought he was pump faking too. $1,000.
It's always an interesting thing to observe when you're in a pot and you see your opponent sort of reach for chips and set them back down and then go back to them and put a bet out there. It's sort of, whether overtly or inadvertently, sort of showing some indecision. Jack of spades comes off here on the end, and Benji literally has the worst hand that he's ever going to have here. I mean, I suppose every once in a while he may have a 6-4 suited, whatever, 6-8 suited, but those he just may not check raise because they're good enough by themselves. Anyways, here we are, stack to pot ratio under 1, and at bottom of range.
No.
Pretty gutty spot to bluff at here.
Yeah, I don't see anything but an all-in working, so, yeah.
We're playing till 11:40. We're playing till 11:40.
Yeah, come back at 12 because I'm going to leave pretty much right at.
But I think there's other people waiting.
You should figure out what the wait.
I saw Cashman here.
Shuts it down, and Venom is indeed good.
Yeah, I know.
Good decision. Venom's run up a pretty good stack there. I don't think he was folding.
Just 2 hours a day.
Yeah, I mean, of all the runouts, like, Venom is definitely going to have some better hands when he gets to that river. 2 pairs for sure. Ace, Queen, Ace, Jack have definitely, made it to this river in this fashion. So, he doesn't have to call with all of his aces, but at the same time, like every draw missed. So yeah, it's not like he has to dig very deep to be like, all right, I'm looking you up, bro.
You're the small, you're the big.
I'm gonna give a quick shout out to a buddy, Aaron. I was working up here the other night and walking by a table, and I look over. I made eye contact with him. And you ever just stare at somebody for a few seconds? Just, man, I know that guy, you know. And it was a guy that I've never seen playing up here, but his name's Tim Sage. It's a kid I grew up with in Plano, Texas. You know, elementary school all the way through high school, and there he was sitting at the table. You know, hadn't seen him in probably 23 years, and Tim showed up to play cards at TCH. So the game is getting out. People are finding out about TCH. They're leaving their home games and leaving the casinos and coming to play here at TCH Dallas. So it's cool to run into people that you grew up with, you know.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. No, that's for sure. It's always nice to run into old friends at the poker table, and yeah, dude. I mean, it's just such a great place to make friends too. You know, it's like everybody's
really
there having a good time, playing the game we love. As Benji here, gonna love getting aces, but perhaps not gonna love the fact that everybody folded. Still a win, nonetheless. Yeah, my favorite thing is when I come in here to TCH in Austin and you know, see somebody that's really just gone completely dark for a while. You know, we've had a couple of players that during COVID we were in here all the time. You know, I mean, there was nothing else to do, so we were just playing. And then, you know, everything opened back up. They got girlfriends or jobs changed or whatever. It's like some guys have just dropped off the planet. Every once in a while, one of them sort of pops back in, and it's good to reconnect.
Right.
There's also one cat, Preston, who he's a young kid off at college in California. He comes back in the summer times to you know, spend some time with family and everything when he's off of school, and it's always fun to battle again, because we used to play all the time.
Yeah, that's awesome. Getting to see people that you used to battle with.
Dude, back when we used to still do Hold'em bomb pots. Oh my god, dude. We've completely switched for many years now, actually, here to PLO bomb pots in the Hold'em games. And but it was funny, yeah. We used to really get tangled up in Hold'em bomb pots together. I mean,
oh yeah, do they do that at all levels there? I mean, from 1-2 all the way up, or is it just 2-5 and above like it is here?
No, all levels. Yeah.
Nice.
It is dealer's choice. You can choose Hold'em when the button is on you.
There's a bomb pot button you guys pass around?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, we don't do that here. That's nice.
Yeah, you can choose that. You can even choose pineapple if you want. Those are the 3 cards that are sort of allowed for bomb pots, but the vast majority of the time it's PLO. And honestly, if someone picks Hold'em, most of the table sits out anyways, because they're like, no, screw you, pick PLO.
Yeah. The tables broke at the same time.
Yeah, so I literally looked at it, was on my way there, looked at it again, and it was broke. I was like,
Pair of 3s here for JD. He's going to be good. AJ paying it off as JD bets 3 streets. Oh, he makes he makes kings. And,
yeah, but I started to play this live stream.
Still does bet 2 streets with the 3s before.
Oh, you're welcome. So we have it again this Friday.
Yeah, thank you, Jedi, for helping us out get the likes. We're at 106 likes right now, but we've got 353 of you watching. So if you're enjoying the crazy poker game we got going on here in Dallas, and the commentary from Mr. Aaron McAvoy and myself, Eric Van Loosen, here in Dallas, please like, subscribe, help us grow this channel. This stream has definitely helped TCH grow across the state and poker grow, so please help us continue this.
If you're big enough, I'll say yes.
Yeah.
And Aaron, you guys stream Mondays in Austin, is that correct?
Yeah, Mondays and then sometimes Thursdays as well. Yeah.
Mondays and Thursdays, okay.
Yeah, Thursdays I think have sort of bounced around a little bit. Sometimes the spring location has popped in, taken that one, but other times, yeah, it's usually a 2-5 or 1-3 down here in Austin. But of course, with Match the Stack, the game can get pretty juicy.
So, Nick, Effect?
Not this thing.
Not this.
I went down to Houston for a fantasy football draft a few weekends ago, and I went to the TCH Houston location, the new one, and I got to jump in on their live stream, and I literally got to play one hand, and it was over. Like, I didn't know. But they're like, yeah, we got a seat for you, Eric, and it was over. One hand.
Oh.
Got my face on camera, you know.
Nice.
Yeah, real nice. Back to the action, though.
Pairs for everybody except for Ice here on the 6-5. Venom will finish with the best of it and go for a little bit of value. And will receive said value from GTO Lizard, who after seeing 2 streets of checks, decides he has to pay this off with the king.
Venom's had a nice couple hands here with some middling aces here.
Yeah, always feels good when the tempo of the hand sort of lends itself to relatively easy call downs. Obviously,
Absolutely.
the ace-9 was starting to feel perhaps a little bit weird, you know, had his opponent Benji ripped
yeah.
it all in there on the end, but
Wait, so this hand?
yeah.
No, we're not playing it.
We're not playing.
It's up to you guys. We're waiting a little. I want to wait a little bit. Is that fine with you? Okay, cool.
Looks like they're going to do the knit button game again, but I think Wolfgang was the one who just paid that one out. He said, I want to wait a little bit. I don't blame him.
I can't seem to win hands, so I'm not sure if
The button will help me that much.
Yeah.
Ice is another player tonight that just, I mean, I heard him say it earlier, but he has just not had a whole lot of premiums. I know he ripped it early with the pocket 6s and ran into a big one, but he's trying to get into the action tonight. Just hadn't had a lot of hands, but, you know, poker can be like that some nights, and you just got to wait it out.
4 players.
Definitely true. He has played plenty of hands.
Right.
But yeah, mostly just as sort of limps and calls. As you say, not really any premiums. He's going to flop the best of it here, though. Top pair middling kicker up against a bunch of nothing burgers. We do have actually 3 players with a pair lower than the ace, but also the queen on board, so just tough to get paid.
Raised to 500. Hold.
Ice here going to raise in position, makes it 500 to go with his top pair. And yeah, I think 3-coin here was just like, well, if everybody just folds or calls, I can maybe sort of rep something, but board, I've only got 4th pair now. No way to improve, really.
Thank you.
Thanks, George.
He spoke a win into existence there for Ice.
Nice.
Oh, wait.
They're only good occasionally.
Big disparity here in the went to showdown statistics. Benham up at 60% of hands played getting to showdown. JD at 17%. Ram, another player who's been relatively quiet, at least as of late. Played a lot of hands early on, and then I think he's basically folded for something like 2 orbits.
Good stuff there, Elijah. 50 to play. Ready? I'll call. Ooh, I'll fake.
All right, limping is pimping around this table. No one's going to squeeze this up. I guess it's just a lot of dusty hands.
Nobody is.
Alex, you're set. 4 players, check.
This is a trouble flop.
125.
Yeah, something never go broke in a limped pot, but definitely a possibility here between GTO Lizard and 3
Yeah.
Coin.
That was my night last night. Jack 8 versus Jack 10. Jack 8 versus 10-8. We both got trip 8s on a limped pot. I had the worst of it.
GTO Lizard here, check calling flop and check calling turn as well. And they're going to chop this up now as the
That's gross.
board goes runner, runner, deuce. Yeah, 3 Coin here getting counterfeit on all of his value. But let's see how that rest of this hand plays out, right? I mean, they now just lose to a pocket deuces or 10-5, so you know, I think both players are going to be pretty happy to try to get all the chips in, but there is always the danger of like, well, I can only really get called by better after a certain amount of chips go in.
We have the trappy check there.
Raise. 16.
He's got to look at the board again just to make sure, right?
Well, no, because when the chips hit the belt, 3 Coin was certain that it was just a call. And then he was about to turn his hand over, and he realized, oh, this is a raise.
You're right, he was. He's going to re-raise here. I mean, just uneventful all in. Snap call. He says once or twice. I'll tell you, man, this guy, we need more Randy, a.k.a. 3 Coins, in the room.
Very surprising. It was a raise to 46, and then
That was awesome. I got to use that one more often.
I do too.
Just, once or twice after the river's out there. Yeah, but GTO Lizard there getting really bailed out. And who knows what his plan was going into the river, right? Like, what if it's just a 3 or something? You know, is he going for the check raise? Probably.
Yeah,
but
check raise and bad news, yeah.
Yeah, then he gets 3-bet on the river, and does he call it off, you know, the exact same cadence that we just had there? Check, raise, 3-bet all in, call off, or does it go differently? Who knows? But yeah, Ace-10 definitely was in a fantastic spot there for Randy.
Yeah.
And instead, we end up with a 20K pot that ends up in a $70 profit for both people.
Just a little bit.
The shop's up my 50 and Wolfgang.
I only game over there. I'm like, what?
I think they can get into this or something.
I don't know, I guess.
No one's going to leave.
52 call, George. 50 calls. Hold. Hold. One. Calls. Four players. Hits. Check.
A couple of queens and a 4 out there on this board. Ace high still best. Now improving to queens and jacks.
Check out. 100. Call. Fold. Going in your lead. 150. Fold. The hands moving around. Buttons moving.
Another pot there for the 3 Coin man. The nice smiley face hat on, and I mean, so far he's had 1 hat for each hour that he's played. So I wonder if the 4th one comes on at 10 o'clock. At least you saw a fourth hat hanging out back there. So.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, the other black one. I don't know what's on it, but
okay.
I'm kind of digging that yellow smiley face, man.
Yeah, it's a good one.
The reverse yellow, I guess. You don't want a yellow Walmart smiley face. It's the white smiley face, but.
We got Motor City Poker joining us here in the chat. Says watching Wolfgang back when he was playing 1-2, streaming live on TikTok and Poker Bros. What a long way he's come in such a short time. That is absolutely right, and not just for Wolfgang, for a lot of these poker bloggers that we really grew to know and love during the pandemic, in particular, that you know, a lot of them have gone from, you know, playing 1-2, playing 2-5 games like that, and really stepped up. And yeah, it's been fantastic to see Wolfgang, you know, up his game and, you know, be playing in games where he's sitting in front of, you know, 15K. So very cool.
100%. I remember watching him in the room, maybe year one when TCH Dallas opened, and I didn't even know much about the vloggers, and I was like, "What's this guy doing over here, kind of taking selfies or something?" And I realized he was, you know, he was a 2-5 player. He would play 1-2 before his seat was available, and you know, he was just recording kind of the in-betweens or the, you know, the setup of his story on the vlog or whatever. But you know, again, he was playing lower stakes, and now he's playing for big money and traveling. And I mean, how can you not want to see, you know, people succeed, especially if they're good people? Mm-hmm. And I think everybody enjoys, you know, playing with him. So
absolutely. Yeah, it was funny too. I mean, it still happens, of course. You've got new vloggers, right, that are either trying to get off the ground or they're just giving it a try or whatever. And you know, you'll see them do a little tour or something, come through your card room. All of a sudden, there's some guy with a camera and you know, doing that like selfie stuff or whatever. And you're like, wait, who is this guy? Do we know this guy? And you know, they're like trying to start up. They want to be like Wolfgang. They want to be like Mariano or any of these other guys. And it's a lot of work, I'll tell you what. I mean, there's probably, for every one that's been successful and has gotten some traction, there's, you know, a dozen that have put together a couple of, you know, whatever episodes or just gotten the footage even maybe and then haven't gotten any further, right? Like, it's a lot of work to put together something of high quality.
And I imagine just like anything else, I mean, being a musician, a comedian, any sort of, you know, something where you're putting yourself in public, you know, you got to be ready to take backlash and people on the internet just saying nasty things about you. You got to have thick skin, you know.
Oh, for sure.
150. Fold.
I know I've read some of the comments on some of the vloggers that I've looked at, and I'm just like, man, that's a tough gig. Can't make everybody happy, but man, there's some haters out there.
Oh yeah, gotta love the internet trolls.
Don't you? God. Well, what did we do without them in the 90s and early 2000s?
Yeah, probably gave them our lunch money on the playground, you know? I don't know. Ace-5 trade two-tone here, neither player connecting, but Benji with the Jack of Hearts. AJ, the pre-flop lead, does c-bet here for a small size, and Benji be lining up another check raise on an ace-high board. Yeah, Benji really is not shy about going after these spots. Quick fold there, gets the job done.
Yeah, we've got another local vlogger that I know you're familiar with, Poker Face Ash, that plays here and plays there. And I actually haven't gotten a chance to meet her yet. I always feel awkward, you know, like I'm coming up trying to be a fanboy, because you know, as a woman, she probably just gets obnoxious men saying stuff about them and, you know, people hitting on her or whatever. So I haven't actually gone up to her and introduced myself yet. But it's really cool that seeing the success that she's had too, being young and obviously female, and that's going to bring in hopefully a whole new group of players and people interested in poker. But seeing the, you know, success that she's had just in the last year is really, really cool.
Yeah, absolutely, and some good success out at WSOP this summer as well. It's really cool to see her not only playing cash games, you know, live streams and putting together her vlogs, but also really getting in there and battling in, you know, some big field tournaments and having good success is very cool. And yeah, she's fantastic, a poker player. And great personality, so yeah, absolutely good for the game, and especially just for the Texas scene as well. You know, it's nice to get some more exposure, get people more interested in it, make it less of a stigma. You know, you see people of all different sort of demographics playing this game. It makes it more mainstream. It makes it more palatable instead of just a bunch of, you know, sort of stereotypical crusty-looking people sitting around playing, you know, gambling or whatever, which is what, you know, so many people sort of have the perception of poker as. But you know, I'm always just blown away by the demographic, especially just the one that we have here in our local card rooms here in Austin. You've got a little bit of everything from all walks of life and all cultures, and I mean, men and women and old and young. I mean, it's just such a melting pot for people of all shapes and sizes to come together and play a game together. It's absolutely amazing.
I know last night I played with a really sweet lady, and you know, she referred to herself as grandma. She had to be in her 70s, maybe even early 80s, but just played off, you know, the age thing to all the table and said, "Y'all take it easy on grandma. Don't be taking advantage of grandma." You know, and she's a pretty sharp player, and you know, had
like, and then she
success
cold
at our
four bet
table.
me. You know?
Yeah. But it was fun because you know, we had a very diverse table and age and demographic as well. It was pretty cool. But I have been to some other rooms in some other cities. You know, that, you know, Dallas and Austin are definitely, and Houston obviously, you know, probably the most diverse cities in the state. You know, compared to San Antonio and maybe our Rio Grande Valley location. But even those locations, you know, wide range of different types of people, and not just your stereotypical, you know, old crusties like you said with a heater hanging out of their lip. You know, and just, yeah, it's become a really cool game. You know.
Big pot energy here. Benji waking up with fake aces, or well, not really fake aces, I guess, but
the wheel, suited wheel, yeah.
Wolfgang, of course, not going to be 4-betting a lot. Doesn't actually even need to here in position against a player with a relatively short stack. I mean, he certainly can, and you know, should be with aces most of the time, but Benji here sitting on one of the shortest stacks at the table, and even if Wolfgang just calls here, pot goes up to 1,500 and stack pot ratio is at 2. He is going to go for the 4th bet though, and now the tricky thing is that you don't really give yourself enough room for Benji to bluff jam because he has no fold equity.
Yeah,
and now he just needs to have it, whatever it is.
Whatever it is, yeah.
Yeah, I understand Wolfgang wanting to get all the chips in against Benji, and a lot of the time Benji is just going to have like 10s plus and ace king, king queen suited. But like even king queen suited here, like you can't call, right? Nope. Like you just kind of handcuffed.
Oh, and he did
Never mind.
It. Wow, never
Benji
mind.
Goes for it.
Much more?
Wait, what?
What?
Maybe these guys have a dynamic. Is Wolfgang like gonna slow roll him or what?
I don't know. I mean, usually say, "Tell me how much it is." I call. What's going on here?
No amount. No amount would you fold to. So.
And I didn't get any notes about the hands being misread. We are on a delay, so oftentimes if there is an issue with the reading of the cards, we will know. And it looks like we've got aces versus ace-5, and we've got a tank from a professional poker player. So help me out here, Aaron. What's going on?
I mean, at this point, Wolfgang is just slow rolling Benji. This is fully intentional at this point. They must have some little thing going on where he's gonna get a big laugh out of this.
Dinner.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Look at him. He's got to count it out and everything. So yeah, he's gonna make the call. All right. Well, I'll be very curious to see the reactions from both Wolfgang when he turns it over and Benji when he sees it. So there's obviously a dynamic here.
I don't either.
It looks like he's got a face card. Ace king.
Oh, okay. He's got ace king. That's weird. Okay, we had a misread.
Yeah, we did have a misread.
All right, I take back everything about the slow roll.
Yeah, me too. Zane, I'm with you in the chat there. We were thinking this is just for show. Oh, wow.
10 for the chop. Ooh.
They are running it twice.
Oh, running it twice. Okay, so Wolfgang's got half of it locked up.
When I'm running, I don't think I'm gonna hit
That's
this
weird,
one.
Aaron. I had a pit in my stomach about that situation. We got clubs now on this board, but I was just like, this is gross if he's slow rolling him.
Yeah, I mean, I assumed that they were like friends or something, and that this was going to be like an epic troll, but
the most epic of trolls. Gross.
Yeah, now, I mean, it certainly makes more sense. I think Wolfgang probably should have known once he put in the 4-bet to 1650 that Benji didn't have much more and that he was going to have to call any
Call
jam,
regardless.
right?
Any
Like,
jam, yeah.
So it's not a slow roll. He was like, oh shit, like 5-bet all in. How much is it?
Yeah,
Which
what
makes
do I
sense.
have to call? Yeah.
Yeah, but I think he should have known that he was calling before he 4-bet.
Right.
Even with Ace King, but yeah,
I'm
tough
gonna try
spot
to get
there
from that
for
back.
Benji. Going for it with that little behind,
All of it.
you're like
maybe
targeting
like
Ace
2-1
Queen.
Like 2-1K,
I mean, you need him to have a bluff, right? Like,
I'm gonna give him
you
some
need him to have a bluff. And
I
Or
thought-
nines and under, maybe if somebody's going to fold those against that kind of a raise. I don't know.
oh, but they don't. But you never 4-bet those hands, right?
Most players don't, especially at this level.
Oh well, and
Yeah.
especially just Wolfgang. Like Wolfgang is not known to be like a blaster.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like I think his biggest like 4-betting hand, like the hand at the bottom of his 4-betting range is probably like Ace Queen off or Ace Queen suited. Right? I mean, I'm not
Right.
trying to throw shade at him and say like he's super nitty or something. I just mean I
Yeah.
don't think he's 4-betting.
I was being honest.
Like maybe tens, but I don't
Right.
even know if he can fold tens for another 2,000.
We watch him enough. He doesn't have that rep, like you said, as being just a master blaster kind of guy that's just going to put it in with small pairs and ace jack kind of hands.
That's really, you know what?
Well, that was fun.
There was some
We all had a
clarity
sweat
to
there.
the
Slow roll sweat was so
Slow roll
fun.
sweat,
I was like,
yeah.
whoa, dude, you're giving him
Man.
the business.
I'm telling. I literally had a pit in my stomach. I'm like, what's going to come out of this? Because you know how the internet troll stuff would have, that would create a whole shitstorm in the blogosphere, if that is a thing.
Yeah, which is why, like, once it got to the counting out the chips and looking at them and everything, I was like,
Yep.
oh, like they must have some history in a previous vlog or something, and this is gonna be epic.
Yeah.
Like he's gonna love to post this one, you know?
Yeah.
And like
And does
he
he
was
need
gonna
more-
like slap it down and do a lap
Yeah.
around the table. Like I was waiting for that like kind of energy.
And if that was the case, I was praying for a flush for sure. Because then we got a real story, But yeah, I was like, man, does he just need viewers right now? He's gonna play the villain. He doesn't. I've never known him as the kind of villain guy, but okay.
Oh my goodness. Well, if Ram does indeed actually have ace-ace, he is just filled up and is waiting for someone else to improve their
Catch
hand.
something right, and 3-coin does. 3-coin gets the wheel.
Yeah,
Not much in the
JD
pot.
here turns his 8s into a bluff.
Or is this one now?
Slash. No. This is a block bet. Hoping to get called by 6s and 7s. Maybe the odd 3.
I like this. If this is what he really has, because there's action behind him, he could get maybe a min click there.
Whoa, yes.
Right?
Ram calls. This is amazing. Oh. Yeah, 3-coin is going to get roasted and toasted here if he raises.
Is he going to raise? Is it going to work? I think it is. Heck yeah. Well done. Ram knows what he's doing.
The problem is that this raise is like so small, and then Ram is going to make it big and chunky, and 3-coin is going to be like, wait, what?
How much you going for here, Aaron? How much you going for?
2,400, I guess.
How about 37?
Wow.
Love it.
Oh, snaps the 37. Oh.
That is real money, folks. That is real money. That pot 1,200 to 8,700.
Wow.
That's awesome. Well done, Mr. Ram.
Very well played. Yeah, see, I guess
I had 4-6.
I would have gone for the smaller size just to not try to scare off a 4. But 3 coin was not scared at all. He's like, you have a 4, I have a 4, we're going to chop.
You're seeing it correctly over there in the graphics. We've got a call 200, raise 700, raise 3,700, and then snap call. Wow, well done.
Yeah.
And that played out just perfectly for Ram. I mean,
couldn't
have drawn it up any better, honestly.
I was even thinking of maybe just min click or
Next time,
1.5 times, and with action behind, he'd get. But
you know what?
maybe Randy would have still raised.
Aces, and then he's just been
Very disguised.
Yeah.
Well played.
Who knows?
Next time Benji can just show up on time.
Randy was obviously in love with his hand, so yeah, maybe he would have had Ram
I like that.
raised, but the small raise would have been weird as it stood.
And then to raise again, yeah, that just kind of throws off some red flags.
Yeah, no, I think Ram played it perfectly.
If you show up first, you gotta pick yours.
Although I might still end up getting.
When does playing aces 4 or 5 ways ever work out like that for me? I don't know if it works out for you. Ugh.
Oh, that's
awesome.
You open under the gun and like half the table calls, and you're just like, oh, bro, I'm getting wrecked.
Yeah, let me just fold.
9-7-6, like 2 suits that you don't have. You're like, this is awesome. This is what I needed in my life. Check raise and stack off.
I think
I torched 200, I'll be honest.
Nice flop for both 3 coin and Wolfgang here.
I think I just got taught a lesson.
That kind of hits your range. You know, you're in the big blind. So
He's gone back to Panama Jack. The white hat.
Yeah, that yellow one.
He screwed the smiley face.
He got rid of that one early.
Yep. Oh, pocket 3's folded.
It wasn't just about the aces, it was like how tricky you play it, right?
300.
I said I barely put down 5, like ace 4 or something, and you're chopping and then you're trying
3 coins hand here, still probably too strong a fold, especially for this size. Just 2/3. He agrees, makes the call, and needs to improve here on the river. 7 of hearts, 2 pair.
Not good, 2 pair. Yep.
See the bet size that Wolfgang goes for here, or if he decides to try to get trappy and check to induce, but no, he's going to go big. And gets snap called.
Yep.
Tries to make it look like busted clubs with no 10 or 5, and 3 coin put those chips out there before I even knew if he knew what the bet size was. So yeah. he was calling.
I've noticed he does that sometimes. He'll say I call and just keep his head down, and then last second kind of look up like, did I win? Wow. Yeah, it's just a crying call, and he was hoping he'd catch him there. But
well, yeah, I mean, again, I'm over here thinking about, you know, trying not to scare your opponent off, and both of these players at the table, Ram and Wolfgang, correctly recognizing that that Randy's actually the kind of guy that will pay off the big bets just as likely as the smaller one, so why not go for the max? And just like that, yeah, 3 coin, a dip under 10K in the stack.
Oh, I saw it straight. Yeah,
I don't remember what he bought in for, but we'll see when that pops up again. Who's in the green and who's in the red tonight?
Oh, 60.
First up, Elijah.
I think that yellow hat with the smiley face would be perfect if you could rotate the smile upside down.
That's a little spinner or something?
Yeah, a little spinner.
Nice. That would be cool.
Raised to 350.
All right, Nick game back in effect. Three coin here getting a little bit frisky, limping the 5-4 off. AJ raises, Ram re-raises. 1700 is the squeeze from out of position. these are two of the deeper stacks at the table. Let's see how AJ plays this one on the button. Big raise here. Does make the call. Here we go. Both players near exact even stacks at 15K. SPR around 5.
All clubbies.
Oh, I think they already.
Yeah, pretty gross flop here if you're AJ, right? Like you're just hoping for a low board. You have effective third pair. There's a lot of ace king in your opponent's range, and then like your 9 of clubs is kind of dusty, so not loving it. But he doesn't have to face a bet. Ram checks flop. Very surprised by that. Holding the queen of clubs. But he's going to go for the overbet, the delayed c-bet overbet on the turn. So, okay, understandable then to go for this after checking flop.
If he's able to sniff this out somehow, that's 4K into a $3,500 pot. A lot of people, their hand's already in the muck, but he's thinking this through.
Yeah, the check on the flop is just very odd. Like, yeah, maybe he just flopped it with ace queen of clubs. Like, but that's kind of tough to see, right? Like, he's just got like one hand. Ace 10 of clubs, maybe he squeezes with ace 10 of clubs as well, so he's got 2 combos of hands that are just like super nutted and check the flop.
Yeah.
But like if you flop top set here, I don't think you're checking.
I always like to put in
You flop second set, I don't think you're checking. Ace king, like what are you, ace king with the ace of clubs, maybe you could check as well. Mix that into your checking range. And now here you are on the turn, you're just gonna start to build the pot to be able to jam river. Yeah, it works though. AJ doesn't love it, but he does let it go. And I mean, the saving grace for him is that he's still up against 2 overs, a gut shot, and superior clubs. So, like, there's a lot of rivers that are going to be terrible for his hand against that holding. And if he does call now, he might face an all-in on the river. So, you know, I don't think we should fault the fold, really.
Not at all.
We can see that that he was ahead, but he shouldn't fault himself with that large side.
That's always going through my head too. What am I going to face on the river? You know, am I just going to go with my gut here and just, you know, however many blinds he's got with 17,000 in his stack? You know, am I really going to risk all that with 9s, or am I going to pick a better spot?
Yeah.
Granted, we're not playing it for 150, but.
Raise 150.
I do like the way they do these knit button games. If they do get the chips in, you know, pre-flop or post-flop, that you know, it's the top board that plays for the knit game. The second board does not if they run it twice.
4 players.
JD opens the button, gets called by everyone in the blinds.
Check.
And no one connects here. Benham has, quote unquote, the best hand with the pair of 4s, but yeah, GTO Lizard here flopping up and down. He's actually just going to donk lead into this. It is always a curious play, especially multi-way.
Just happens to be the perfect situation for him where it's going to work.
Absolutely right.
Thank you.
once again, looking at the RFI race first in statistics here, Ram up at 30%, Ice at 1%. I think he's raised then one hand of
The pocket six is right where he ripped it.
Yeah,
or
well,
is that not first in? Yeah.
Well, raise first in just means that he was the first player to open the pot, and so
Gotcha.
he's literally done that one hand of the 74 that he has played.
Democracy.
I'm too good?
Yeah. That's what they're saying.
Oh, okay.
DTO Lizard.
DTO Lizard.
Same roll. We all have collected and sync out. Give you a second bet.
I was just trying to get rid of that nibble and pop it.
Understandable.
25 to go, no straw.
I need 2 cards when it comes to the game, right?
Jay here, once again, waking up with some nice cards.
Call. Hold.
Yeah, in the early stages of the Nick game when everybody has a button,
Raise it to
I
450.
do see a lot of people trying to sort of get into the pot for cheap. Wolfgang sees this as an opportunity to squeeze it up and take down all this dead money and perhaps get rid of his knit button with just the king high, but AJ is going to have other ideas. This is a massive 4-bet.
Cool, we gotta see it.
Yeah.
3.9K was the race. Wow. AJ really hammered that one.
He says, wake up with it or go home.
Yeah, I mean, if Wolfgang just happens to have like aces or kings right there, like that's a lot of money that just got lit on fire, because when Wolfgang goes all in, you probably have to fold. Ooh. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe not fold, but I don't know. I sure as hell don't want to call off ace-king there for how deep they are, right? I mean, you're talking about getting infinite big blinds in. The ace-king off. And calling it off, too. Ooh, that would have felt pretty bad. He was pretty happy to get that one through.
250. Raise, fold.
There we go.
Fresh off a 3-bet that got 4-bet. He's going to do it again. This time a little bit more favorable orientation. It's just
yeah, I'm in.
hijack open. However, this is JD, who is not known to be easily pushed around. Make it a little bit more than 4x from the small blind, and Benji here seemingly contemplating getting out of line himself. But I think this is just going to get through after JD ponders his decision for a moment.
Shows 20 miles of railroad track.
Never heard that before. 20 miles.
So 210s is. It's called 20 miles of railroad track.
Ah, to the 210.
Ace King is walking back to Houston. That's what Doyle and them used to call it.
What'd you show?
Pocket tens. 20 miles of railroad track.
Oh,
I imagine that saying has gone over a few heads here. You know, we've talked about how diverse this room is. A lot of people probably aren't going to get that. I sure didn't.
No, for sure. I immediately started to take it to like the 210 to Yuma or whatever, but then I was like, wait, that's not even the right numbers, right? Isn't it? Now I can't even remember what it is.
I can't either.
Pretty much the common one.
Freaking great movie though.
Why is Ace Queen?
I've told Mallory I'm leaving at 10:30 and she's got someone taking my spot. I just want you guys to know 10:30 is my cutoff.
Alrighty.
If I don't fill.
If I don't fill. Oh, come on. We got 40 more minutes of Randy though.
The Ace Queen's the parking lot for some reason. Like
it's
I think
9:30 right now.
People always go all in with it and then lose. so they think they're always going to walk back.
Raised to 150.
I was trying to think how it looks like a party.
Oh God, I'm surprised he's. Yeah, that's definitely. I use that phrase all the time because I've busted out of more tournaments with ace queen than probably any other hand.
That one will do it. That's for
Sure
sure.
as hell will.
Re-raise, 550.
The 310 to Yuma. Okay, yeah, I thought it was something 10, and then I was like, but it's not 210. And then I got totally confused about what it was. At the 310 to Yuma. But that's definitely not what he was referencing.
And I was thinking San Antonio area code 210. I'm like, what is that? What does that have to do with railroads?
Yeah.
He said something else about ace king. I didn't hear what he said that is known as. I mean, obviously there's the Anna Kournikova, the big slick that we all call it, but Andre said something else, so I'll have to ask him next time I'm at a table with him.
He said the walking back to Houston.
Yeah, he did. That's right.
And then he said Doyle and maybe Amarillo Slim, something like that. They used to call it that because they would go broke with that hand and have to walk all the way home or something.
I don't have a lot of
Makes sense. Looks pretty, never wins.
You can't call a hand a vote unless it gets
I don't know. I didn't hear his full explanation, but yeah, that's where the story started, and I filled in the rest in my mind.
Well, here's the Google search, Aaron. It says unpaired hold'em starting hands. Walking back to Houston is one of them. And it says the old-time Texas poker players were cautious with this tempting but vulnerable hold'em hand. You overplay ace-king and you'd be walking back to Houston. So, okay, that's a cool story. Just never heard that.
Flop and turn, it's so just
You played the home game in the ocean, and you're like, I got a ship.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna boat, I got a ship.
Speaking of walking back to Houston, this is Ice's first real premium tonight.
4 people calling to bet on 4 streets, 4th play, because somebody's getting screwed on 4th street.
Wolfgang, you have my permission to blow that hand.
5 players on your
media. The coin lost his coins.
Yeah. You didn't play that bad. You said that you should have raised and got me out of there, but I had so much going on. I had the straight flush draw too.
You did. So if I bet I have you on the turn, you're calling.
Yeah, I'm not going
Okay,
anywhere.
but thank you for telling me.
You played that the same
As
way
well as I
I
could
would
play.
have. Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
thank you. I should have maybe thought more about calling you, but I couldn't get off of it.
Yeah, I could still have an overpair and you beat me.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, yeah, that's my only deal. I should have. I would have called, but I should have given it another click in my mind. In my personally, how
if
I
you want to,
decided. Yeah.
Top 2 here for Ice. Pretty good spot. Benji not going anywhere just yet. He's making a call though.
No, and that's how I think about
Give the commentators, don't give you cover both ways.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
3 players.
You're just in the cooler.
Yeah.
There's
Why?
a few of those, yeah.
Ow.
Oh, the other one with the aces.
Oh, yeah, that
What a rock and roll
That
hand
was
that was.
crazy because
And you had a straight, right?
Check.
Yeah.
Flop bet was small enough to keep Benham around as well, who's in there with the second pair. And oh my goodness, look at this run out.
Somebody, I mean, there's 4 people behind me, so I was hoping somebody would.
You need to eat on the river. Eat on the river, I give you
It was played. So
Ice is gonna go tricky trappy.
Another, I mean, great play. Trap is set. What on earth is Benji thinking?
I hate I didn't win it, but I'm not disappointed I was in the hand.
I mean, if he's got ace jack there, he may go for a block or something, right?
Ace jack of spades.
1250.
Oof. Wow.
Incoming bad news ×2.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's even possible that he...
And Benham just calls?
Well, no, he's very clearly repping the king here. So, yeah, he's just got, like, queen jack every day of the week here now.
Yeah.
For this size. So Benji hoping that his opponents can only have aces and that he's going to rep the king here, or maybe even a 5, that they're going to have to fold their ace. But Benham just calls. Oh my good lord, look at this. Just calls. And now back over to Ice, and he can now spring the trap. And what size does he
Any
choose?
social media questions, I'll help you out for sure. Yeah. Yeah. I'll wear it on the hustler if you want.
And then what do you do if you're Benham? I mean, I guess you just...
Is this a tank jam we're about to see here?
Yeah. I'll text you right now to make sure. Let me just. I think I saved you. Let me just check.
Yeah.
Is it?
I hope he's not just about to call this. Think.
I don't want.
Oh, he just calls. He's afraid of pocket fives.
574.
Oh wait, Benji's the one with King Jack.
Don't get rid of the button.
Why now?
These hands are not correct. We've got misreads. Oh no.
What does Ice have? It says he wins though. He doesn't win.
No, because he doesn't have that. The King of Diamonds is in Benji's hand. Ice must have had Ace Queen.
Ace 7.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the one card misread was, changed everything. So it's King Queen for Benham, King Jack for Benji. They're chopping that up, and Ice must have had. It's showing Ace 7, but I think it's Ace Queen.
And so Benham gets extra money by just calling and getting Ice to go ahead and make that call there by not raising. Yeah, extra 1.2 was put in the pot.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess I should have guessed that was a possibility when one of Benji's cards wasn't scanned, because we particularly get that crosstalk between like the 8 and the 9 seat or the 1 and the 2, right? Like as the dealer pitches those cards across, they touch both scanners. So sometimes that will happen. So a little bit unfortunate there for the way that we viewed it. But at the end of the day, Benji and Benham are going to chop up Ice's money, and nice little 1K profit for both of those players. Tough spot though for Ice.
And I just learned something new too. I never knew why Ace King was called Big Slick. There was a oil spill in Santa Barbara in 1969, and somehow they named the hand after. They just used to call it the Santa Barbara hand, and over time they changed it to Big Slick.
Interesting.
What do you normally play? Like, what are the stakes when you play on the Hustler?
I played 3 times, and it was always.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I mean, there's a name for pretty much any 2 combinations of cards out there, and some of them are fun little puns or whatever. What's Jack 4? Things of that nature. And, some of them are just like, how the hell did that get called that? And somebody made it up at one point or another.
Yeah.
At least you can find it online on some list of hand names. But
oh yeah, there's about 17 inappropriate ones that we probably can't say on stream, but then there's some that make perfect sense. The Jack 4 is funny, but it's punny, obviously. I'm still referring to that, by the way, as the flat tire hand. I'm not calling that the Robbie. I refuse.
Oh, you refuse? I refuse. I mean, yeah, no. To me, it can be both, because that hand that she played against Garrett was just so epic. Like, it's just incredible.
We'll be talking about that forever, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
She plays, I don't know, but she's been playing a while, and she is so good. She plays really
All right, Deuces here facing a 3-bet from Benji in the big blind.
She's classy.
That's I think.
GTO Lizard here, stuck pretty big on the night. Might be looking for a spot to flop a set and get doubled up, so does make the call. Stack to pot ratio around 3.5.
Oh yeah, that's this young lady. I mean,
no deuces
she's
in
a damn
sight.
good player on top of being an attraction.
There's a king out there, not the best card in the deck for Benji, although he'd probably be more afraid of a ace. He hard blocks the
She's really good.
king queen of hearts and spades.
Yeah, they have a few.
So only king queen of clubs really available out there.
She's good.
That's cool.
There's a model girl named Margot, and she also golfs. But she plays Max Payne Monday a bunch, and she wins a lot. Yeah.
What about Tilly, the actress? She's pretty good, right?
She's great.
Quarter pot bet on the flop. Sorry, half pot bet, rather.
Yeah.
Thereabouts.
She's good.
She doesn't.
I think so.
If she's in her hand,
GTO Lizard makes the call, and when Benji doesn't bet this turn card, it's got to raise some alarm bells.
I don't think so. Yeah. Well, she's been around for a lot.
I mean, certainly deuces are never feeling just like slam dunk. Yeah, we got him, but like, I think ace queen, ace jack, the 2 hands that you're beating are betting that turn.
You play out at the series?
I never have. I was going. I would like to play.
If we get a block
I
here
need
from
to go to
Benji
Choctaw
or
and sit in some longer tournaments to see
just
if I
another
can do
check.
I played a 12-hour day one time. It wore me out.
Yeah, I would. I kind of boycotted
hand.
the WSOP for a while.
Got rid of
Not
the mid
like
button.
because they're doing anything bad, but just like it's so many people, and it's like day
Such a
after day.
rake.
It's like you do the same thing, and then you wake up, you do the same thing. It's just like, and if you're not staying off strip, like if you're not staying in a house with grass and like have people around you, it just is so
Monotonous.
draining. Like imagine going back to a hotel,
In that
going
little
up
small
and
room,
going, yeah, concrete.
We had a vacation last year during that month, and this year I'm gonna make sure that I can go out there and
5?
just enjoy the experience.
I was just
And I might
Yeah,
play
it's
more
right
smaller
here.
tournaments. But I might play more. I don't know.
Honestly, if you have the money for it, play the main event.
Really?
It's the best tournament of
Okay.
that size of the
Okay.
whole year. Yeah.
Well, I want to do it once in my life anyway, and
There's
I'm
the
counting,
difference.
but I'm gonna play
I think if you're gonna dedicate
some longer
yourself,
hours though. I gotta train for it. I guess is my point.
50.
you could
Raise
start by
200.
playing like some of these and just get your feet wet.
Not on day tournament.
We kind of got trolled by JD earlier, Aaron. I don't know if you heard him, but he was talking about one of those hands that somebody snap called. I think he was trying to tell 3 coin. And he's like, next time, just think about it for a little while. He's like, that way the guys on the stream are like, at least he kind of thought about it. He's like, they're talking about, they're talking about you.
Yeah, that is always funny. And,
Get some smaller buy-ins too.
a fun aspect of the stream, and then can also be, potentially sort of anxiety-inducing. You've got these guys sitting in the booth watching, talking about your hands left and right, and then you've got all the people on the internet watching, right? But I think, obviously, everybody that plays the stream knows exactly what they're getting into and gets a kick out of, those aspects of it.
Check. 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 Check.
Everybody's in the hand. Any diamonds out? Venom's got diamonds.
Check. $400 to go. Call. Fold.
Venom here just on the naked flush draw. I mean, he's got an overcard to the board, I suppose, but yeah, just kind of hoping that if he calls, everybody else behind will, at worst, just call.
2 players.
Ice
And that
has
is
both
the
the
case.
queen and the 7 that JD's looking for, but JD's actually ahead with the pair.
Ready?
Now Venom's got, I can't see his hand, but I see the little man now next to his name. He's got the knit button.
So JD is bluffing his hand, targeting a jack, and happy to turn that one over and take it down.
Well, that is one thing, Aaron, that I do like about this stream and what made me like it from the get-go with all the different commentators that we've had, but definitely listening to you, like, I'm going to take a back seat usually to you on the expertise because you play a lot bigger games typically than I do, and I like that we keep it kind of fun and we're not critical of the players. We are poker players. We play a lot of hours, but, we just kind of commentate on what we witness, and we definitely do, put our 2 cents in a little bit, but I like to keep it fun in here, and I think you guys have always done that too. It's just not making it overcritical and making it fun for everybody to watch.
What do you say?
Yeah, of course. And yeah, I mean, we have the bird's eye view, we get to see all the hole cards and everything, and yeah, that's why we've got this free content for everybody out there who's watching to tune into and join us and engage with us. This is living the dream right here.
Absolutely.
So I know you played on the spring live stream for like one hand. You said, have you played on any of the streams here in Dallas?
No, I haven't, and I wanted to do when they had that 1-3 going every now and then. They made it a little bit bigger, and then they did the PLO bomb pots, which obviously makes it more fun. So if we can get another Wednesday one going. I know there's quite a few people that are interested in it. You know, those 1-3 games, for low stakes as they are, they can get pretty juicy. You know, I've seen people with 8 to 12K stacks, I think, in those. So I would love to get on one of those. So if we can get another one of those going on a Wednesday, I definitely want to jump in on there. But
well, hopefully, yeah, hopefully you can make that happen, because yeah, playing on the live stream is very enjoyable for sure. I haven't been on the live stream here in Austin in probably a couple of months, but there was a little stretch there where I was playing every week, and have certainly gone through some of those stretches in the past, and it's a lot of fun, especially when it's the same group of guys you play with all the time. You build up some of that the banter and you know, the back and forth.
Oh yeah.
So.
Well, I'm starting to fire into more tournaments, so that's my real goal, is to get on a final table on one of these bigger tournaments. So I think that would be more enjoyable for me than just a 1-3 game, is to run deep and make the final 9.
Oh, absolutely. Well, best of luck to you. Hopefully one of the next series coming up, you'll be able to bring that to fruition.
Amen. Thank you.
JD and Ram here on the turn. JD betting flop, Ram floating. Now JD slowing down with a check, and a check back here from Ram. Front door clubs do come in. 1-liner to a straight, but 3-bet pot free, probably not a lot of 5s in there. JD definitely representing showdown value here, but Ram just hoping it's something like ace-queen, or maybe even just ace-king for a chop. Checks it back, but JD will take it down. All right, with that, we're going to get a dealer change, which means it's time for another $100 PLO flip. And
yes, sir.
I'm going to go ahead and step on out, let you take over here for the remainder of the evening. So I have very much enjoyed calling the shots here with you, my friend, and hope you enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thanks again, Aaron. Everybody say thank you to Aaron McAvoy for being the expert in the chat.
All right. I'll catch you guys all on the flip side. Enjoy the rest of the program. See you next time. Good night, everybody.
So,
Well, guys, we are 83 hands in right now to this 5-10-25 no limit stream here at Texas Card House in Dallas. Got a new dealer coming in. We're going to do a PLO bomb pot real quick to get us started. The knit game is still going on right now, so we do have right at 2 hours left. Still a lot of money on the table. I think Randy's going to be leaving us here in about 20 minutes, so we might get another player, a new player coming in, but there is a lot of chips on the table, and this is real money that these boys are playing for. Hopefully we're going to get some more action.
But I try to not scratch it, you know. Yeah.
Is that one that you have to have in one of those boxes that moves though, or no?
Well, you should, but if you don't, it'll stop the time and you just have to rewind it.
Have it in a what box?
Some watches you have to keep in like a...
Yeah, so if you don't, if the watch is, if it's moving, the inside it auto winds it, and the time will never stop. But if you just leave it...
box and it moves and it keeps it going. It's almost like charging a Tesla. Right? As long as you keep it in there, you're good.
As long as, so if you just wear it all the time, within 72 hours, if you don't wear it, it'll stop. But it's mechanical, there's no battery, so it's all based off of movement.
Looks like the burn card was accidentally exposed, but this is a no betting PLO bomb pot, so they've just got the money in. They're just going to run it out. It's basically a PLO flip is the actual term. There's going to be one winner unless there's a chop somehow.
But since it's a film, it's all random, yeah. Whatever it is.
Everybody has 4 cards?
Yeah.
Don't tell the 4 killed me.
Oh, well, I got...
And one person should be taking down this $1,800 PLO flip here, so let's see what wins.
Oh, ace-8, top 2. Oh, wait, not top 2, but...
I see an ace-8 right now, but let's see how this runs out. If you guys play PLO, you know often the nuts on the flop is not the river.
I got 2 pair.
I have 2 pair.
Oh, I need a deuce or a clay.
Wait for the nuts.
Deuce or club.
8.
4 of clubs. Anybody has clubs, they got the nuts.
Wait.
Oh.
What's the nut? 3,
4 club.
You need to turn this out.
I got enough flush.
4 flush.
Ice has the nut flush with king, ace, and a deuce of clubs. But he's going to take down the 1.8K pot here, profiting 1.6. So
Last hour and a half.
Oh, wait, I have a
Are you
straight.
pre-river? I just been in
Nut flush. Damn.
been kind of a slow night for Ice, so I bet he is going to really enjoy dragging a 1.6K profit here that he didn't have to work for.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's a good opposite. That's a good opposite. Hopefully I can be like that guy.
I needed
5 in
an
a row.
opposite forward at 5-3 for the wheel.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
I started out hot, so I'd rather in the hot than start out. You know,
Oh, yeah, offsuit 4
if I have
no
my
good.
drug.
Yeah.
Offsuit 4 no good.
It's how you finish.
Well, I wasn't trying to shoot. I was just trying to outside.
All right, like I said, we had a dealer change. Looks a little different than Andre. This is Melissa. Another one of our excellent dealers here at TCH. And we are back to No Limit Hold'em, 5-10-25. And here we go, GTO Lizard waking up with another premium, Pocket Queens. I think he's had those a couple times already tonight.
$200.
200?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank y'all again for joining us. Derek, who's normally in here for the first 4 hours, was not able to make it tonight. I had Aaron McAvoy, who always does these streams in Austin. They invited me to join them tonight to help them out, so thanks for hanging in. Again, this is Eric Van Loozen in Dallas. And there's still 310 of y'all viewing 4 hours into our stream.
All in?
Big hand brewing here. JD raised to 900. GTO Lizard is going all in for 3.6K. The knit game is going on. Ice is just going to let it go, I think. That was a, okay. There we go. JD calls, so we got queens versus jacks here.
We can go twice.
Looks like they're going to run it out twice.
Yeah, 2 full boards.
They're going to go 2 full boards here. Wow, JD outflops him with a set of jacks on this top board, but he does have the queen of spades. Wow. JD's going to take down that first board with a set of jacks.
Sorry. Let's be sorry. I like being sorry.
Neither guy has their knit button, so that top board is kind of inconsequential here, but see if Pocket Queens can hold for half this pot. There we go. JD tried to jinx him, said you win this one before that river card came out. But fortunately for GTO Monkey, he gets, or GTO Lizard, he gets half of this.
It would have worked.
This pot here.
Yeah, you could have easily scooped that.
Yeah.
No, I know, it's just funny.
I saw that, but I mean, well, I can't fold them.
Both guys get a little profit there, winning about $240, $245.
I know it's not getting limped around all the way.
It's just funny both of you had a knit one.
That's how you know it's serious.
Yeah, seriously. Don't limp onto the gun and then shove. 95.
Gotta switch it up a little bit.
Ah, yeah, man, you switch it up. Let JD fold. That's hard to do.
Who's behind, but I'm lucky, so like.
Yeah, he's so lucky.
I'll take those, you know.
JD has a history of flopping sets on the stream, one after the other, so no surprise that he gets there on that one.
Never played anywhere else.
Good thing I didn't say. I was about to say just rip it.
It's like a cockroach. You can't get rid of him.
Nick Gutierrez in the chat says, Eric, when are you taking me out on that date you promised me? Well, if you want to go to a heavy metal concert, brother, I got you, but guys, I don't think your wife is going to enjoy me taking you out on a date, so stay tuned, brother. Maybe a rock show coming.
They are each other's kryptonites.
Okay, so I think that's the key. We gotta have them both together.
Yeah, it's,
To be fair, I didn't lose a lot for like the size game we were playing. And raw dollars.
it's all relative.
Yeah. Raw dollars is a large number.
I think he lost a lot, even given what the
He
game
made
is.
some back on the second day and then post stream.
Yeah.
A lot in part to me, but yeah.
Ice has still got his knit button. That's probably why he's pondering calling this $700 raise from Benham.
Like a 25K pot. With like 4 outs. Run it twice, gets them both.
He really wants to get rid of that knit button. It's kind of a couple Broadway hands in a row that he's got, but he makes a disciplined fold. And Benham takes it down.
I remember you
And gets rid of his knit button
Close enough.
with pocket jacks.
If JD can win,
Definitely not quite as crazy as the last one. The last one I put on here, that was the 25, 50. That one was just like two big hands colliding like every other
This
hand.
has been a really fun stream for those of y'all who have just joined us. A lot of action early on. You can always go back and watch TCH live streams. We've got streams from 3 years ago that are still up. You can go watch. A lot of action, but this has been a good one so far. Some pretty big hands, a lot of fun, and a good cast of characters here tonight. Some regulars, a couple guys that are a little newer. We've got Wolfgang Poker, the vlogger here, in the 5 seat. Got a pretty good following in the poker community.
150? Raise to 300.
3 coin still has his knit button, and he's gonna bump this up to 300. Ice sitting here with a suited queen 3. Gives Randy or 3 coin a glare there, knowing that he's probably betting here with some trash, which he is, but that's part of the knit button game, is not having to pay out that knit penalty at the end of it. So we'll see if this works out for Randy there. He's going to get looked up, though. Unfortunately for Ice, he would have flopped the best of it with a queen, but he folded. Benji currently has the best of it with king high. AJ's got the open ender on this rainbow flop. Ram's gonna make the right fold. 3 coins got some backdoor prayers. That's not one of them.
Just get a.
Oh, I love it when my buddies troll me in the stream here. Nick Gutierrez, you son of a gun. Randy's got about 9 minutes left, he said on the stream. Let's see what he's doing here. He's got absolute trash. Knit button in front of him. Benji was bluffing, but he doesn't realize he's got the best of it right now.
All right, thank you.
I think Randy is going to be excited to show this knit button because he's leaving in 9 minutes and does not want to pay this penalty. And here comes the show.
Can I see the river?
You earned it.
6-5 offsuit.
Oh, I forgot.
Absolute trash hand, but
Doesn't really matter.
What was the river? Is there 150 wave?
and Ice wants to torture himself and see the river.
I'm not getting out of it.
Yeah, you bumped my queen out. My queen junk. I queen 3 folded. I don't like a flop. All right, so 150 each, right?
150, yeah.
And again, if you guys aren't familiar, the knit button game is just a variation of the stand-up game that was kind of popularized on a lot of the streams and by vloggers, where everybody at the table stands up. The last person to win a hand has to pay out the rest of the table, X amount each. So this is a variation of it. They get a little red knit button in front of them. The person who doesn't win a hand or the last one to win a hand has to pay out all the other players. Ice here had to pay out $150 to 8 players. So great job by Randy. He was the other player who still had his knit button. That bluff there not only won him a pretty good sized pot, saved him,
even if I had noticed you had it,
150 times 8 though, as well.
I need your shadow.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Bessie's done.
Kind of wishing we could incorporate the knit button in some of the lower stakes games. Might be a possibility at some point. They've allowed some round of each here in Dallas and the Las Colinas location, so we might be able to incorporate some knit button games. Obviously, it's going to have to be one of those things where everybody agrees at the table, but brings a lot of action.
Yeah, no, I just forgot about the game, but man, even if I call, if you bet anything on the river, I have to hold. I have to hit something.
I've already told myself.
75.
So, zero did.
Yeah, no, I don't mind. I just happen to have.
Help me early. Now you love everybody. It's fine.
That's right.
Fine.
The worst.
Check. 100.
Have you been to any restaurant recently of note that you'd recommend? Yeah, no. It doesn't have to be close by.
Let me put 5 out here for this gentleman.
Yeah, post it.
Nothing comes to mind. Like, we haven't been out a lot. It's like new places. So.
Yeah, I want to find some new places.
We want to try that restaurant, Beatrice. It's in, I don't know, South Dallas.
Wolfgang on the button with the little acey deucey. He's going to raise it up to 150. GTO Lizard getting in there with the suited 10-7. Mr. Daniel Negreanu's favorite hand. Going 5 ways to this flop. We got 750 in the flop already. Checks around. So Benji takes a stab. He's going to decide to check. Wolfgang's probably going to put a little bit of something out here. A little over half pot. Benji just has a gut shot and decides to make the discipline lay down there. And Wolfgang shows the deuce.
Are you sure that was the low card?
It's always funny when these guys needle each other a little bit at the table. Poker's definitely a game where a lot of competition, but for the most part, the players are having a good time. A little trash talk should never hurt anybody.
It's like southern central Mexico. So
Very good.
Very good. Yeah. It's a little different than like your like center Texas.
Chris, they've changed up the graphics a little bit. There should be the cumulative winnings down here at the bottom coming up. It's one of the graphics that they put up. It should show who's in the green, who's in the red, how much they're up.
The first time I had it, I was that impressed with it. Like it's really growing on me.
What a good tortillas.
Tortilla soup?
I like tortilla soup.
And just as we talked earlier, Ice has not had any premiums. Wakes up with American Airlines, the Redbirds.
I feel like you have some spots, Randy. Do you have any hidden gems that you recommended us?
You know what? I'm just so, yeah, I do. You know,
Do you eat out a bunch?
we do, my wife and I, we enjoy it. I was in the food business, so manufacturing side, so I always entertain. There's a bunch of them, but I'll think in just a second. I'm just so horrible with names.
Thank you.
You and Randy almost had the same hat on today, minus the colors.
Ice takes that one down, wins $230 for pocket aces.
It's the same hat.
Small profit, but tends to be how it goes with aces. You usually win a small pot or lose a really big one. I'm sure he's happy with that outcome.
There you go.
LFG.
I'm adding on 5,000.
Okay. And we added on 5,000.
GTO Lizard's going to add 5,000 to his stack, so just like that, we're getting another 5K
150 is the bet.
added to the table. Good turn card there for GTO Lizard. He's going to check back, though. This might work out for him, though, if JD decides to bet here with his pair of sevens. Goes check, check. And GTO's going to win a small pot.
Sorry, what? Yes.
Back to the action here. Looks like Wolfgang stepped away for a moment, as did the Iceman.
I missed it.
200 is the bet.
Ram is going to raise this up to 200 with his suited ace.
Did I miss it?
Not yet.
Oh.
I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting.
Okay.
200 is the best.
Oh, you're stalling for me?
I'm stalling for hard.
You actually will be good. You'll be good at tournaments because stalling is a huge part of it. Yeah, you already have the knack.
So, Alex, the tournament I played in for like 10, 12 hours, I was.
Benji's going to 3-bet to 1,000 here with the King Jack offsuit.
But I was small stack. I got dealt pocket boosters. I go all in. I said if I triple up, double up.
Rom is a pretty sticky player. Probably not going anywhere.
I didn't win
Next
that
call.
time, yeah, but I did play, 10 hours and played well. Got out of some hands I should have gotten that up. So.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes, like if you have to drive far for a tournament too, like if you go up to Choctaw, but you're spending the night in Dallas, so you make it late to day one, and then you have
I should have come back here.
15 big blinds. It's like, do I just go all in? Because I don't want to have to drive an hour, then an hour. And,
It does change your thought power.
A little bit, yeah.
Or did mine that night.
Yeah.
Nice mix of calls while we're going 3 ways. The pot is already almost $3,100.
Yeah, no, it's a lot. The thing with tournaments is like if you want to actually try and be good at it, it's a lot of math. Because you're always figuring out how much you have in your stack compared with the blinds that are always changing, compared with everybody else's stack. So it's like you have to play differently, but then also I know that you're playing differently because you have less chips, so you're playing a completely different set of hands.
It's kind of a neat game, isn't it?
It's just so much thinking.
Because you've got another aspect. I can see
Yeah.
that.
So it's a lot.
Another 5 comes out.
You just want to gamble, you can treat it like that, but if you actually play like
Going to be hard to bluff for anybody at this point.
Like Harvey?
Benji might decide to represent the ace here, but unfortunately that's not going to work out for him.
You should.
I am.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wear my hat.
If that guy's still selling action after hitting that big, you should definitely have a piece
Well,
of
he played at the house the other night. He's just such a gentleman, just a class act.
He's a good dude, yeah.
He really, truly is. All that group is. That young group that runs around, I really enjoy them. Yeah. They champion one another.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's nice that in a game where everyone is each other's enemies, in a sense, that there's a sense of camaraderie with it. You know what I mean?
That's what I enjoy.
Yeah.
Queen on the river here.
As I said, if my wallet fell out of my pocket, everyone that's playing with me.
Again, Benji's going to have a tough time getting any bluffs through. Putting your opponent on quads and quads only if you're going to fold here, and that is never a winning strategy. Ouch. Benji goes for glory, and unfortunately, he's going to get the bad news.
You're good. That's right, yeah.
Rom wins a 6.2K pot there. Merry Christmas. Early gift.
Best winner.
I've seen that hand play out similar to that.
Yeah, the ace is full.
You had it on the river. And you still had it on the river. I think you should get to the river.
Thank you.
I think Benji's going back into the bag of goodies there. He's going to get some more chips out and keep trying to take a stab here.
Yeah, 10,000.
Doug, I agree. We love a good punt.
Can I get some change from someone?
Ethan, here in Texas at these clubs, you have to be 18 to play. Similar to the casinos up in Oklahoma. It's not like Vegas where you have to be 21 years old. But you can come and play at TCH with a valid ID as an 18-year-old.
Here, give me.
Somebody get some green.
Yeah.
Oh, straddle, sorry. This is just change.
Pass that over to him, yeah.
You're betting?
Yeah, that's his bet.
Yeah, I got it.
It was fine when I let go of it. I don't know if he quick changed us, so you check it.
Yeah.
Check it.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a story to tell when we're out of a hand here.
The one box.
I got a story. You're gonna love this, JD. He's still impressed.
I wish I could play that.
I have two stories, but I don't want to be the only guy that's blabbing here. Listen to this. Playing at Rivers Casino in Chicago about maybe a week and a half ago. Playing 2-5. Name gets called for the 5-10, basically 5-10-25. So I go up to the cage. I'm someone who always likes to get my own chips. I never.
Yeah,
ask
Doug,
for
I
a
was
runner. I go up to the
playing in a
cage,
game last night, and I was
to
giving a
have
buddy
my
of mine
vodka,
hell
so
because
I'm
he
like,
just has this uncanny ability to have the nuts and have people just punt into him. I think I played with him for maybe 2 hours last night and saw 3 people jam into him when he had the absolute nuts. And I was like, man, teach me the ways to get people to just jam into you when you have nuts.
And she didn't for some reason.
I think it's a skill.
I didn't really say anything, so I don't really like telling people how to do their job. I was like, oh, she'll figure it out.
Always
right?
better
She
to be the
just
punt
doesn't
returner than the punter.
separates the hundreds and the small bills, the 25s and 10s, and starts counting out the small ones, types into the computer each denomination, like a bank would do, right? And then, okay, I'm like, okay, now she's going to run the hundreds. Now, if she doesn't run them, doesn't count them or fan them, instead she opens her till and sticks them in her till. A sacrament. Now, mind you, I have no idea how much it is. She has no idea how much it is. And she immediately realizes what she did. And she looks at me. She's like, how much did you give me? And I was like, I don't know.
Benham's
like
got a pretty hand here.
$6,000.
Suited
I mean,
queen,
looking
jack of
at me,
spades. Going to raise it up.
She didn't probably expect I was playing the biggest game in the room because there's a lot of like young college kids that are playing there. She probably thought I would have
Over to Randy with a wheel ace. Looks like he's going to re-raise, re-bet.
Right. So she takes out like a small amount of bills and puts it on the table. She was like, it was like around this much, right? Like 2K. And I'm like, no. I was like, it was like a lot more.
Benham
than that.
says, I
It
ain't
was
no
like
chump.
6 or 7 grand. I'm playing the biggest.
See a
game in the room.
flop.
She's like, no, you didn't give me that much. I'm like, yes, I did. I was like, call your manager over. They called the manager over. I'm like, this is a
Both
big
guys
problem
get
here
a
because I don't know
piece
how
of
much I
this.
gave her. She doesn't know how much I gave her.
3-coin getting the best of it.
She didn't run it through the
Benham does have a middle pair with the backdoor spade draw.
They have to count out the entire thing.
And he's going to
And
continue
there's,
here.
like, a lot. Like, it's a casino, right? And they have 2 sections, but this was like one of the main ones. And they ended up counting it, and the first time they're like, whatever it's up.
He wanted to see
that's what
black.
your is.
Unfortunately, it is the
What your
wrong
first
black.
stack was.
But
And
he
I'm
does
like,
still have
yes, in theory, but what if she made 10 mistakes in her
Couple
shift,
outs.
right? Then I get
You get good penalties.
exactly. So I'm like, I see what you're saying. I don't know how we proceed because like, what if she made 10 mistakes? So you check every transaction to make sure she was perfect. Like, that's such a waste of time. So what they do is they end up counting it out, and it was.
Yes, ma'am.
They said they were down like $4,500 at first, and I'm like, sorry, you're saying I owe you money. They're like, that can't be right. I'm like, no shit, it can't be right. But like, granted, they're counting out like $100,000 worth of stuff in their thing. I'm like,
Probably more
you're
than
counting
that.
this again.
They have to count the chips and the cash, and they got them together, so
Exactly,
the
right?
number.
And they have 3 people doing it. The idiot's still like doing stuff. They end up counting it again, and they got like $49.25. I'm like, now they're like, that's your number. And I'm like, all right, see, I need you to do it again because I don't think that is my number. They count it again, and they got 49.25 or 26 again.
got kicked out for a second there of that
Positive, I gave you like in the 60s, like 6,500, something like
last
that.
hand.
But then they gave me the argument. There's
I'm
no
not
way
sure
she
who
made
won
too
that,
many of mistakes.
that last
Like, she's
hand.
one of our
If y'all
best
want to help me out in the
cashiers.
chat.
To which I said, oh, so all your best cashiers make huge mistakes like this? And they didn't have anything to say about that.
I think it's important.
After 2 more hours of talking to Illinois Gaming,
What if I get 5 of those?
they took me into the back of the casino, all this garbage, wasting my time after they make a huge mistake. They said, let's get your number and we're going to call you in the morning if we find out any information. Call me in the morning. It's $49.25. So I think I lost 2K in that, but
That's ridiculous.
it's ridiculous.
Is the $49.25, is that including your 12 bills?
Yeah. Look, everything's included in
I know,
it.
but like they didn't give you this, they didn't just pay off the small bills right there.
No, they pulled it all up. It's kind of weird.
I was about to say, like, how is it? 49.25
Wow, the case 5 hits this flop.
Should have mixed up the hundreds,
Ram flops a full house here. Unfortunately for him, nobody has a jack
So now
here.
I'm emailing back and forth with the cage manager and the casino floor manager because they're different like branches. They're good. Be like, give me like a food comp, a black card, like something like.
Those bottom boats can
pretty sure
often
I
be
lost.
scary though, because you can always get outdrawn.
Where was it again?
Obviously, a
I'm not
jack
telling
eight's
the
got you
story
beat
again,
now,
it's a
but
shit show.
Yeah, that's a.
I didn't count my money before going to the cage, and the lady didn't run it through the bill. Not here in Chicago. Run it through the bill thing. And
Ram
then
is
she
gonna
accidentally
continue
put
with
all the
his
hundreds
full
with
house
her
here.
hundreds that are in her back, and then they have to count down the whole thing, and they said whatever the pluses, but it's like 2K off of what I thought I gave her.
interesting to see if GTO Lizard wants to
Yeah, so I better get a black card.
really see where he's at here, if he's just going to play this cautious or let it go. He chooses wisely
Cool events. You get to skip the line.
to let it go.
Look at the tape.
They did, but because she never fanned it out, I got the cops involved. I was sitting in the back with like Illinois Gaming. Yeah. They're like, yeah, she did everything wrong. I was like, oh yeah, but this is one of your best cashiers. So stupid.
What, you know, that stress on top of stress is so unnecessary.
And the worst part is the 5-10 game looks so fun, and I put it for 3 hours. I was arguing with idiots, and I couldn't even play it.
And substantially, you lost a little bit more than $2,000.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
They're already
Probably save some money.
Who knows? Yeah.
You're looking at the bright side there. You could cheer them up a little
That's
bit.
you know, be pragmatic. It's probably tilted and, you know, about yelling at this lady and stuff. And then, you know.
How stupid is that, though?
AJ looking down at a suited wheel ace 5.
I gotta tell you, with this, both rooms here in Dallas, I've been very pleased with how everything's been handled. On anything questionable. Don't you agree, Mal?
You were just telling me off camera how much you hit it.
Listen to these guys.
I'm trying to get some popularity.
Randy being very complimentary of the way our floor handles situations. Poker, like any game, you know, you kind of have to have referees, people that handle the situations that do come up.
I remember it was like a Twitter thread like 6 months ago. They were talking about it. They were like basically saying like how you have to always be very like on top of it at the cashier because like there are just
Wow, big card there on the turn for Venom with the ace of hearts in his hand.
mess up and then they were trying to say that it was something like.
And now we're going to end up with
people were, like,
a
arguing.
chop
They were
pot.
trying to say something like 10% of transactions are messed up or something.
That's what I'm saying. So in theory, by them saying
can I get a
whatever
water,
the
please?
cage is up is yours, but no, not if you're making mistakes.
Thank you. Chop it
Granted,
up.
she could go, it could be
Everybody
mistakes
loves
in
a
my
chop
favor,
pot.
so I don't know.
In theory, the EV would work out for us. Neutral part.
I'm pretty sure I had in the 6 though. 'Cause I had a wad, like I had a solid amount.
We have been.
Oh, you don't?
Oh, I guess because the 5 is actually in there.
Yeah.
We did it like 2 or 3 times earlier.
Okay.
Oh, no. You gave me too much.
That's his and that's yours.
Thank you.
No, I definitely dealt with some larger catching mistakes from time to time.
Okay, now I have a much shorter story because I'm getting cotton out there and I don't want to keep talking. But in Tulsa, I played about a week ago. They have one of the worst rules I've ever heard in my life. So let's say that you bet $100 on the river, and I go like this. That's not a call.
What?
And if I keep tossing in chips, it's still not a call.
Randy was going to leave us, but it looks like he's going to hang around for a little bit longer, which is good because he's a fan favorite here at TCH.
And I said, what is the reason for this? Because I don't know how it got brought up, but it did. And they said, oh,
We've got stacks up in the 20,000s now. Just saw 23 and 20,000, so we could see a $40,000 pot here.
He turns over his cards because in any other room in the entire country, that's a call. And then he gets
That's even more
perfectly.
Buy an entire room in the world.
If you are interested in playing in one of these Tuesday night streams here at TCH Dallas, the way to do that is to contact Mallory, who sets up these games.
And I went like
You
this.
can scan this code here,
A very good hand.
or contact
And he was
Mallory,
right. He didn't turn his. Oh, I tossed 500.
or email tchlivedtx@texascardhouse.com if you are interested in playing on one of these big
No, you
streams.
didn't call, right? I was like, yeah, I know, I'm just joking. So then I said, I call. And then it was live.
You should have been like, what? You should have done another.
Yeah.
Throw in just amount, like right under it, and then say,
That is
iPhone.
Mallory you see in the background there talking to 3-coin or
Yeah.
Randy.
Grab a handful of random cards out there and you just like look at them and be like, is it enough? Is it not? I don't know. Like you bet 200, you just like slide out like 150 and run, but like just like
She does a great job promoting this this club and this game and getting the lineups every week.
I would have if someone just went like
If
that.
you're somebody that's interested, feel free to reach out to Mallory.
The only reason that like I can't even imagine that rule. Like the way that it like works, like in like. And this is
It's like
Tulsa
AJ just took that one down with
regulated market. Let's say like California.
nobody testing him there.
Apparently in California, if you don't put a chip in the pot, then the casino can't like force you to give up your chips. So if you like,
That's why they always say put a chip across the line. Yeah.
Right. for the camera because then they can like legally force you. So if you just like in California, if you just say call and you lose the hand and you say I'm not paying, I'm leaving with my money, and you didn't put a single chip across the line, like the floor like won't come like force you. And so like what'll happen is the floor will come over and be like telling you and like recreate the action, and then they'll try to trick you. They'll try to be like just put a chip in the pot and like show me like you know.
I have one of my super viral shorts from like 4 years ago when I first started making shorts was that exact situation at Morocco. So some guy went all in, and the other guy,
AJ with back-to-back premium hands. He's got pocket jacks here.
He said all right, and then kind of
No
pushed
right
his chips forward
way
a
to
little
play
bit,
the
but they
jiggities,
didn't
they say.
cross the line. And then when he realized on the river, the other guy turned over like an unflush, like another flush, and he's like, no, I didn't call.
Benji
And
once
then they
again
went
with
and
the
they
suited
watched
ace
the tapes,
5,
because he didn't
inquiring
put
about
anything over the
stacks.
line. The all right didn't stand, so the guy didn't get paid. And I have that. It's on
And
my,
he is going to raise. He's going to make it
and all the comments are like
1,050 here, or 1.1K.
But still, like, it's just fucked. Like, you have a flush. The other guy has a flush. Like, you're obviously calling. Like, he's such a scumbag, you know?
1,000.
Yeah, but this was they have really strict rules about this stuff, and so like that's what they're like.
AJ's going to flat call here.
Like, I've even like heard certain like the over.
In
like,
position with his pocket jacks.
Trying to get him to put the once they put one chip in the pot, they'll come and take all your all.
3 coin and ice make the folds here. Going heads up.
So like, at this place, I'm just imagining that the rule is like they can only keep what's cross lines. They want you to
And
all over the
bad flop.
Yeah. You see what I'm saying? That way you can't be like, oh, I'm leaving with my money. It's just like, once it's cross the line, it's like, it's gone. So.
Yeah.
That's the only reason I can imagine that rule.
When, I asked them to break it down a little bit more, and they were saying that in the past, people were going like this.
Benji's going to
and then
play this a little tricky and check his ace over to AJ and try to induce a bet
So
here.
they wanted it to be the exact amount, that way they knew it was a thing, and I'm like, yeah, but that's just such a, I don't like that at all.
I mean, what I imagine is people were...
Any out-of-towner that knows poker, when you see that, you're turning your cards over. It's it's screwing up a lot of the 99% of people.
Bet and a call.
So the second day I was in Dallas like 2 years ago. I was playing at table, I think it was table 5, on the river.
Another check by
The
Benji.
dealer put the all-in button out. And the guy, he was listening to something, I think. He thought,
AJ's going to continue to rep the ace.
I put 200 out, but I said it verbally, and the dealer heard me and put it out. Then the guy just called 200.
He thought it was 200?
Yeah, he I don't know. If
Probably
he was
hoping he can get
meaning
Benji
about
off
it
of
or not. But
a milling
he
pocket
called
pair
200,
himself.
And then the floor came, and floor said,
Potentially queens or kings if that's what he's holding.
200.
How?
Yeah, all in button was in front of me. And everybody at the table was pretty shocked, including the dealer.
What was the explanation?
No,
Benji makes the call. It'll be interesting what he does here.
Then I was like, wow, this place is pretty
He
shady.
continues to just check call or if he wants to lead out here.
The floor calls me, and he said, we went through the camera again, and come to the place, and we'll make it even.
You heard AJ say kings. He was assuming that that might be what he had, the way he played it slow.
Yeah. That was pretty crazy to me too.
I've never heard of that.
Takes it down though with a suited ace, weak kicker.
Getting destroyed today.
Right.
I guess the number wasn't like too huge.
The number was like, I think. Yeah.
Good to see Benji drag a pot after a little bit of a rough last couple hours.
Wait, did the guy pay you or the floor?
No, floor.
Oh, okay.
So it's going to be 50 to go on this track.
So I did the same thing in the tournament one time, where I was thinking this guy shoved all in, and I went like this. Just on my card, and the guy after he snap called all in. And I was like, I showed his cards, and I was like, what's happening?
You never said it.
And they're like, well, you have to act. And I'm like, what do you mean? I was thinking. So they made me fold.
What?
It was a tournament. It was a tournament.
That's terrible.
So I was like, okay, I guess I'll fold. I had ace jack, was way behind.
It's on you.
Okay, I don't understand how that'd be a fold. If anything, the chip that you threw out should be the bet.
No, and I did it.
Because you never verbalized all in.
You know, like I drew it, and
landed exactly right.
I don't get to fold though, because you have equity in that pot.
Oh, Nick.
You're entitled to.
He wanted to fold.
Is it pre-flop?
You guys are in the chat. Nick is Nick's having himself a night. He didn't have many friends as a child, so he's all up in the in the chat right now, trolling the hell out of me. Good thing I got thick skin. Love you, Nick. Back to the action here. GTO Lizard turns top pair with a queen. Facing some aggression with the open ender from 3 coin. See what Randy decides to do here.
At the win, the tables are
Randy surrenders.
this big. So your cards are right here, so the line is way up.
See if GTO Wizard wants to go for some thin value or just take it down.
The guy that snap calls and shows the pocket moves, I was like,
You're tired of that hand.
well, I mean,
You and me both.
3 coin says I got tired of that hand, and GTO Lizard said I did too. Sometimes you just want to get to showdown, take down a medium to small size pot, move on to the next hand.
The problem is like they can't let you.
Yeah, they swing off.
I don't think it lets you make a decision at that point after you have perfect.
That's all you need, Alex, is haters.
Throw up again in the TCH Spring location if you guys are poker players that like to travel, or if you're in the Houston area in the month of October.
It ended up not mattering.
There's a Fall Classic tournament going on at TCH Card House in Spring with over 1.5 million in guarantees. So lots of tournaments. If you go to tchcardhouse.com/spring, you can get more information. That room has really grown from, I think, 16 tables to now 30. There will be a lot of action down there. It's right off of 45, just north of Houston. So in the month of October, go check out TCH Spring if you're into the big tournament action.
Yeah, that's so stupid. Because they always roast you for taking a while anyway. Then I'm getting roasted for swallowing.
Ice just flatted with his pocket tens, and AJ raised it up. Wow.
Does that nicking graphics sound too?
No call there with pocket tens. Interesting decision there for Ice, but maybe that's not the hand he had. Every now and then these cards get read wrong, but maybe he just wasn't feeling the position he was in there with pocket tens. Another nice hand for AJ. AJ had a really rough first couple hours, and he's really turned it around since. Had some premiums, and some good bets too to get people off of some good hands.
Is it like a test upgrade, or is it like?
Oh, and you know, it's like the one time I had ace.
At 265 of you still watching this stream, we're almost 5 hours in. We like to ask where everybody's watching from.
Must have had a really bad.
I know we've had some UKs, some Detroits.
Like, you've got to be kidding me.
Where's everybody watching this stream from? Anybody outside of Texas or outside of the country? Where are you guys watching the stream from?
Do you know them?
One day, Mallory.
Wow.
But were you taking pictures the last couple of streams?
Both guys with an ace. Both guys check. Very good deception by Ram here. Venom's going to lead out for 300.
No wood song. I was so happy. I was so happy.
Ram's probably just going to call this with the wheel out there and see that his ace-queen is good. Nice $2,000 pot there for Ram. Lazarus is watching from Dublin, Georgia. He's a regular in our chat. Thanks for joining again, Lazarus.
Eventually.
Tulsa, Oklahoma. Thanks for joining, Zach.
People represented for sure.
Tulsa's a pretty fun town. We've got a lot of dealers here, some of whom still live in Tulsa, but come down here and work a few weeks at a time dealing at TCH since the action is so good down here. Met a lot of good people from Tulsa. Massachusetts in the house. Frank's always a regular in the stream.
Somebody's reading my mind.
Check.
Nick is in Grapevine.
Check.
What a flop here for 3 coin. Only $600 in the pot so far. Benham's going to go ahead and donk out into this. Three coin is saying, I'm going to oblige. Just calls. I might have elected to charge a little bit with the clubs out there. Maybe raise it up a little bit, but Randy knows what he's doing. Pretty safe card there on the river. A couple hands obviously beat you if you've got the 6-3, but
12, 11.75.
I'll call.
Call.
Benham just calls. I mean, excuse me. 3 coin just calls Benham's bet. He thought he may have got run down by maybe a bigger straight.
Oh, not really. Accidentally played it perfect. My last hand, guys.
Randy's going to play another hand. I think this is going to be his last hand.
I've enjoyed the heck out of it.
Jason Barlow is watching from Burton upon Trent, UK. I've still not visited Europe. Need to get over there. Obviously get over the UK. Jedi in Austin.
Okay, we have a travel for 50.
Funky stack, don't I?
Jedi is also obviously one of our very active regulars in the chat.
Oh, good, thank you. I thought
Always one with good dad jokes and some puns. I'm catching all of them, by the way. Jedi, I'm just not reading them all, but thanks for keeping it funny in here.
250.
AJ, another premium hand. He keeps waking up with these big premiums. Raises it to 250. I think Ice is getting a little frustrated, wants to see a flop here with King 9 suited. And what a flop there for AJ in the 1 seat. In position, nut flush draw.
350.
Gonna bet 350. Unfortunately for Ice, he's gonna have to lay down that suited king. Yes, Jedi, I'm catching all of those rhetorical questions. Nobody spins it down, they spin it up. Yeah, we're catching those. I do appreciate the humor in the chat. You guys' comments keep this chat live. I'm rocking solo here for the next hour, so y'all keep me entertained just as much as I'm trying to keep you entertained here. The most entertaining player at our table, Mr. 3 Coin, aka Randy, is leaving. He's done for the night. He said 10:30, and he stayed a little bit later till 11. The man of many hats, many outfits.
Enjoyed the heck out of it.
If you guys get a chance to talk to him inside the building or at the table, he is a fun human being.
I love to ski. And man, I just go out there.
That's Taos, right?
Well, it's at the Santa Fe Mountain, which is 12,000 feet. I can ski it pretty easy. Taos, I gotta tighten my boots. Taos, the real deal. Santa Fe's fun, but I like it.
Oh, Idaho. No, never mind. I'm thinking Sun Valley. That's a different one. Yeah, but Taos.
I've never been to Sun Valley. I heard it's amazing though.
Surprised to see Ram fold that. He usually likes to get in there with those suited connectors after AJ's raising up pretty big there with the 6-5 of diamonds.
Yeah, I want to talk to you because I'm ready to get that ball rolling, especially with
AJ's got his game going right now. Even when he doesn't have a premium, he's picking good spots.
How long are you in town?
Another $20, almost $300 pot for AJ.
I'm getting ready to run back to Santa Fe for a day or two, but I'm going to be back by the 1st. Maybe we can have lunch and talk about some stuff.
Yeah.
'Cause I want to pick your brain.
Holler at me when you're back.
I'll do it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Small one, big one, please.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Andy.
You're welcome.
Oh, you here.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
You're the 50.
You tell them there's like is there like a noon version?
Huh?
You should ask them if there's like a noon version.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
50 to go on the
I enjoyed your set.
We're almost to the 150 likes that was my goal for the night. There's still 252 of you watching. If you get a chance, go over to below the stream here and hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't already, if you're enjoying it. No pressure,
Hold on just 1 second.
but we definitely appreciate any of the feedback and the likes and comments that you guys are adding to this stream. You guys are part of the poker community. Helps keep this stream alive.
On the scanner. I'm good? Okay. 3 players?
How would you care to know that
Check. Check.
So this hand is a little off. We had a graphics issue here, so we're kind of playing mystery here. We're 3 ways in this hand.
Here, Andy.
GTO Lizard's going to lead out into this, and it looks like he takes it down. We don't get to see what he had here, but
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier.
small pot there for GTO Lizard, takes it down.
Processing business. I think they made a lot of like.
Love Me Hatefully. Where are you watching the stream from? Don't know if I've seen your name in the previous chats that I've been in here.
I wonder who's coming in.
He's a little superstitious, likes the luck stuff. He goes to Santa Fe. He buys all this crazy jewelry and stuff.
See if we can get these graphics back up for this hand.
Stories. He's like, I bought this one from this lady. You know, he goes to these like antique shops in Santa Fe and just like buys all these silver rings. Because there's a lot of like silversmiths and stuff out there. So buys all this like
Got a
custom,
$50 straddle
custom
on.
jewelry from these people.
It fits his vibe.
Yeah.
There's 3 cards. And I scrambled them.
Okay, so we're gonna misdeal it?
Yeah.
Just deal.
All right, maybe this will help us get corrected on the hand situation here. We had a little misdeal there. We're going to start this one over. While she's shuffling here.
You're gonna see it.
I would have never got it.
I want to remind you of a tournament we have coming up here in Dallas
Unless I was the last
on September 27th through October 1st. We have the even bigger one. It's a $250,000 guaranteed prize pool. We're going to smash that. It's going to go well over that. $300 buy-in. You're going to start off with $30K starting stack. There are 8 different flights from Wednesday, September 27th, all the way till Saturday, September 30th. Day 2 will be on Sunday, and day 2, 12% are in the money. 8% are going to go to day 2. So going to be a big tournament opportunity to win $40,000 or $50,000 easy off of a $300 buy-in. So come give it a shot if you like tournaments here at the end of the month.
Everybody's still good on beverages, water, coffee, soda. 100 is the best.
You gotta wait like 2 hands anyway. So you gotta wait like 2 hands anyway. So.
Connor Tomlin's in Denton, Texas. Taylor Carroll's in the chat, says evening folks. Glad you could join us. We still have another hour left. There's a lot of money on this table. We have a new player coming in.
Okay, straddle for 50.
These cards do, like I said, have RFID chips in them. That's how they're read there on those scanners on the table, if you're wondering how we know what they have. We are on a 15-minute delay, but there's scanners inside of these cards. Cards feel a little bit heavier than your normal poker cards, but they're read right there on the table. Obviously, just like any technology, sometimes they get a little off, but pretty accurate readings. very expensive cards. Kind of gets you away from that old school way where they used to have to use those cameras and players would have to show their cards to the camera every time. Ram wins a hand there with pocket queens. That's actually my favorite big pocket pair, the two black queens.
5-10 game broke that table. Imagine if we all stopped and then that game was broken. There's no game.
Taylor, I'm not sure about that name. The name looks familiar. Not sure. Somebody else in the chat may be able to answer your question there, but. GTO Lizard has position here on the button. Going to raise it up with his Jack 10 off. AJ's got a suited ace. He's going to look him up. JD folds what's known around here as the Choctaw Nuts. Still have no clue why that hand is called the Choctaw Nuts, the Jack Deuce. But that has been a name that's gone around in this area for a long time, referring to the Choctaw Casino up in Oklahoma. I believe somebody won a huge hand or a tournament maybe with Jack Deuce. AJ running pure here. Bets 250 and takes it down with his ace. Another pot going his way. Anyone in the chat know the official reason why the Jack Deuce is called the Choctaw Nuts? Love to hear it. Can't play anywhere in this room or in Dallas without hearing about Jack Deuce, Choctaw Nuts. I've probably heard the story before, just don't remember it. DYL is in the chat, says, let's go Wolfgang. Wolfgang's got a lot of fans. If you guys aren't familiar with Wolfgang Poker, there in the 5 seat. He's become a pretty popular and I guess famous poker vlogger. Travels around, makes videos of his poker. Has a pretty good following. Really nice guy. Very talkative, very friendly if you approach him.
What's up, Mooney?
What's up, Mr. JD, the legend?
Just like a sea urchin. Yeah, that's right. I remember you're into Japanese.
Venom's waking up with the queens here.
Elijah.
He's going to raise it up.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, he actually plays it.
Oh, really?
He's going to 10x this. It was $150. He's going to make it
Wooney?
Yeah, like the bear.
1,100 looks like.
But not with the eye.
Yeah, that's actually what I thought the very first time.
How's everybody doing? Not so serious today? Wrong?
AJ makes the call with the ace-10 off. Or actually, no, he hasn't made the call yet. He's thinking about it.
These kids don't know anything, do they?
Everybody knows the fish.
Everybody knows the legend. That's what they know.
He's out of position here.
You haven't been around the block long enough.
Makes a wise fold.
What's up, man? What's up? Where are you? You're the wolf guy, right?
Yeah, what's your name?
Rooney.
Rooney? Rooney?
Yeah, not like Rooney, you know.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man. I see some of your shit.
Like weenie, but
Thank you.
weenie.
Very cool. I see a lot of people jacking your thing, though. A lot of people doing the same thing you're doing.
Hey, man. Imitation
jacking
is
his
the
thing.
highest form of flattery.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
No one can be as good looking as me, though.
Do you want to do the Nick game?
I'd rather not, but I mean, y'all guys been doing it?
Yeah, we've been doing it. We're trying to gamble over here.
Hate it. Hate the nit.
Nitty.
Hate it. I'm such a nit. I don't want to play that at all.
Okay, straddle for 50.
Alright, we can start the next
See
one, I guess.
who this new player is.
I'm just going to do it one more time.
Already pretty chatty, making some jokes, so
Yes.
hopefully he'll bring some action on this last
Mixes it.
50 minutes we have here.
I didn't want to be on stream. They just pressured me.
You're gonna play.
250.
I don't know, Jedi. Have you seen any of the weather ladies that south of the border.
3 players?
Yeah.
There are some pretty famous weather reporters south of the Texas border. I'll just say that. Got an all spade flop here. We got pocket deuces, pocket threes, and an ace jack with Benji, who actually has 50% equity here with no pair, but an ace and the jack of spades.
Yeah. It's like a second generation one. And it's for exactly
Should have the knit game starting here in just a second. You'll see those buttons get passed out when they decide to do it.
Well, if I start making videos, this will be my signature.
Seat 7, I think, was saying he wasn't really sure if he wanted to play, but if everybody wanted to play it, he was going to agree to it. So, Seat 7 is his name is Wooney. That's what he goes by here.
Well, why think that negatively? Why think I'm just curious.
And the knit buttons are being passed out.
Yeah, that's good.
They're going to stick with $150 a person on this knit game. So, the last person to win a hand and not get rid of their knit button is going to have to pay out everybody $150.
Oh, I'm the 50.
Yeah. So we got the 50?
I don't know for the rich ones. He bought in enough to.
Yeah, you cover.
I just want to show off for no reason. I want to be cool.
Yeah, a little bit.
You look cool.
Even on the side.
You look really cool.
Just been told that Wooney is a really nice guy, fun guy in the room, and gives a lot of action. So hopefully these next 48 minutes that we are still going to be live streaming here, we will get to see Wooney in action.
Are y'all playing after the stream?
Maybe. Some people
A lot of these guys, too, once the stream is over, they continue to play. There's a lot of money on the table. Like I said, these guys are going to continue to play.
They'll have seats. There'll be a few people.
These guys like to gamble and run it up.
Stacked, so then there'll be a seat there. And then
Benji wins a small pot there with a big slick, ace-king offsuit. Gets to get rid of his knit button.
I think aces, kings, and ace king should be eliminated from the knit game. If you turn those over, you don't get rid of your button.
It's like 16 or 17.
Really? You should only be able to get over. Make that number higher.
Yeah. Okay, the bluff game.
Smaller.
Yeah.
How about
you should start that.
Daniel Dunn. My man. Where you at, Daniel? We love watching you on the stream.
Oh, yeah, you reload.
Welcome to the chat, my friend.
Is that okay, Benji?
Okay, how about this? First part for sure good. Second
Daniel
part, we'll
Dunn,
see how
another young crusher that plays in our room.
I know, and then I'll see if I feel like
Who created this? Whose idea was this?
150?
Whose genius ideas was this so you wanted to actually stand up? Well, you know, you should make people stand up because it's more tilting to stand up, you know?
Yeah, I like it standing. It's
Oh, man, I disagree with these guys. I can't stand standing. I do not want to play the stand-up game ever. Give me the knit button all day long.
It might block some people, too.
Yeah. People's back of the heads are blocking the camera angles and stuff.
Five players?
You just got in town?
Check.
5 players in the hand. We have a 3-5-5 flop.
Staying for a while, or?
You know me, I'm just kind of up in the air. Mine is
275?
Gotcha, Daniel. Where are you going to school, man? Congrats on that.
Nomad.
I heard getting an education is kind of important. I did get a degree from a college. I have a piece of paper that I never used, but it does get me in line in front of a few folks in those job interviews, but never used it. College education
And it was someone that wants me that was always staying like 2 years.
can be expensive.
Something like that. But like literally every day. No, definitely pussy.
It's a great story.
Yeah, you know who I'm talking about? So like last year, I won 2. I think it was a
875?
Can you post me?
Yeah.
That's a new thing. No honey's more money.
I don't think that's what that guy was saying back then. It was changed. Yeah.
He wasn't updated.
Jedi, you take it easy on the country singer Dirks Bentley. That's one of the only country guys of his little era that I actually liked. Maybe just a couple songs of his, but he does have the poodle-looking haircut.
No gambling.
Nice, La Tech. I hear there's a little poker in Louisiana, though. Mr. Dunn. You're not too far.
He's gearing in for a long night. Also for the future.
Ice hit his queen here on the turn in this hand. He's going to check it. Possibly get AJ to bluff at this. And gets what he asked for. Let's see if Ice makes what seems like an obvious call here with 2 pair, king kicker. Daniel, I'm with you, man. It was something for me. I wanted to achieve the college degree. Got those loans paid off, thank God. Like I said, even though I'm not actually using the college degree that I have, it gets me in line in front of people for interviews. I actually have an interview tomorrow that my college degree got me, so wish me luck there. But go get that college degree, man. Good call by Ice. Wins a 4.6K pot there, turning his night around a little bit. Slow start for Ice, but sometimes you just got to finish the stream strong. Nice pot for him. Daniel, if you're in college, just teach those young bucks how to play. You can start them off with that 50-cent $1 game, and before you know it, they'll be asking you to play 2-5 with them.
No.
Okay.
Fortunately, Unfortunately,
that wasn't needed.
Don't listen to them.
Nick in the chat, I don't think he's entered the chat tonight at all, asks, hey Eric, do you like Happy Meals? And he says, I sure do.
I'd have folded you for sure.
Is there a dad joke that goes with this, Nick? Hit me in the chat if there's a punchline here.
Nice call, though.
Okay.
Let's have a read on me.
Who's got a good dad joke? Let's hit me. Got to be safe for the stream. But if you got a good dad joke while we're playing cards here,
Next time,
I've been known to tell a joke or two, some appropriate, some not, at the table.
What can I do? I'm stuck, so I called it.
Now I'm just tilted. Make me call.
Poker tables are definitely meant to be fun. I cannot stand sitting at a table where nobody's talking.
Good attitude.
This is a fun table we're watching right now. These guys have been joking all night, so.
They won't stay at the same level.
That's how it works, Benji.
Benji's getting a little frisky here, raising it up with the 5-4 suited. Getting called by a couple lesser hands, but
Are you good at heads up, by the
good
way?
flop here for AJ.
Are you a heads up legend?
Good flop for Benham. Benji has a pair.
Someone may have asked me today, and I was like, oh yeah, he's a sicko. Don't.
Huge turn card for Benham. Still has 30% equity on a turn. Benji with a pair has the same equity. And AJ still has the heart draw. So let's see what happens here on the river. Let's get an action river. Eight of hearts, maybe?
I don't remember his name, unfortunately. I feel a little bad about it, but yeah.
Wow. You got me for like 800 bucks.
If I'm 10, he fucked you up.
Yeah, I didn't tell the whole table. Like
6 of hearts.
Like high five and everything.
What?
Right, man.
God.
Hey, man, you got me. What can I say? Hey, that's good for the game, you know. Yeah, you got me.
Very safe check back there for Benham. He's smart enough to suss that out. Another pot for AJ.
Sometimes you get God.
Daniel, I don't know if you were here at the beginning of the stream. We've changed up some of the graphics here. It's showing down here at the bottom, obviously, the different statistics that they're doing. Not sure when it's going to pop up again, but it does pop up. It'll show who's in the green, who's in the red. AJ's definitely in the last 3 hours been on a big uptick. Randy started off the stream up 5K in the first 3 hands. Punted off a little bit of that. I know Seat 9's had kind of a rough night, but trying to get some of it back. He's definitely had some big bluffs that he threw out there, Benji, that were unsuccessful. See, that's a good joke there, Wes. I like that. A bluffalo.
George, you still
a
stuck?
bluffalo. That's a good safe poker
stuck
joke.
now?
Outstanding.
No? Okay, I need to know. I need to know.
Oh, man. Small pot here. Ice is going to bet 175 with queen. Take it down.
You said you weren't going to stuck me, there is, but you know, when you stuck George, I got it full. That's good.
So now I get the Happy Meal joke. Mr. Nick Gutierrez gifted me with a Happy Meal. I don't know what else is going to be inside of this. I'm kind of afraid to open it, but thank you, Nick, for the gifts. Really helping out my attempt to get my girlish figure back. But thank you for the Happy Meal. We still have another 40 minutes of trash talking and poker. So y'all feel free to chime in. Any more dad jokes? That was excellent. I'm going to tell the Buffalo joke. Probably get shot down at the table. But I'm going to give it hell.
One time, probably like a year ago now.
We've got a dealer named Manny that deals at both locations. I've seen him more at the Las Colinas location, but Manny loves dad jokes. So if you're at a table with Manny dealing, ask him to tell you some dad jokes.
You end up running this like super crazy big bluff, especially for the second game. And I think fools on the river.
I really hope I got a good toy with this Happy Meal.
Slams it down, they're celebrating the same stuff. Like he's so fucking pumped about it. He's like the biggest bump of my life. And this guy at the 1-2 table next to him just tells him, "Shut the fuck up! Act like you've been here before."
That's great.
Awesome. Wait, how big was the bluff?
I think it was like
Knit game is still going on.
Or 15K.
Ram wins a hand there, gets to get rid of his knit button with queen 9.
I think
Had top pair.
17K effective, so yeah.
Didn't have to work too hard for that one.
12 or something, but at 5-25, I mean, it was
a great comment by that guy.
Daniel, one thing they did add to next to the names, you'll see a little figure, a person standing up for the stand-up game. So if you still have a little figure next to your name, that means that you still have your knit button. We do have some big stacks. Wooney has a 39K stack. There's a 25K stack. So we have over $200,000 at this table currently. I hope we can get some action here. Nice hand here. Benham's going to open up with the 2 10s. GTO Lizard with the ace-king off. Going to re-raise him. Might get a big one brewing here. Let's go. Huge flop for GTO Lizard. Top pair, backdoor, nut flush draw. He is going to bet it. Wow, even better turn. Benham came along. Knit game's going on. He wasn't sure if he was beat here just with the 1 overcard. Now he's got a second overcard to worry about, and the player's still betting into him. All right, Nick, in my Happy Meal, I have, I guess, what's a Pokemon sticker or card? Are these worth money? Am I going to be a millionaire if I have a Pokemon card here? Is this my new chip protector? This is obnoxious. Thank you, Nick, for the Pokemon card. I don't know anything about Pokemon. I don't have kids. Praise Jesus. Back to the action.
I actually saw the other day, it's not going to be, like, the earliest it would come out would be, like, late 2024.
Bit him with another pocket pair. Pocket jacks this time. Leveled up here. That's 150. Woody's got pocket nines on the button. He's going to use that position, make it 400.
And you got a huge sponsor there too.
You got as many.
I like this bet here. Benham's going to play back at him with his jacks.
9 more. 9 more.
Raise him up to 1.2K. And Wooney, like I said, has a stack of almost $40,000. So this is only 1/40th of his stack. He does have position. He's going to make the call. So we have a $2,600 pot going to a flop here. How about middle set here for Benham? Not a flop Wooney wants to see.
800.
Again, really small, bet compared to Wooney's chip stack size here. So he's going to try to set mine again. And unfortunately for Benham, he doesn't have an ace or a king here. Not going to get paid off. But I've seen stranger things on the stream. Nope. He shows his hand, gets rid of his knit button. Nice to flop a set there.
Thank you.
That ace was a bad card, actually.
Jedi is hitting us with some good humor in the chat. Wolfgang asked to see Wooney's stack. He's got him over doubled with his still almost 38,000 in chips. Wolfgang's got 15,000. He's gonna make a pretty loose call here with the 8-7 off, but monster flop for Wooney. Middle pair, nut flush draw.
Wow, what a nice flop.
Big time. What a nice flop. Gets rid of his knit button.
Very reasonable.
Now, our enforcer, the dealers cannot hear me. Our
Are we heads up?
folks that are doing all the production are the only ones that the dealers are in communication with. So if there's ever an issue with a hand or they need to stop for whatever reason, they can communicate back and forth with the production crew. They're actually watching live. I'm watching with you guys here on a 15-minute delay. So sometimes I'll get a note in here that says, hey, on hand number 125, you know, it was actually the King of Hearts that the guy had if the card reader, you know, read it wrong or whatnot. But the dealers cannot hear me. It's just the production crew that helps them out if any issues come up. Wolfgang looking at a 3-bet already, and he's got pocket 8s.
Jay's still smart, but he beat your heads up.
Not surprised.
Nick, next time, by the way, for my Happy Meal, I like the sweet and sour sauce. It is official. McDonald's has the worst ranch dressing in history of ranch dressing. Not surprised.
I beat Dong heads up and he quit me.
If anybody else agrees with me, throw it in that chat there. McDonald's, worst ranch dressing in the USA, possibly in the world.
Dog?
One overcard out there, the king. Wolfgang's still in the lead with a pair here, but we're at 100% flip here. Benji's got the nut flush draw with 2 overs.
And it was my wife's birthday, so like I was super busy. So my last session was with Dong, but yeah, I don't know. You played with him just the other day, right?
Yeah, but that was my first time since I last saw you, I guess.
Oh, he's definitely been around. He's been playing just like the usual, like whatever draws there.
Yeah, he's playing.
Ooh, hot mustard, Nick. Sweet and sour and the hot mustard at McDonald's. Those are both bomb.
I think he's back to being.
Wolfgang gets a little more equity with that turn card, but Benji does pick up a couple additional outs. Just 1 card to come, though. It's going to be a tough call.
Thank you, Benji.
He lays it down.
Sorry you're catching all my strays today. I apologize. Take it all back.
Good job being the aggressor there for Benji. Benji had all the draws there.
He's not anymore. He was.
It's actually not the worst though, because I've been running pretty bad today, but maybe not playing the absolute best today.
Okay, 50 to go on the top.
125.
125.
Oh no.
Mooney's got the king-queen offsuit, going to open it up for
Playing
125.
with the kids down there, the Euros and stuff in there.
JD told everybody on the secret deal.
Make it 150.
Asian Euro.
Wow. Ice tried to call and get cute with the 3-2 suited. Unfortunately, Benji wakes up with a big slick. He's going to raise it up big to 525. Saw a suited ace-3 fold. And Benji takes down another pot.
That's good. Yeah.
What's your real name?
Still waiting to see the graphic there on the bottom to see who's the big winner so far tonight. And who the big winners are, big losers. There's always both sides of the extreme.
I'll put the 50.
That's cool. Okay, so we're going to still go with the 50 straddle. We came back.
Oh. I don't know about that. Alright, go ahead. Well, no, he's kind of shady.
I know.
150?
Wes, the knit game is 150 that you have to pay per player, so yeah, it'd be 1,200 is what you would be paying out. So whoever loses the knit game is going to pay out $1,200.
Did you look wrong?
Yeah, I think I did.
You want to look?
That's okay.
Hold on.
Not that fast.
Benji opened up to 150 with pocket 7s. JD 3-bet him here with 6-5 suited. And now GTO Lizard has got a decision to make with pocket 10s. He's just going to call.
What about it now?
What made you tank so long? You
I think you're gonna go for sick angle. You know, just like picking like 4K or something.
Got another set
Yeah,
here.
toss the chip out there.
Unfortunately for GTO Lizard, nobody's got the king or any other real draws. So we'll see if something comes to fruition here. He's going to lead out with his middle set here. JD's got the knit button. May want to look him up. Unfortunately for him, he is drawing Stone Dead.
That's it.
6-7 really shouldn't be a hand he should worry about here. He's definitely going to put in a bet. Don't think JD can call here. Just fourth pair. Unless he's just putting GTO Lizard on an ace-queen, ace-jack type of hand that missed. He was the aggressor pre. Actually, he just flatted JD. JD was the aggressor. So he was probably trying to rep his range, but unfortunately he ran into it here. JD actually is a legend on this stream. You guys have been watching over the last couple of years. Two players have already called him a legend here tonight on this stream, but he's made some really crazy calls, really crazy bluffs. Unfortunately, he just ran into it here. But he wasn't just stalling there. He really was thinking about calling there with fourth pair.
Thank you.
I thought we were going to see a bluff if you used that.
You got it set for sure.
Well, yeah, I thought we were going to see a set.
I don't want to see a flop. No hero call, please. Hold your 10 queen.
Nick, I'm curious at this Happy Meal, these chicken nuggets from McDonald's. What percentage of this is actual chicken meat?
JD got 2 gold.
Yeah.
Pocket 10s are being passed around. Rams got them this time.
That's where he got those from.
Just calls the $150 raise. Going 3 ways to a flop here.
Always the first one that asks.
Wow, boom. Another set of 10s.
Well, he didn't win them. Yeah, just traded. But no one traded.
Once again, nobody has any draws. Really nothing to be scared of here for Ram.
So I've been the party many times. What? I've filmed the party many times.
Yeah, yeah.
JD's gonna lead out. Ram is praying that he's got a big king in his hand. Unfortunately, it's gonna probably be a bet to take this down. Re-raise. Yeah, this is definitely a little odd stream for JD. He normally kind of gets to create his own action. Obviously, you have to have the hands and, you know, a little bit of luck there too, but he creates some of it himself and usually gets involved in some really big pots. Just hasn't had it tonight. But they're going to be playing after the stream is over. We've got minutes left. JD will probably be grinding for a while, and I imagine he's going to end up turning that stack into a monster. He typically does.
Straddle for 50. Raise to 150.
Benji's been on the gas all night long. He's had the king jack, king queens. He's opening with all of those, 3-bet a few times with them. So he's definitely had his foot on the gas all night long. Four players though, $600 pot already. And with all the Broadway cards out there, we get a 4-4-5 flop. Wooney is the only one who really smashes this flop, but Wolfgang has the diamond draw and 2 overcards. He's definitely going to hang around for at least another card. Nobody has a set of 10s this time. Heart on the turn. Wooney's going to continue here. See what sizing he goes with. It's like 700 into a $1,000 pot. I know Wolfgang wants to play in a big pot here with Wooney. Let's see what he decides to do here. He's got the nit button. He's going to let it go. Wow. They did run that out. It was a 5 on the river, so would have been a full house there for Wooney. If he decided to get crazy there and re-raise, it would have been bad news bears for Wolfgang. Colton Griffin in the chat says the legend of the stream is Trick Time. Absolutely. Trick Time was at TCH Las Colinas last night at, what time was I there till? 3 or 4 in the morning. I saw him roll in, get on the PLO game. They were playing shorthanded, but the legend of Trick Time was in attendance last night. Love to see him back on these streams. Not sure what he's been up to. He was missed, has been missed on these streams for a long time. Absolute legend. AJ with the suited Broadway ace here. Gonna call JD's bet. JD unfortunately now has an under pair, but he's gonna continue to put some money out there. Check, check. This will be interesting if AJ decides to lead out here. JD's going to get to take this one down with, what is that, 4th pair here. Pocket 6s. Get rid of his nit button.
I tried. I did my best.
You did your best, AJ.
I am trying.
Two, and I'm putting 50 back.
Here's my change. Me too.
That's not you.
And I'll need the black, yeah. You got it. 50 to go? 150?
Thanks again, everyone who's still hanging around in the chat. We're
Going for another 50.
over 5.5 hours in.
Huh?
We still have 244 viewers.
the team.
TCH decided to go to 6 hours of streams. The players requested instead of playing just 4. So we've got an extra 2 hours of stream now. So
No one's allowed to leave.
thanks for y'all who hang in with us throughout the whole stream.
I got up at 4 a.m., dude.
Don't worry. For a little while.
Good flop for Ram here. Venom's going to lead out with a set of 7s. So Ram thinks he's got a good flop here. This is going to be interesting, especially if no hearts come out. This might be the blood that we've been waiting for here if an ace hits. Ram's going to look at that as a safe card, and Venom checks it. It's a really good check there. Induces a bet.
You took a free card without paying, so I'm not going to tell you. You shouldn't do that. You got to pay to see. You sold that river for me.
2,000?
Oh, you're not? I mean, it's not a private game.
Induces a bet, and he's going to go ahead and raise him up now. And this is a tough spot to be in for Ram.
That wasn't your card that you showed? The 5 spades?
Yeah, that was. He ducked in and saw the river.
It's not that big a deal, but.
It's not.
He's sitting here with top pair, top kicker.
It's okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. I mean, you can do that in private game sitting. Sure.
Obviously, all the sets beat him. The 8-9 beats him. Maybe a queen 10. But he's got to think he's probably pretty good.
No one's ever reprimanded.
What story is Benham telling here? With a big raise on that turn card.
I've seen other players do it too. What they should have. Yeah, okay. No, no, it's like.
Very solid fold. That is a fold you don't see much in the lower streets. Benham shows him the pocket 7s, shows him what a good fold he made. Very disciplined fold by Ram. That is a hand that 2-5 and below. I mean, you will just see players just jam hundreds, if not a couple $1,000s in with just one pair. Sometimes you're good, but he sniffed that one out. Good job by Ram, dodging a bullet there. Omar Dientes says, "Is this really live?" It's on a 15-minute delay, but it's absolutely being filmed live. So I'm commentating the same thing that you guys are watching here. We're just on a 15-minute delay.
When you play with celebrities, you gotta cater a little bit.
These guys are still playing 30 feet from me outside of our booth here. I've got the production team next to me that's on live with them.
You're on diamonds anyway. 5's full. Unless you have like 7-6 or something.
Christopher Steinberg says, "Wow, that's a great fold. I wouldn't be able to make." I'm sure you would, Chris, but you know, it definitely takes the right situation, reading your opponent. You know, if they're coming off that confident, you know, it's going to put up some red flags. That was a pretty healthy raise there by Benham. But yeah, either way, tough fold there. Got another hand brewing here with all the aces, Broadway cards to go. Ace, queen, ace, jack, and ace, king. May the best hand win. Looks like ace, king may actually win one for once. And great check by AJ here.
500?
Gonna get GTO Lizard to lead out into him. It's confusing seeing AJ's name, and right below him you have AJ the hand that Ram is holding, but AJ is actually holding the AK, and he's gonna pop this one up.
So why didn't I want to hit my flush? Because I have the ace of diamonds, I was representing. And then you make that call on a pair ball with a flush, good for you. Diamond comes, you rep it, I'm gonna shove it in your face, for sure.
$3,300 pot going AJ's way. Everybody that's still watching, have you guys seen the, there it is, there finally we got the profit there. Ram is up 8.5, Benham 7.5, Wolfgang is up 6.5, JD is actually up 5.2K. I'm surprised to see that, just because the hands haven't been that memorable that JD's played, but steady poker players don't have to get into crazy big hands.
You just gotta hope you don't get snap called when you shove.
For sure.
So yeah, I don't see any crazy, you know, 20K winners or anything tonight.
I'm checking. Okay. I'm not leaving.
We still have 10 minutes, so you never know what could happen with a guy over here and Wooney that's got a almost 40K stack, willing to get his chips in.
Not heads up in the Nick game.
Oh no, we haven't.
Yeah, no, and that's when I have to
At
pay
least
out
100.
Yeah. With the straddle and
Yeah, because he was heads up. He was heads up.
Little misclick by Ice here. The $50 straddle was on. He's trying to make it 75. He's going to have to make it at least 100. So the bet's going to be 100.
Yeah, because you didn't say raise, so you have to.
Yeah, he didn't say raise. He just put out 75.
Yeah, he thought it was 25.
It was 3 chips. It's going to be a raise, but it's just going to be a min raise. He's not allowed to go back into a stack and make it a bigger raise.
Maybe you make 58.
Venom has a pretty garbage hand, but doesn't realize how good he is right now up against the King 3 of spades. There we go. It got corrected over there. It's actually a great flop for Ice, though. Got the open ender with the flush draw. King 6 is actually still good right here, though. Let's see what happens. Looks like a bet and a take it.
150, I would have folded.
Good job by Ice there, taking the aggressive route, betting his draw.
No, that would be perfect.
Yeah, I was worried about announcing my hand.
Small win there, but those add up. Ice has had several $300, $600 wins here,
Up until 18, so I only played
getting his stack back right.
where you could play before 18.
Before we close out, I'm going to put up a couple of these reminders. If you want to play in this stream on Tuesday night here in Dallas, this is how you get on there. You contact Mallory. There is the phone number. You can text her, call her. There is the email address, tchlivedtx at texascardhouse.com. You can actually scan that code there. But Mallory is who you want to contact if you want to get in on this stream and play against these big stacks. Take your shot at the big boys.
I picked 5 cities to stop in for the night, and Little Rock was one of them.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so then I dropped the family off at the hotel, and then, or the people that were with me, and then I drove to Little Rock by myself.
That's dope.
Played there, and then came back.
Yeah, that casino is relatively pretty new, you know. So.
Yeah, it's all right. It's not bad.
We definitely have some potential for disaster here with a couple people with hearts. Got a couple small pocket pairs.
Nice little view. That's my hometown.
Yeah. How far is that from Little Rock?
Little Rock's about an hour.
Ram's going to be the aggressor here with his suited ace. He's going to get called.
Do you still live there or no?
Yeah, I still have a home there. Nice. I go back and forth. I have family here too. So.
What do you like better, Dallas or Arkansas?
To live, Arkansas probably. I just like the peacefulness. You know, I mean, it lacks a lot.
Flop comes out 6, Queen 6.
Diversity.
Ram is going to lead out for 700. Pretty big bet here.
I love the scenery, nature, man.
JD's not going anywhere just yet. His pocket eights. Ram now only has 3 outs.
Hot as terrible. Balls.
It's terrible.
He does not hit.
It's like, here it's like an oven, right? There it's like a sauna and a
You step outside, you start sweating.
It's crazy. It's just so wet too. Like there's a lot of mountains, you know, we have like tornadoes going through there and like a lot of rain and it's cold as shit there. Yeah, it's just we get kind of like.
Win, check, check. JD's going to take this one down. $1,600 pot, wins $915 and pure profit. Tips the dealer like a good gentleman should.
Are we doing 1 or 2?
Another reminder from TCH here. Right now they are doing the 9 for $99 promotion. Again, we're a no rake room. You pay by the hour to play. You rent your seat. It's normally $13 an hour. You can buy as many hours as you want, but right now we have a promo. If you buy 9 hours, you get it for $99. So you're saving $2 an hour. Basically for that amount, you're saving $18 there. So you can buy one of these per day at each club. So really you can buy 2 at either TCH Dallas or TCH Las Colinas. You can buy one at both clubs. After midnight it resets. But come on in during this promo. It saves you money. We're actually trying to save our players money. Great promotion going on.
Yeah, let's get a full house. I got Badoogie aces. Let's get a straight flush.
This may be our last hand here.
Ace.
We have a PLO bomb pot going on. This is our last hand, guys.
Okay, ace is full.
Thank you again for being in here with us tonight.
Go ahead, ace. Ace is full. Ace. Ace is full.
See who ends up taking this down.
He has a full house.
Full house, King 9 looks like it's going to take this final hand down.
What a slow roll, man. What is this? What is this hand?
Seat 3 is Benham. Benham's the one with the full house. He's going to win that final hand. An $1,800 pot to end the night. Thanks again, everybody, for watching the stream tonight. We'll see you next Tuesday. TCH does do streams throughout the week. Check the schedule.